Chapter 1: The Great Injustice Seed System. Blue Star, Dragon Kingdom, Summer Vacation City. In a small house of more than 40 square feet, a 27 or 28-year-old boy was brushing the Douyin video. Yang Fan had already graduated for a few years, and was still accomplishing nothing even though he was about to run into his third year, a proper loser. His father died 4 years ago due to a serious illness, and his mother remarried and reorganized her family. The father is dead, the mother married, each person cares for each person. After graduating from Pheasant University, he has been living his own life. The cell phone video is a beautiful girl with a pure and lovely look, not too old, who is lively and dancing in the pure land of ultimate bliss. Yang Fan watched very intently and couldn't help but sigh a little. Really envy those big brothers on the network. He was clear in his heart that the female anchor was someone else's even if she was good, and didn't have a dime's worth of relationship with him as a poor loser, so he had never charged money into it yet. Belongs to the long-term White Whoring series. At this time the video on this name Shasha Maiden Heart female anchor a song after jumping stopped, began to interact with the water friends in the live room. Family members, Shasha is a dancing anchor, like Shasha's give a little attention, add down the fan group it. This female anchor is a small anchor that Young Fan only discovered today, and there are only a few dozen people watching in the live room. The number of fans is less than 100,000, and those big anchors cannot be compared. But it can be seen that she is working very hard and has been jumping continuously for almost an hour. So Young Fan casually clicked a concern. Who knows, the anchor immediately gave feedback, only to see her shouting with a smile on her face. Thank you for your attention, thank you very much, brother. Can add a fan group? Just 10 cents. Oh, support Sasha. Ha! Simply clicked the attention and was named. This is what Young Fan did not expect. The anchor this operation let him increase some good feelings. That's right, the one called Half-World Prosperity was him. Hearing the beautiful anchor woman's rather expectant tone, he couldn't help but click on the gift bar. As a result, when he saw the number 0 displayed on it, he smiled helplessly. Not having charged any money, he couldn't even afford to add a dime to the fan group. If you join the fan group, when you speak, Shasha can be the first to see it. Like Shasha's family members to support it. Yang Fan saw the little beauty still begging for a fan group. After thinking for a while, he thought it didn't matter if he added one, there wasn't much money anyway. So directly tied the bank card and charged $1 into it, backhandedly added the fan group. The Great Injustice Seed System opens. From the time of obtaining this system, the host will become a big enemy seed, and can get cash back when spending on the opposite sex with a comprehensive face value of 80 points or more. The source of funds for the Big Injustice Seed System's cashback is absolutely safe, so the host can use it with confidence. The host can use it without worrying. Yang Fan heard the cold voice in his head as a stunned. Leaning on the bed, he hurriedly looked toward the surrounding. After realizing that everything was normal in the house and there was no one, he fell into a state of confusion. System? What kind of system did I just get? No way. There really is this kind of thing that happens in novels? He hurriedly sat up and said excitedly. System. Brother Unity. Is it you? Host calling system, I am your dear host. Give some response, okay? However, no matter how Young Fan called, he did not get any response, making him think for a moment that he had just hallucinated. At that moment, a piece of transparent data suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Young Fan. Cashback level, 1. Cashback ratio, 1:1. Valid consumption, 0.1 yuan. Cashback available, $0. Cashback requirement above $100. Seeing these made him completely agitated and ruthlessly pinched his thigh. Not a dream, not a dream. This is a fortune. Brother Unity, Master Unity, thank you for choosing me, I thank your whole family. Already excited to the point of being somewhat incoherent, he calmed down a little after a while. This can't be blamed on him, it's mainly because he's scared of being poor. Although he wasn't very clear about the specific functions of this system, but as a Netflix puffer author, he knew that as long as the system was added to his body, it was definitely a heavenly good thing. What's more, he also remembered what the system said before about the source of funds being absolutely safe, so that he could use it with confidence. Basically, you can be sure that it is a god and hero type system. What was helpless was that he didn't see any funds even after looking for half a day. There was no extra money in the bank card, WeChat, or Alipay either. After thinking carefully for a while, it seemed like he somewhat understood the meaning of this system. It should be that the money you spend above 80 points can be returned to cash. For the time being, how much is spent is returned, and cannot make money. Even so, it didn't affect him being full of joy. In the case that he does not spend a penny can satisfy the dream of God is also quite comfortable, not to mention that after upgrading should be able to make money, right? It seemed like the difference between himself and a truly rich person wasn't that big. It can be foreseen that in this era, his future days are simply not too dashing. He was used to being a loser, but suddenly his self-confidence was bursting, typical of the mentality of a rich man. Yang Fan is 175 tall and has an ordinary look. He thinks he is handsome. After graduation he has worked as a security guard, delivered takeaways, worked as an insurance salesman, and now he is an online writer. People say that poor people's children are born early, but this argument is invalid in his case. Lazy nature of his security guards think low wages, delivery is too tired to sell insurance, and because of thin skin is not good at deceiving people, resulting in very difficult to out of the single. The net article also street. The days have been living can only be said not to starve. The whole body belongs to the bank card lying more than $7,000. Calm down, he thought, to just that female anchor reward can return cash, so ready to make sure. Once again charged twice $98 into it, swiped a 1,200 jitter coins of the sports car. Sasha, who was chatting with her water friends, froze for a moment and then shouted, "Thank you for Brother Easy's sports car. Brother Atmosphere." Yang Fan, however, did not pay any attention to her, and when he saw that the cashback available column became 120.1 yuan, he silently recited a cashback. Construction Bank, May 23, 2130. Your tail number 571. Account income amount 120.10 yuan, balance 7,399.19 yuan. Crap. Bullshit, bullshit. After Yang Fan saw this text message from the bank, he was sure that he was going to take off. The mind also came alive. Thinking that he could give the host a reward and let the host return money to himself, wouldn't this be a fast way to make money? As a big injustice seed, the host is not allowed to use any means to find others to ask for money or borrow money. If you have to do such a shameful thing, the system will detach from the host. How to call the system before there was no sound? As soon as he wanted to utilize it to make money, it jumped out to threaten himself, also speechless. Since the system has said so, of course Yang Fan did not dare to implement the plan, but he could not let the system slip away. So he directly charged $6,000 into the Douyin account. The time to pretend to be a god ho has arrived. What the heck, let's just get a little bit more powerful first. Chapter 2, Female Anchor, Sasha's Teenage Heart. Ah. Thank you for the 2 carnivals from Brother Easy. It's the first time Sasha has received 2 carnivals in a row. Brother is so handsome, love you yo. No screen recording, what a pity. But it's okay, Sasha will give you a dance. What kind of dance do you like to see, brother? You can point oh. The little beauty anchor woman saw Yang Fan just finished brushing the sports car not long followed by 2 carnival dumped over, instantly excited. Directly stood up dead than the heart. She knew that she had bumped into a visitor who was willing to spend money, and sighed at her own good fortune while not continuing to rest, ready to use her talent to keep each other. The live broadcast actually came to the big brother? It seems that Sasha is going to time sour. I also want to brush, but looking at the noodles in front of me still resisted the urge. Anchor, quickly jump, continue to jump, just the extreme happiness net. Although there are nearly 100 people in the live broadcast room, not many of them are talking, and they are all silently watching. Yang Fan also felt that the pure land of ultimate bliss just now was very beautiful, but still very compassionate, typed and said. All jumped for an hour, take a break, PK go. Sasha said happily after reading the words he typed. I didn't realize that Brother Easy was still a big warm man. Thank you for brother's understanding, then I will go to connect. Go! Package win. With this word from Brother Easy, Sasha had a bottom line. She then randomly connected to the microphone and connected to a young lady who also looked pretty, but was a bit older than her. The young lady's net name is Fawn Eat Not Fat, also a small anchor. Although the number of fans and the number of people in the live room were both a bit more than Sasha, but the number was very limited. The 2 just connected, Sasha said. Miss, hello I am a dancing anchor. Hello anchor, I'm a face anchor. Why don't we play PK? Sure. If the punishment is lighter, my family doesn't have much. Fawn didn't have the courage to speak, so her family couldn't really afford much. Sasha thought about it and asked. Brother Easy, you set the punishment, right? No need, you can play as you like. How does Yang Fan have time to think about any punishment right now? After the two anchors were connected, he received a system prompt just as soon as Fawn spoke. Checked for valid consumption objects. Ha! He knew that the valid consumption object that the system was talking about was definitely this female anchor called Fawn who couldn't eat fat, which meant that the system recognized that the other party's comprehensive face value had reached over 80 points. It was important to know that the system's judgment was definitely to put aside the beauty filters and all that for scoring, which meant that the other party was definitely a beauty. Since he gave Sasha a gift to brush can return cash, that to this dear brush must also be the same. Sasha spoke by the opposite anchor herd, only to see the deer smiled and said, So your family has a big brother, ah? This is not bullying? Do not come, ha ha ha. Although she said this, she did not disconnect. Sasha also knew that the other party was joking. We punish a little lighter, lose on 10 deep squats, each squat shouts a sentence opposite the most upvoted Big Brother bull, how about it? Sasha wanted to keep Yang Fan, a generous tourist, so she wanted to make the other party somewhat involved. She knows that people pay money to play is to buy emotional value, so she proposed this punishment. Fawn also felt that there was nothing to this punishment, so she agreed to come down. Seeing the PK start, Yang Fan, without saying anything, snapped 2 carnivals and dumped them, directly drying out the opposite side's blood bar. 60,132, 453. Thank you for the carnival from Brother Easy. Sasha shouted excitedly. The water friends were also speaking painlessly, but apart from the administrator number, there were no speeches from those licking big brothers that appeared in the novel, and most of them were very plain. Didn't the anchor say that he would go off the air after earning 200 living expenses every day? This time, I'm afraid it's going to take a long break, right? It's rare to see Sasha so excited, finally raising her eyebrows. I'll brush a hot air balloon to celebrate. Sasha, without further ado, I'll take care of the tower guarding task. Crap. This still needs to guard the tower? Excellent enough. Then I'll help guard the tower too, ha ha ha. This side is chatting hot, but the opposite anchor also did not give up and is talking pitifully. Families, the opposite side has a big brother we are sure to lose, but you guys at least give me some dignity votes, ah. The blood strip is invisible. It's too miserable. Yang Fan didn't continue to brush after he swiped 2 carnivals even though he had already returned cash. The anchor on the other side is quite kind, there's no need to hit him hard. In this way the PK ended, Sasha won by a large margin, and Fawn began to do the punishment. Every time you squat down, yell out Easy Brother Bull. When the 10 were done, she just returned to the screen before she could speak and froze. Then screamed. Yay! Thank you Easy Brother for the carnival. Easy Brother Bull. Fawn gives you a heart-to-heart. Never received such a big medical bill before. Bullock is miserable. The free brother can also have time to come to the deer here to play, the deer singing thief 6-0. As a result, just after she finished speaking, the following water friends began to spit. You sing 6? Do you have any misunderstanding about yourself? You sing 6? I remember I swiped 5 hot air balloons in order to shut you up. You'd better be honest and just be your vase, singing really doesn't suit you. If you dare to insult my ears again, I'll dare to take you off. Dare to sing and I'll take it off. Xiao Deer saw the following piece of threatening sound to be taken off, and did not dare to mention the singing this one. But she is also very distressed, itself as a mediocre college student, there is no talent at all, meet Big Brother is difficult to keep. The only advantage is that it looks pretty, with the addition of beauty filters is to enhance a lot of points, so that the live broadcast is not no one to see. Just very bitter. But she still sent a private message to this Big Brother who took the carnival as medical expenses. When Yang Fan returned to Sasha's live room, he broke the connection under the envious eyes of Xiao Deer. Before Sasha could speak, she saw 2 more carnivals floating up in the screen. Thank me for Brother Easy. Brother Easy is generous. Marry 10,000 grannies. Yang Fan heard this blessing for a while after is speechless, do not need to think to know, this little beauty is now floating. Sasha is indeed very excited, it's only a few minutes time, Brother Easy has already swiped her 6 carnivals plus a sports car. Converted into RMB is more than $18,000, Without adding the guild, she got more than 9,000 in her hand. Today's one day's income was more than her entire month last month. The main thing was that she felt that young Fan would definitely give her more brushes in the future, and she couldn't help but be excited when she met such a good big brother. Chapter 3: The Little Anchor Who Knows What She's Doing. Although Shasha had only been on the air for a month, she was still very clear about the difficulties of small anchors. She did not dare to add the guild, or their own broadcast. A month can have a few $1,000s is already very good, than her miserable people. So her goal is very low, earn 200 living expenses every day. But now she realized that she didn't seem to be satisfied with 200 a day anymore, and secretly made up her mind that she must firmly grasp Brother Easy. Helplessly, she sent a private message to the other party has not read, and it is not good to remind in the live broadcast. She was loaded with things in her mind, having a chat with her water friends when snapped another 2 carnival effects appeared on the screen. TSK TSK TSK. This Easy brother is really generous. Yang Fan is actually studying how the system can be upgraded. With the system not explicitly stating how it was upgraded, he could only guess that it might have something to do with the amount of money he spent. So he began to constantly recharge, carnival, cashback, recharge. By this time, he had already swiped more than 80,000, successfully sending Sasha to the hourly list, and the live broadcast room also attracted a lot of water friends. Looking at the live room that reached 1,000 people for the first time, he is already undoubtedly a tycoon in Sasha's heart. The water friends also raised questions. This Easy brother wouldn't be a guild number, right? Are you stupid? Sasha didn't even add a guild. Which guild number would brush her? If you have this money, why not buy something nice to honor your parents? Why do you want to pay for the anchor? A rich man doesn't need a woman, right? How do you know he's not honoring his parents? Besides, brushing gifts doesn't necessarily mean you're interested in the anchor. Look at those big brothers who give millions to the big anchors. Are they brushing so much just for this shit? I can play with thousands of them for a few million, and I don't think we can understand the world of the rich and powerful. At this time Sasha also spoke. Families don't guess blindly. The anchor did not join the guild, and no one is looking for the anchor to bring goods and advertisements, and Brother Easy is the real big brother. Then the anchor still do not hurry to hold the thigh, the opportunity is given to you, you still do not cherish? I did the math. Brother Easy swiped a total of more than $80,000 of sound waves. The anchor can take at least 40,000, right? This income is simply awesome. Crap. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have noticed that being an anchor is so lucrative. It's almost half a year's salary a day. Tomorrow is 520. Brother Easy brushes so much as not want to let the anchor to accompany you, right? The good cabbage will be supplied by the rich people again? I'm sore. Yang Fan doesn't have this plan for now. Shasha is from Tianfu province, although it is considered a neighbor, but it is also not close to himself. Then he let Shasha go to PK a few times, did not meet any big anchors, every hand is too carnival to finalize the victory. What makes Sasha and the live water friends puzzled is that the PK opposite the anchor afterward did not get the medicine of the prowler. Secretly thought, is it because the free brother to the previous fawn eat not fat interesting? Have to say the other side is indeed a beautiful woman. Yang Fan also wanted to take carnival as a medical fee every time he was bold, but the reality was cruel. Although the anchor he met afterward also looked quite good, the system did not prompt, which means that the other party did not reach 80 points, and the male one is even more so. That's why he was stupid to brush. Now so far, his consumption today has exceeded 100,000, and the system level is still not moving. Forget it, study it slowly. Half-world prosperity, Sasha, jump a branch of Elysium Pure Land. Shasha, okay, Brother Easy. She was now taking Yang Fan's words very seriously and turned on the music and danced after hearing it. She also hinted in her heart that she must perform well, so she danced with immense seriousness. Previously, Yang Fan would not go to have any ideas when he ran into this level of beauty, so he was more self-aware. But now with the system added to his body, so he got attached to this beauty. After a song was finished, he said, "Go away. Tomorrow to see you." Ah. Easy brother to go? Big brother walk slowly, remember to check the private message yo. Welcome you to see Sasha tomorrow. Sasha will start live broadcasting tomorrow at 7 p.m. Seeing that Yang Fan was leaving, she definitely wouldn't stay. She knows deep down that big brother has his own things to do, and it's good enough to come and see himself in his spare time and throw some food on the table. And Easy Brother also said that he would come back tomorrow, which made her happy. In order to catch this big brother who had swiped more than 100,000 for himself in one live broadcast, she didn't care about being reserved and directly asked the other party to remember to read the private message in the live broadcast room. Yang Fan sent an okay and brushed 2 more carnivals before leaving the live broadcast room. Lying on the bedside a little bit, he is also considered a luxury today. Watching a live broadcast actually brushed more than 100,000, but the feeling of beautiful women licking themselves is still quite cool. Then he remembered the private message and saw that he actually had more than 30 messages. Most of them are all unrecognizable. Selectively looked at the one sent by Sasha and Fawn, which turned out to be some words of thanks and asking him to add V. Without much ado, he directly added the duo's V. Those other strangers didn't bother. He usually do not like to send the circle of friends, set up a month visible is a blank. Just added just through Sasha's verification, and the message was instantly sent. Proper brother. Thank you very much for brushing me so much today. I'm stupid and don't know how to say it. I really appreciate it. Seeing that the other party was obviously still live, the message was sent over. Yang Fan instantly thought of something and replied back. Weren't you on the air? It won't be a drop chat on behalf of you, right? After a while the message came back. Ha ha ha, how is it possible? Anchor are more than 2 cell phones. I'm live while quietly return your message. Oh. Then you broadcast well, have time to chat again. Yang Fan smiled, just now was thinking of the previous hurt of a stingy man to help the anchor drop chat things, so asked. He then lay on the bed, thinking about the system in his head. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with being a big wrong seed. As time passed, he fell asleep without realizing it, with a smile on the corner of his mouth in his sleep. The next day. In the morning Yang Fan slept until he woke up naturally. Taking out his charged cell phone, he looked at the time and then found several messages and a transfer. It was sent by Sasha and Fawn last night. The first thing that caught his eyes was a $20,000 transfer sent by Sasha. Yang Fan looked at the message she sent with some surprise. Chapter 4 Outdoor Hunt. Proper brother, I am off the air, happy. Easy brother, are you asleep? This was followed by a transfer at exactly 12 midnight. Wish Brother Easy a happy holiday, love you. Although Sasha knows that Brother Easy doesn't care about this, but this is also a small blessing from Sasha, please Brother Easy must take it. The transfer of 20,000 is required to complete the name of the other party. The nickname on his own V used his real name. This little girl is quite smart and attentive. As for this so-called blessing he definitely want to accept. This is not him looking for someone else to ask for, it is someone else who took the initiative to give, it is not considered a violation. After transferring this money into the bank card, the principal was much thicker, reaching more than 27,000. As a result the favor towards the little girl increased a lot. He only swiped more than 100,000 to the other party yesterday, but the other party generously sent a 20,000 transfer to him, making him change his mind a bit about the industry of anchors. But what he swiped yesterday could be said to be the system's money, but today this 20,000 belonged to himself in real terms, so could it be the same? Although his heart is like a mirror, no Sasha this operation figure is what, but he presses the root does not care, on the contrary, also secretly decided to give this little girl more brush today. Back to the letter he did not dare to imply that the other party to continue to transfer money to him, for the system he cherished, not even willing to rub the edge. Blessing received. Wu Sasha got up very early today, because yesterday she met a generous tycoon who brushed a lot of money for her, more or less hyperactive. She woke up several times during the night in a daze, and couldn't sleep after dawn. Noticing her cell phone vibrating she sat up with a mischievous start and quickly reached for it. Sure enough, it was a message from the person she was expecting. Although there were only a few short words, a smile appeared on her face. Because Brother Easy had taken her transfer. She, who was not in a good financial condition, was still struggling last night whether to send $5,200 or $20,000. Because $5,200 she could take out, but felt a bit out of reach. $20,000 then she needs to go to borrow, or a certain treasurer group above to loan. For this reason she asked her girlfriends. The answer she got was the same as what she thought in her mind, she couldn't afford to give up the child to catch the wolf. The girlfriend said, others once live on the air till you brush so much, the future days are still long, you have to learn to seize the Opportunity. $20,000 for this kind of tycoon is nothing. People are not necessarily will receive it. You should do is to pray for people to receive. As long as the receipt of your blessing, this kind of tycoon will be poor. Wu Shasha feel especially reasonable. A byte loan sent the transfer. Now see Yang Fan really will money received. She is very happy. Easy brother, you get up so early. The message was sent out, waited for a long time and did not get a reply. Shasha beamed at the screen. On the other side, Yang Fan either didn't see the message or simply didn't want to reply. What he thought was, in the past, he did a lot of things in seconds, like licking a dog, without exception, all have no good ending. Now our identity is different. How can we still go to the direction of licking dogs? To lick is to let others to lick their own. After he washed up, he thought that today was barely a Valentine's Day, maybe he could find a person of the opposite sex to spend it with. He broke up with his ex-girlfriend for some time, and the reason for the breakup was because of poverty, and the other party often nagged his girlfriend's boyfriend how to do, and how good he was to his girlfriend. Yang Fan on his girlfriend often take him to compare with other men some cannot accept. Self-esteem under the two people have had a lot of conflicts and even quarrel. After the ex-girlfriend went to the provinces to play for a period of time, came back to dump him, he guessed in his heart that he is estimated to be green. But these are no longer important to him. He is now thinking about is, who should be with today, go out and have a good time by the way to rub a big meal. But after thinking about it for a while he gave up. He didn't have many friends of the opposite sex in the first place, basically all of them were wives or girlfriends of his friends, and even if there were 2 or 3 single ones, their face value was hard to beat, definitely not up to standard. He couldn't spend his own Benjamin's money on the festival, could he? Then his eyes lit up and he saw a public number. This was an escort software that he had found on Douyin before, which was to pay for female escorts, which could be shopping, eating, watching movies, or drinking, bouncing, and KTV. Charge by the hour. After placing an order they will accompany you like a girlfriend, but cannot do too intimate action. It is pure green. Of course, green or not green is also the introduction of the software. The actual is what kind of Yang Fan has not seen. Perhaps the price and place is not green may also say. Above the picture of the young lady in the basic introduction, it looks like there is no lack of beauty. More than 80 points should be found. At that time, I thought it was a bit interesting to pay attention to it. But later found that the charges are not cheap, very uneconomical, so never ordered. Now he's not what he used to be, so I'm going to give it a try. Pointed in after all the beauty of a variety of life photos, instantly came to force, not tired of slowly picking. Until he selected a nickname called Roy Roy, he felt the first view of the best, directly to look up the other side of the other photos, and a video. Indeed good, just look at these, the other party is definitely an unquestionable beauty. As long as the real person is not too much difference will definitely be able to reach more than 80 points. Basic information is written, age 19, height 168, weight 52 kilograms. Hiss. Can. Although he was nearly 10 years older than the other party, he said that he did not mind. Taking a look at the price list, besides online games, only shopping and eating were the cheapest at $198 per hour. Drinking and singing and stuff reached $398 an hour. Only ordered an hour of dinner and an hour of shopping, a total of 2 hours. The other party soon has taken the order. Although today is Valentine's Day, but the people who will order them are really not many. First of all, not many people know about this software, and secondly, the summer vacation city is just barely reaching the tail end of the second-tier city, or low income and high consumption kind of typical. Wealthy people really not much, a monthly salary of 10,000 can kill more than 80% of the city's people. This kind of pure green such charges, how many people can point? Do not know to go to the foot spa or club? So they are still relatively idle, most of them are students part-time, there is a single to take, no single to study well every day up. Yang Fan has been paying attention to the grievance system, ready to return the order. It was not until he saw the cashback that he was relieved. This represents the comprehensive face value of the other party has reached more than 80 points. If there is no cashback, he can only hurry to return the order, otherwise the money will go down the drain. There is nothing to say. After changing into an ADI set directly went out to wash his hair. High-end brand clothes and pants he really did not, but Adi Nike can still afford to buy, one after another also. Bought a few pieces. After everything is ready, he took a taxi to the agreed location, Li Xing famous store door. Just get off the car the system's tone rang. Checked valid consumption object, whether to view the information? Yang Fan looked at a beautiful-looking, fashionably dressed beauty walking past him, and then looked at the man she was holding. His heart was speechless for a while. Chapter 5 JK Girl Gu Weijia. That woman was indeed quite good-looking, but one wouldn't have to suddenly run up to someone and tell them that one wanted to spend money on them, would one? Sure that the guy next to her wouldn't beat himself to death? However, the system gave himself an extra sentence this time, asking if he would view the information. Out of curiosity, he silently checked in his heart. Name, Li Na. Age, 27. Height, 161 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Comprehensive face value, 81. Numbers, 77. Intimacy, 0, not known to the host. Rewards can be obtained when intimacy reaches a certain level. 77? I'm afraid this is just starting out in business, right? It's not necessarily so. What if she really just has more boyfriends? Forget it, don't bother with her. The most important thing is to be able to see each other's status, which gives him a full sense of security. As for the rewards that can be gained when the intimacy is high, this is good. It's just that I don't know what kind of reward it is. On the contrary, this is the city center, and it is near a big shopping mall. The beautiful women with a comprehensive face value of 80 points or more will certainly not be few. You will not remind me once every time I meet one, right? But there is no way to communicate with the system, which is a little bitter. Yang Fan shook his head and walked towards the main entrance of Li Xing famous store. From afar, he saw a girl standing on the steps on the side of the gate as if she was waiting for someone. The reason why she would be found at first glance was normal. There was no way. The other party's tall height and pure desire dress was too eye-catching. After approaching, I found that this girl's hair is like paint, her skin is like jade, her eyes are flowing, her melon face is wearing light makeup, and her dull appearance exudes a kind of unspeakable innocence. Wearing a set of JK uniform, the upper body is a white short-sleeved village coat with a red tie on the chest. The lower half was a burgundy plaid skirt with white shoes and black stockings, setting off the straight, white, long legs in a very attractive way. So much so that many passing heterosexuals pretended to look back at her without realizing it, and what's more, simply stood directly at a distance and stared. Yang Fan hard at this time is 3 words: choose the right. It is really a penny, or quite worth it. Checked valid consumer object. Do you want to see the information? Yes. Name, Gu Ruijia. Age, 19. Height, 168. Weight, 52. Comprehensive face value, 87. Number, 98. Density, 0. Such a good cabbage has already been arched by 2 beasts? You goddamned. A 19-year-old girl has just become a code too. But thinking back, it is already considered not bad, Yang Fan said, do not mind. He calmly walked to the girl and asked, Are you Rue? The girl also noticed him and merely surveyed him. Gu Weijia density 10. Why? This caused Yang Fan to be confused for a while. What does it mean that your intimacy is reduced by 10 just by taking a look at me? Although I can't say I'm very handsome, I'm certainly not ugly, right? It's definitely because I'm a bit old that I've reduced it, and it has nothing to do with my face value. He comforted himself in his heart. The girl said with a polite smile on her face. Right, how would you like me to address you? For the next 2 hours, I will call you by your favorite nickname, but of course, I have the right not to accept anything that is too much. Ha! Not bad service. Less intimacy is less intimacy, but the attitude is still good. The other party's so-called too much to address you, I think they said father and master or something? I am quite a bit older than you, call me brother. Gu Ruijia heard the heart obviously relieved, barely acceptable. Okay brother, are we going to eat first now? There's a Western restaurant next door that's not bad, let's go. Let's go. Gu Ruijia was obviously stunned. You know, according to the contract, all the spending of the two together is the responsibility of the client, but actually take yourself to eat expensive? But since the other party has said so, she certainly will not refuse. People spend money to order, what to eat is of course what people say. So she followed Yang Fan. The people around them all looked a little puzzled when they saw this, and kept asking where they had lost. Some even feel that they have captured the password, which is to meet a beautiful woman must be boldly hitched. During this time, Gu Ruijia, because of her work, although her senses towards Yang Fan were not good, she still smiled and chatted with him from time to time. Soon the two entered the Western restaurant. "Welcome, this way please. Take a seat," under the guidance of the waiter. Because of the system, Yang Fan did not dare to order, but said calmly, "Feel free to order whatever you want to eat, order some more, and by the way, order my share as well." After saying this, he began to pretend to play with his cell phone. Gu Weijie, who was looking at the menu, was a bit surprised at what she said. Then he thought that the other party might want to experience the service of a girlfriend helping to order food and was relieved. "Okay, brother." She then ordered only steak, salad and dessert, 2 servings of each, and it was still in the low to mid-range price range, and then told Yang Fan to order it. Yang Fan hurriedly spoke out to stop it. "Not enough, order more." The waiter went to introduce her to foie gras and fish roe sauce or something. "Are you kidding? You are out to dine on a big meal, what kind of stuff are you ordering?" Although in my heart, I know the other party is trying to save myself money. I don't know if it's out of professional ethics or kindness, but the good feeling in my heart still unconsciously went up a bit. "Alas?" Gu Weijie stared at him with big innocent eyes at the words, looking a little surprised. Yang Fan said with a smile, "I know you want to save me money, but I can still afford to pay for this small amount of money, just order." He did not believe that without ordering alcohol, 2 people can still eat more than 27,000, as long as it is not exceeded, it is a 9 cow. Gu Weijie muttered in her heart, "This guy is afraid that he doesn't want to pick up this ferry, right?" It's not the first time she's taken an order, and the customers before her have invariably been very attentive after seeing her. But most of them are just mouth high, like this goods so bold is not one. She knows very well, will point them are basically down to not go losers, 2 poor cannot afford to spend a little to play with, 2 rich around there is no shortage of beautiful women, why would you want to point a fake? So don't look at them on the surface of the customer smiling, but in fact, the heart is all MMP, simply do not see these points to play with the customer. Unless they are particularly handsome, how can a loser be worthy of a fairy? But Yang Fan's attitude just now, more or less made her a little puzzled. Could it be that he wanted to puff up his face and pretend to be a loser in front of this fairy? This time she instead came to her senses and her smile got a few points sweeter. "Okay. Brother, then I'll order some more?" Point. Gu Weijie started to order a few more towards the expensive ones and changed the previous ones, then nodded with satisfaction. "Brother, I ordered, you see?" Chapter 6, A Trip to the Mall in the Haoheng. Yang Fan shook his head. "No need to look, waiter, just serve it." The waiter answered and then asked, "May I ask if you two would like to order some wine? We have a few red wines here that are very good." She saw that the men at this table were very generous and wanted to push the red wine so that she could also get a commission. Before Yang Fan could say anything, Gu Weijie looked at him and said, "Brother, I don't drink, if you want to drink, I will order a bottle for you." "Then there is no need." Then the waiter retreated, the 2 of them chatted in a salty manner, and soon began to serve the dishes one after another. Yang Fan only said one sentence, "Don't be polite," and started to eat by himself. Gu Weijie of course will not be polite, this is the first time she ate such a big meal, now is not the time to pretend to be reserved. Half an hour later. The food on the table was almost wiped out by the 2 of them, and Yang Fan got up to pay the bill. A total consumption of 8,266. Gu Weijie, who followed over, was still thinking in her heart that she would not be too hard on herself. But I saw the other party swipe the card without blinking. This by bill look a bit handsome, hey? Gu Weijie density plus 10. After buying the bill, Yang Fan froze, this is the previous drop of goodwill rose back? Then he smiled in his heart, it is a gold-digging woman undoubtedly, this is quite good. He pretended to look at Gu Weijie as if nothing had happened and said, "Let's go. Shopping to go." The 2 of them on the way back rate is not low, of course, this is not much to do with Yang Fan, because of this instead let his vanity is satisfied. Soon into the Li Xing famous store mall. When saw the LV store, Yang Fan proposed, "Come on, let's go into shop." Gu Weijie sniffed and spat out her tongue, but did not express any opinion, obediently followed up. "Welcome to Louis Vuitton, please ask Mr. and Mrs. what do you need, I can recommend to you." The sales clerk looked polite with a smile on her face. In fact, the training of this kind of store is more strict, the dog's eye view, out of the mouth sarcastic customer thing is almost impossible to happen. Here Yang Fan cannot dare to be too bold, after all, the amount in the cart is limited, so he said. Let us look at the package. First. Okay, the two of you this way please. Yang Fan was relieved when he looked at the price of the bag. The price is about 6,000 to 30,000, most of them can afford it. These should be considered ordinary versions, the expensive ones are not in this area. That's when she noticed Gu Ruijie's attention resting on a bag, his eyes flickering. How could he not understand this situation? Took a look at the price, 23,000. Not bad, not bad. He slowly walked behind the girl and asked softly. Do you like it? Gu Ruijie turned to look at him and smiled sweetly. This bag is so beautiful, just too expensive. Yang Fan said directly to the salesman. This bag we want, bill it. The moment these words came out, Gu Ruijie and the salesman were both stunned. This was bought without even taking it out to look at it? But the salesman instantly revealed a smile. Good sir. Gu Ruijie was obviously a bit puzzled when she saw that Yang Fan was going to buy it after she expressed her liking. She wouldn't be narcissistic enough to think that the other party was buying it to give it to her, after all, she was just an offline escort. Brother, are you going to buy a bag to give away? Yang Fan smiled slightly. Buy it to give it to you, don't you like it? Alas? Gu Ruijie's eyes widened with disbelief. Send me? At this time, Yang Fan had already swiped his card with the salesman, mainly because he couldn't do without it, and he didn't have the money to buy anything else if he didn't get cash back. Only left a face of confused Gu Ruijie in the wind messy, waiting for Yang Fan to come back with the bag and hand it to her. Now it belongs to you. After the little beauty foolishly took the bag, her heart hadn't calmed down yet. This guy actually really gave it away? This is definitely trying to pick me up, right? But spending money is indeed quite generous, swiping the card is also really handsome, should be quite rich, perhaps barely worthy of this fairy? Bah! What are you thinking? The 8 characters haven't even skimmed the surface yet, so let's first accept it and put it in the fish pond as a super high quality fish. Gu Ruijie's intimacy plus 10. Because of her high body and face value, there are many heterosexuals who want to chase her, but she is the only one who spends money on her like this, so it's impossible for her to refuse directly. After figuring out the joints, Gu Ruijie pretended to be a little bit anxious. Brother, how can I accept such an expensive thing? You'd better take it back. Said, also intentionally handed the bag to Yang Fan's side. Yang Fan heart straight rolled his eyes. If not to see your proximity density instantly rose 10 points, I may really believe it. If you don't want it, you can throw it away. If you don't want it, just throw it away. If you take it back, the system won't return the cash, so I'll just take it back if I'm stupid. Gu Ruijie heard some surprise. This mouth is also too big, right? Goddamn, don't want to throw it, this is more than 20,000 it. At this time, Yang Fan shouted the salesman to take out another bag, also more than 20,000, said to Gu Ruijie. I think this bag is also good, can change the back, you see like? I'm not sure if you're going to buy it, but I'm going to buy it for you, said Gu Ruijie. Like of course is 10,000 favorite, but this can say? Brother, there is one is enough, you do not break the expense. Yang Fan said without any concern. There are not a few money, today is to consume, the big festival you do not spoil the fun. Said here he paused for a moment to look at the sales clerk next to him, billing. The saleswoman's sister see this situation secretly smacked, this is someone else said do not want, but also in the hard to send people also want a boyfriend with the same style. Then she looked at Gu Ruijie with eyes full of envy. Gu Ruijie density plus 5. Gu Ruijie said no on the surface, but her intimacy was honest. In her heart, she was spitting, even if she came to consume, but what is wrong with you just giving me consumption? I also know that it is a holiday, but 520 this holiday, well, I too seems to barely be able to pass. Although the density only rose 5 points, but Yang Fan does not care, can rise on the line, accumulation of less into more. Then he took Gu Ruijie to other stores to store, bought some clothes and cosmetics, would have liked to go to buy jewelry, Gu Ruijie is dead not to go. She admitted that she was more or less scared, which has spent more than 100,000, really embarrassed to receive again. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Fan looked quite normal in other aspects, she would even suspect that this guy is not a little bit sick. Along the way, the same thing did not buy for himself, but for her to buy a whole lot. However, she had to sigh, the feeling of being smashed with money is really good. After this short more than 2 hours together, Gu Weijie's mentality has changed quite a bit, and the intimacy with Yang Fan has also reached 33. Yang Fan also found that the intimacy rose slowly, not to mention, it seems to be a little up, so it seems that this girl, although gold worship, but still very bottom line, and will genuinely ask not to shop down, is not completely fishing for women. So it is ready to end the journey of them all. Well then, do not shop. Chapter 7. I am not a casual person. Gu Ruijie saw that Yang Fan agreed not to shop and a smile appeared on her face. Brother, let me put my things home first, then I'll treat you to a meal, okay? Yang Fan had only ordered a 2-hour escort order, and the time had long passed, but the girl never mentioned this. He saw that the two of them were now carrying big bags, which was really not very convenient, so he agreed. The two were waiting for the car when the sister asked curiously, Brother, you didn't drive here? She is now completely sure that Yang Fan is a really rich man, the other side has a luxury car or something. She really will not feel strange, but they are now waiting for the net car. Yang Fan sniffed and spread his hands. I don't have a driver's license yet, so I'll consider buying a car after a while. Car? I'm just going to buy a van for more than $20,000 fucking dollars? This thing is too cheap to drive, resolutely do not buy. Gu Ruijie suddenly realized. The original is so. The two soon came to a common neighborhood near the University of Finance and Economics. After getting out of the car, Gu Ruijie said with embarrassment, Brother, my rented house is here, there are too many things, can I trouble you a little? Let's go. Yang Fan didn't have an opinion and carried his things forward. The house, 2 rooms and 1 hall, looks pretty good, especially the girl's room is arranged in a very cozy and neat way. It can be seen that it is a very clean girl. This is normal. If the room is more messy, the girl is probably embarrassed to let herself follow in. Gu Ruijie was in a very pleasant mood after putting things away and said with a smile, Brother, you first rest, I will pour you a cup of water. Yang Fan, who was sitting on the bed with a cup of water a few moments later, asked, Are you studying at the financial university in this neighborhood? Gu Ruijie sat down next to him. Right, I'm a freshman here, I don't want to live on campus, so I shared this house with my girlfriends here. College students are so idle? There is still time to do part-time jobs. College is still very free. Not only do I work part-time as an offline escort, I also work part-time as a model. Yang Fan put his eyes on the girl and sized her up carefully. This figure is really suitable for modeling. When Gu Ruijie saw Yang Fan's slightly aggressive gaze, not only did she not feel embarrassed, but she was also secretly happy. Thank you, brother, for the compliment. What kind of modeling do you do? Basically all take but usually only KTV and bar opening, or do activities and so on will find us. Car models, these will rarely want part-time models. It's very curly, isn't it? Who says it's not? Often a month or two can not receive a business, but it does not matter, anyway, it is a part-time job, can earn a little pocket money on the line, I do not ask for high, hee hee. Yang Fan nodded his head to express his understanding, or students, to make money is definitely not the main thing. What does your brother do? Gu Ruijie is very curious about what Yang Fan is doing. For a girl who has just met, can more than 100,000 spend out of the eyes without blinking. Before today, she didn't believe that there was such a person, even if it was a rich second generation. Most of them were the masters who didn't see the rabbits and didn't let go of the eagles, and felt that the money was for the girls to see rather than for the girls to spend. The other party spends money generously, definitely a quality stock. I do investment. What the hell would I tell you that I'm a flopping web author? Brother's investment must be doing great, right? It's okay. Anyway, the money won't run out, it'll just get bigger and bigger. Hiss. Gu Ruijie heard this tone of voice directly inhaled a breath of cool air. Good guy, you see this forced to him to pretend? Said Yang Fan is a rich man, she 100% believe, but to say that the money is not finished, but also more and more spend more and more, she felt that the other side in bragging rights. Gu Ruijie density -2. However, thinking that the other party is probably just pretending to be a pussy but also harmless, she also cooperated with the show of adoration. Yang Fan saw the little stars in the girl's eyes, and when he heard the intimacy -2 prompts, his heart directly a burst of MMP. God knows that he is telling the truth. There is a big injustice seed system in the body, although he only has more than $20,000, but cannot afford to spend as much as the number of return is really spend endless. In the future, after the level is raised, the cashback ratio increases. Is not the more you spend more and more? This is very wrong. Although the heart thinks like this, but his surface is just a light smile. I know you don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. The sister hurriedly shook her head after hearing this. I didn't not believe what my brother said is definitely true. I just think that my brother is so powerful. Saying this on her mouth, what she thinks in her heart is that this fairy still can't spend all her money. As long as she plans to spend it, there is always enough money. But Yang Fan does have money. She doesn't want to leave a bad impression on the other party, and intends to cooperate brainlessly. Yang Fan also does not dwell on such things with her. It's almost time to rest, let's go eat? Okay brother, there is a hot pot in this neighborhood that tastes pretty good, shall I take you there? What kind of hot pot are you eating on a holiday? Eat a big meal. He finished, seeing the sister's face a little tangled, and instantly understood what was going on. Let's go, I'll treat. Can I really let you treat me? Although he knew that to let the sister also pay for himself was the correct way to open. But he is not looking for a daughter-in-law. Why bother to play the pulling game? Just spend money on it. It's simple and brutal. Why go to hot pot when you can have a free meal? The girl can't argue with him, also agreed to go down. The two spent several $1,000s to eat a seafood dinner after the street is walking. At this time, Gu Weijie had already taken the initiative to hold Yang Fan's hand, just like a couple, sort of giving him some small sweetness. If she hadn't seen that the intimacy was only 39, she would have thought that the sister had moved on to him. At this time the sister asked softly, Brother, where are we going now? Yang Fan smiled playfully. I'm a bit tired, let's go to the hotel. Gu Weijie's body trembled lightly, understanding the other party's meaning. She was not so innocent. What a man and a woman could do when they went to a hotel could be figured out with her feet. But she was a little repulsed in her heart, not that she was repulsed by Yang Fan, nor was she unable to give up her little bit of purity. The main thing is to think that the two people are developing too fast, for fear that the other party will not know how to cherish if they get their hands on it. Must be hanging each other's appetite is the most favorable operation for their own, cannot get is the best. Until now all she wanted was to first raise Yang Fan, the super quality fish in the fish pond, and had no intention of offering herself. So she stopped her footsteps, raised her mouth and pretended to be dissatisfied and questioned. What does brother think of people as? Are people such casual people in brother's mind? Yang Fan froze at the words and turned his head to look at the other party with some surprise. The intimacy didn't move, and he was a little puzzled as to whether the other party was half pushing, or really wanting to refuse. To find a casual I do not know, to go to the club to find a small tender model? This word out, even Gu Weijie had to admit that the other side said reasonable. The first thing you need to do is to find a model who can do the job for you. Gu Weijie density +1. Chapter 8, The Little Fairy Who Wants to Raise Fish. Although Yang Fan's words made Gu Weijie raise her intimacy. But she just made up her mind that she didn't want the other party to get her hands on it easily, so she huffed and puffed. Then brother shouldn't take people to the hotel. After all, we only met today, people are not mentally prepared, and shouldn't brother be chasing people first? People also yearn for sweet, sweet love. I'll chase your sister's legs. I don't think it's a good idea to use money to smash it. Who would bother to go after her? Although he was spitting in his heart, Yang Fan also saw that the other party really wanted to refuse, and he definitely couldn't beat the food today. This attitude of the other party is probably trying to hang himself. He who had changed his mentality after becoming a big injustice seed did not spoil the other party and said directly, Good, I will send you to the car. I'm not going to be able to do that. Gu Weijie heard a stunned, looked at the other party's face, and did not see anything. It is very plain. Then he opened his mouth and asked, Brother, you angry? I just. Yang Fan shook his head and interrupted her words. Nothing, well, take a taxi to. Gu Weijie saw that the other party was really intending to let herself go back. It was obvious that she was just angry and not admitting it. But she does not care. She believes that when the other side of the gas dissipated on the rain, anyway, the two added WeChat. After sending Gu Weijie on the car, Yang Fan also took a car to go home. Still in the car, the cell phone rang. I'm home, he said. Yang Fan set the message to avoid disturbing the lazy hitchhiker. The attitude should be set out, lest the girl is overconfident. Gu Ruijie returned home after a very happy will buy today's luxury goods out of the pile on the bed. Rummage, face smile did not stop. Tried 2 pieces of clothing after she found that the phone did not move, took out to see Young Fan really did not return the message, thought about it and sent a past. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get the information I need, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to get it. You do not get angry, okay? Waiting for half a day or no movement, she thought, should not pay attention to look at the phone it. She did not think that Young Fan would really not take care of her as a fairy, but she gave him the opportunity he will certainly cherish. With that, she stopped caring about the cell phone and continued to appreciate her luxury goods. After almost an hour, she picked up her cell phone and found that there was still no reply. Her heart thumped. It couldn't be that he hadn't looked at his cell phone for so long, could it? Could it be that she intentionally didn't reply to the message? Gu Ruijie Density 1. At this time a voice came from the doorway of her room. What is little Rue doing? It was Gu Ruijie's best friend and roommate who had returned, a pretty girl with a single ponytail. Gu Ruijie turned her head to look at her. Before she could speak she heard a scream. Ah! LV bags, Chanel sets, and so many cosmetics, little Rue, you robbed them all. BFF was surprised and ran in to pick up the luxury goods on the bed and flipped through them. Gu Ruijie unconsciously laughed when she saw her bestie's shocked look. Shanchan, why are you back so early? Today is a holiday, your boyfriend is willing to let you come back? TSK. Don't give me a break, honestly, what did you do today? What's with all the luxuries? What's it to you? How dare you talk back to me, little Rue? I'll scratch you to death. The BFF named Shan pounced on Gu Ruijie and started tickling her. Ah! Don't scratch, I'll tell you, okay? Gu Ruijie then recounted to her best friend how she met Young Fan. Listening to the girlfriend froze. The first sentence is full of unbelievable. Face asked. Are you sure he's normal? Absolutely normal. Then it is really a little unbelievable. Words, introduce such a good uncle to me to recognize it too. Gu Ruijie sniffing, eyes flashing dangerous light to look at girlfriends. You think beautiful. You are the one who has a mail ticket. Shanchan said without a care in the world. How can he compare to a banknote capable uncle? Anyway, you don't want it, so let me have it. The fat water does not flow outside the field. Who said I don't want it? I'm not going to be able to get a lot more than that, but I'm not going to be able to get a lot more than that. Do you think he's like those boys you know? He's so rich, why does he need a woman? Who else can he spend his money on but you? Facing her girlfriend's questions, Gu Ruijie fell into silence. Am I really wrong? A fairy shouldn't be wrong, right? Seeing that she was in deep thought, Shanchan didn't continue, dropping a sentence. You think about it. You really do not want. I can wait to receive. Oh. Then left the room. Yang Fan arrived home and rested for a while, then opened Douyin and found that Shasha and Xiaodir were both live broadcasting. Entered Shasha's live room. Welcome me, Brother Easy. Thank you, Brother Easy, for coming to see Sasha. As soon as he entered, he was discovered by Shasha, who was chatting with her water friends, and immediately cheered. Still, this girl knows better. This legitimate loli actually wore a double ponytail today, wearing a short-sleeved body shirt with a cat pattern, and underneath were super short pants made of pink fabric, as well as her standard, a long and a short white silk. It can be said to be pure and lustful. Yang Fan smiled and directly recharged 27,000, and then snapped 9 carnivals to play out. Thank you for the 9 carnivals sent by my Easy Brother. Come on, family members, play a wave of Easy Brother Bull on the public screen. The water friends also started a discussion. Still have to be Easy Brother, come in without saying anything first, brush 9 carnival to feed Sasha. It's another day of envying the rich. At Half World Free that said, Brother Easy is not going to celebrate the festival? Surprisingly ran to see the live broadcast. I don't think he's here to celebrate the festival with Sasha. Is it okay to take uncountable carnivals as Valentine's Day gifts? This is really more charming than any gift. The water friends were chatting, only to see 9 more carnivals hit the screen, instantly smashing Sasha onto the hourly list. Yang Fan is specially here to brush gifts for this girl today, firstly as a return gift, and secondly he wants to study how the level is still not raised. In his heart, he had always felt that it was because the spending amount had not arrived. Once again, he played 9 carnivals and recharged successfully before he had time to brush before he heard Sasha say, "Brother Easy, there are anchors connecting me, will you take it or not?" "I'll take it." The screen flashed, the opposite side of the appearance of a very sexy looking beautiful anchor woman, eyes on the eyeliner looks very charming, but also pointed tear mole. A strapless t-shirt, shoulders can be seen on the black belt, light-colored gauze dress some transparent, chest is very material. Since she was too close to the screen, she couldn't clearly see what she was wearing on the lower half of her body. Wow! Is a beautiful young lady it? Hello, young lady, hello ah. The anchor whose name is Beaver first greeted. Check to the effective consumption object. The system's vision can always be trusted, this is definitely a beautiful woman with more than 80 points. Sasha also said back. Hello? You're also very beautiful. Especially your eyes, so attractive. Thanks for the compliment, I saw that your big brother is very fierce, so I came over to get to know him, let's play a game? I'll do it. Do you want to order a punishment? Chapter 9, The Charming Beaver. The duo's punishment was set very lightly, it seems that the other party did come over to be entertained and say hello to get to know each other by the way. When they closed their mics at the same time to pull votes, it was time for Yang Fan's performance. He had just read that the other party was a slightly larger anchor, with the number of fans and the number of people in the live room higher than Shasha by more than 1 or 2 steps. Half-World Getaway sends out Carnival *2. Half-Worldly sends out Carnival *9. Sasha's live broadcast room was instantly covered with carnival effects. During Yang Fan's recharge, the opposite side's live room also floated up with various gifts, but there was still a long way to go before he hit the score. So he didn't make a move for the time being, wanting to wait for the other side to chase after him. As a result, he waited for a few minutes without catching up, causing Yang Fan to be a bit puzzled. The other party is the initiative to even over should be a certain strength how the boats up not move? Until the PK is almost over when the other party's blood bar began to skyrocket, he only then realized that the original is trying to steal the tower. Once again dumped 9 carnival after the complete suppression. However, he still quickly meditated on withdrawing cash, and the hand speed of the operation recharge was also accelerated a lot, and when it was recharged, he found that the other party did not catch up. This round of tickets then did not hit out, time to end. 542,132, 381,247. Although PK won, but Yang Fan also found his own short board, that is unable to continuously brush. If he met a tower stealing with very fierce firepower, he who could only brush 27,000 in a round would definitely not be able to keep up. Good thing he wasn't prepared to brush against anyone for the time being, playing Douyin was all about upgrading the system and picking up girls. No, your big brother is too fierce, we can't win. The anchor on the opposite side opened the microphone and pouted and left a sentence and then honestly began to do the punishment. It was only then that I saw her lower body is a dark red small short skirt, revealing white straight long legs, it is very seductive. Why long legs again? This is a good question. There are leg pulling effects on Douyin, so no matter whether the legs of these female anchors are long or not, they must look very long. Here, you'll be hard-pressed to find female anchors with short legs just right. When Beaver returned to the screen and was about to have a few polite words with Sasha, she suddenly saw the carnival special effect. Half-World Prosperity sends out Carnival *2. Half-World Getaway sends out Carnival *9. Yang Fan wasn't too bad, and after seeing the end of the punishment, he directly jumped to the opposite live room to play 9 carnivals. Beaver got excited after staying for a bit. Thank you for the 9 carnivals sent by Brother Easy. This can't be medical expenses. I've never seen such an expensive medical bill before. Thanks again to my Easy brother. Welcome Brother Easy to come to my live room to play in his free time, I am also a dance anchor. In the face of the beauty's constant thanks and invitations, Yang Fan's heart was still relatively cool. The main thing is that this anchor is more than 80 points, reward her and do not have to spend their own money, no pressure. As for whether or not it was medical expenses, did it matter? Sasha saw her big brother rewarding someone else with 9 carnivals in her heart some slight jealousy, mainly because this anchor looks really seductive, making her unconsciously appear some sense of crisis. But she also understands, big brother wanna give who reward is big brother's freedom, they want to tie big brother is impossible, may not make big brother unhappy, then it is not worth the loss. After all, big brother spends money to buy happy. So even if you are jealous, you don't dare to show it, only more efforts to maintain the big brother is the king's way. As for offline meeting with big brother, this kind of thing, she temporarily is not considered. She was afraid of the other party in case it was a pot-bellied Mediterranean, or a bad old man. If that was the case, she would feel that she might not like money that much either. Anyway, big brother hadn't mentioned this matter, so he could hold off as long as he could. Yang Fan returned to Sasha's live room. Not long after, he snapped and swiped 9 more carnivals. This operation makes Sasha relieved. It seems that the most favored female anchor of Brother Easy is still himself. Looking at this rewarding speed today, the number of sound waves will definitely far exceed yesterday. This proved that her little holiday blessing routine had been recognized by Big Brother, and unconsciously got a little excited. Yang Fan wanted to see this double ponytailed legitimate lowly dance after swiping this round, so he typed, "Dance." Big Brother gave the word. Of course Sasha had no opinion. "Okay Brother Easy, what kind of dance do you want to see? Feel free to dance." Sasha then put on the music and twisted her body. Although it was just a casual twist, it was still very seductive. Crap. Feeling Sasha double ponytail dance hard to get. As a lelicon, I called out to the good guys. I type with both hands to show my innocence. I'm over it, guys. I can't stand this twisting. Not to mention the water friends, even the exploder mentality on the body of Yang Fan cannot look at the eyes. The speed of the brush gift is not slow, every a while time as 9 carnival shoot up. The good thing is that everyone has turned off the special effects. After all, where are the special effects as good as the beautiful women dancing? Time passes in a hurry. Yang Fan has already brushed more than 100,000 here. Sasha has been on the hourly list, and many new visitors have come. But his injustice level still hadn't increased. Where exactly was the problem? Was it that the spending hadn't reached it yet, or did it need multiple goodwill boosts from the opposite sex? Ready to look into it, he gave Sasha a voice. You broadcast well, I will go shopping. Okay easy brother, slowly go, too often return home to CO. Sasha knew that the other party meant that he wanted to go to other live broadcasting rooms to have fun. But she did not feel jealous in the slightest, because today Big Brother swiped more than 100,000 for himself, has long been happy to take off. She said, Big Brother can play how he wants, as long as he doesn't forget himself he is satisfied. After Yang Fan exited Sasha's live room, he looked at many of the anchors he had followed online, including Fawn Eat No Fat and Beaver, who had just been judged by the system to be able to return cash. He intends to go to the live room of these two beauties to play first. Beaver at this time is playing PK with an unfamiliar female anchor. The other party's face value is also quite high, looks not much worse than the Beaver, can be said that each have their own style. Only to see Beaver excitedly shouted, "Bowsy people! All work harder!" The gap is not big enough, as long as a carnival can be overtaken, which Big Brother still have stock to help push the Beaver a hand. You guys don't want to see Beaver get wet because of show coke, right? The small gift brush up. Any passing Big Brother to give a hand please. At this moment, Yang Fan, who had been watching outside for a while, entered the live broadcast room. Chapter 10 Dance Anchor, Train Shake. Yang Fan went in when the Beaver did not notice, and continued to yell. Almost no time, the Beaver begged, really do not want to show off coca, wet after the sure to be warned, or even blocked, there is no passing Big Brother to save the Beaver Beaver just shouted and froze, after a pause issued a scream. Thank you for the carnival sent by my easy brother. Ha ha ha. Easy brother airborne, Beaver instantly felt like she was okay again. Because she suddenly saw carnival effects floating up on the screen, and there was more than one. Unconsciously let out a scream under the excitement of seeing the other side's LD name. Yang Fan originally wanted to brush the opposite side and then watch Beaver get wet, but the opposite female anchor did not pass. Beaver didn't expect the Big Brother of the other anchor woman's house to parachute in to save her. After all, at that time, let Easy Brother have time to come to their own live room to play just polite words. It had only not been long before the person actually came and helped herself kill the match early. The other party had swiped 9 carnivals for himself before, and now he had come with 9 more. If you can't see that Brother Easy is interested in you, you've wasted your time as an anchor for so many months. So her mind was alive. The win is a sure thing, the win is a sure thing, the free brother is really the Beaver's great savior, the Beaver love you yo, then heart. Thank you to all the other posies who upvoted, love you all. The vote count is now 353691:92587. There's not much time left, and it's an early win. The water friends in the live broadcast room also joked. Beaver can going out to fight a PK to abduct people's big brothers to upvote themselves, bullish. Is not she just practice, shouting the big brother of the road to give a hand to shout to? Not convinced Our beaver's charm power is indeed a masterpiece. Isn't this the big brother of the thief we met before? I just that PK put inventory are used in stealing the tower. Resulting in these two games are not conditions. Who says it's not? Mainly because tower stealing didn't even win. At Half-World Getaway, welcome brother Getaway, I tell you beaver dance thief with vigor, guarantee you come and do not want to go. Half-World prosperity, is that so? That must be seen. At this time, the opposite female anchor has been willing to gamble to accept defeat to pick up a bottle of Coke Open Dazzle. The beaver is very happy, this should be her punishment. Afterwards, the opposite female anchor ran to change clothes, but the beaver has not hung up. After waiting for a while, she realized that Easy Brother didn't seem to have the intention of going across the street to brush up on his medical bills, but instead was chatting with his water friends in his own live room about his dancing. Of course, she wouldn't go mention anything about medical bills to Big Brother, it's not like she's a fool. Moreover, she seemed to see that Brother Easy didn't have the habit of swiping large medical bills, but rather watching people come. This discovery made her very happy. She had won a full 9 carnivals for fighting and losing before. This meant that she was kind of unique, right? Make sure to maintain Easy Brother. It would be even better if she could pry the other party over to become her guardian Big Brother. What she didn't know was that it wasn't actually that Young Fan didn't want to give the opposite side medical expenses, it was completely the system that didn't allow it. Don't look at the opposite side of the face value looks not too different from the beaver, that only looks. The fact is that the other side turned off the beauty face and filter cannot reach 80 points, which feels a bit fraudulent suspicion. I don't know how the other brother will feel after seeing the real face. Beaver disconnected, looked at the chatting water friends, asked. The other big brother wants to see the beaver dance? Yang Fan sniffed without saying a word, directly 9 carnival shot out, and then said only one word. Jump. Hiss. Beaver sucked in a breath of cool air when she saw this. This big brother is really bold enough, and is also very charming. Thanks to Brother Easy for the 9 carnivals. Since Easy Brother wants to see Beaver definitely jump, but I wonder what kind of dance Big Brother wants to see? As soon as Beaver finished speaking, he saw the following begin to brush the screen. Train shake. Train shake, must train shake. Oh who? I came to see Beaver dance the train shake. My posture is ready, let's go for the train shake. I'm ready for the beaver train shake. Train shake +1. Train shake +10086. Yang Fan originally wanted to order the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss, but he saw that the water friends were all talking about train shake. To follow the public opinion, train shake. Beaver saw Yang Fan's floating screen and thought in his heart, come on, another one is brought down. Although this dance is a little bit that, but she is not rejected, it is considered one of her best dances. Using this to keep Big Brother, the hope will increase greatly. Alright then. Since we all want to see the train shake, then wait a little while, I will go and change my clothes. When Yang Fan heard it, his heart exclaimed professionally. Actually prepared different costumes for different dances, this is indeed quite dedicated. With full expectation waited for a while. When Beaver reappeared indeed did not let him down. Wearing a sexy outfit that was perfect for this dance, it perfectly emphasized her good figure. This Beaver was very material. The other party's looks were already one of those very charming beauties, and now changing into a sexy outfit made a trace of dissimilarity appear in Young Fan's heart. Beaver turned on the music and then stepped back, slightly away from the screen so that everyone could see the full picture. After a few moments, she first smiled charmingly, and then her body followed the music and shook naturally. During the period, she brought all kinds of head scratching and made a very seductive expression with her face. Yang Fan immediately felt some soul stealing. Sexy a little too much. The heart straight called, no wonder all want to see the train shake it, this damn really gets strength This can't be blamed on him, in the end he got the system only 2 days, the mentality has not completely changed from the loser. Soon the song ended. Yang Fan had already started brushing up the carnival, snapping and flinging it upwards. Thank you to my Easy Brother. It seems that Brother Easy is very satisfied with the dance of the beaver. If you like it, you can often come to play. Oh, the beaver also has a lot of dances that are also well danced. Dance very well, and then a masterpiece. Yang Fan finished saying that there were a few more carnival taps up. Beaver saw this and was happy in her heart. This is the real God Ho, at the drop of a hat, he brushes the carnival. Chapter 11, Fawns are actually kind of cute. Beaver then did a few more dances and started to take a break. Yang Fan was watching with great interest and casually rewarded a few more carnivals when he left. Although both Beaver and Shasha were dance anchors, they were very different. Shasha was in the pure desire department, and was more specialized in this type of dance, the second element otaku dance. Beaver, on the other hand, was in the sexy department and danced best in female group dances and hot dances. The styles were different, and in Yang Fan's words, they all liked it. He even thought of having the two of them exchange with each other sometime in the future, learning to dance the dances that the other was good at, so that should be very exciting. Stayed here for a short time, and also almost brushed about 100,000, and said, I went out for a stroll. Beaver, who was chatting, saw this message and was about to say something when he realized that the other party had already left the live room. After a moment of speechlessness, he continued to broadcast live. Yang Fan came out and saw that Sasha had gone down, but Fawn was still on the air, and thought that this girl was also quite beautiful, so he clicked in. The deer that was responding to the questions of the water friends without a hitch, after realizing that he was in the live room, suddenly smiled with joy. Welcome Brother Easy to Fawn's live room. However, in response to her Half-World Getaway sends Carnival *2. Half-World Getaway sends out Carnival *9. Thank you for the carnival from Easy. Brother Easy is awesome. Fawn was so excited that she kept thanking and even bowed on. Originally ready to go off the air, she instantly came to life at this point. She, who had no talent and only relied on her face value to support her, was sticking to the live broadcast, but she hadn't been able to make much of a dent. She was envious of Sasha, and even envious of Beaver. Yang Fan had been floating the screen when he swiped Carnival, and she could see it, and the two female anchors took turns on today's hourly list, so she knew about Beaver. Yesterday, when she saw Brother Easy at her V, she was also happy for a long time, but she sent a message that people do not return at all, which is a blow. It also occurred to her that it should be that she was not attracted to this big brother and would add her V perhaps just out of politeness. She feels very good about herself and thinks that her real face value is above those two female anchors. Because of her live broadcast when the beauty face opened very shallow, since childhood is a beauty embryo of her own body appearance that is quite confident. Unfortunately, the losses in their own talent simply cannot take hand. Sometimes she is even very disgusted with this kind of beauty face. If everyone does not open the beauty face, she believes that she is still very competitive. Now, the beauty of the open everyone is a beautiful woman, and in the end can only compete talent. This is not bullying people? But what she didn't expect was that Brother Easy would suddenly come to her live room and brush so many carnivals, so she acted very excited. Fawn's eyes were very soulful, her features were somewhat three-dimensional, and she was indeed a beauty. Her downfall was that she was dressed too moderately, and she couldn't talk about being exposed. Yang Fan was also a bit speechless when he saw this deer who was also a beauty level, but her seductive power was thrown out of the street by Beaver and Shasha. People's talent anchors are showing off their shoulders, legs and navels in a variety of ways. What is wrong with you, a face value anchor wearing such a conservative dress? This is difficult to attract tourists, right? Want to attract Big Brother is even more difficult. But in his heart, he didn't want to point out to Fawn. Because the other side of such a female anchor is also considered a stream of pure water, cannot let people to rub the edge, right? Moreover, it is very likely that she knows about this, but she is just not willing to go with the flow. The live broadcast room also has 100 people, there are always water friends, said this kind of problem. Yang Fan shook his head after a few more carnivals hit out, looked at the deer that started bowing again and typed. Okay, don't think, you continue to broadcast your. When bowing you can see that the other party's body is still very capable. Fawn's expression was embarrassed at the words. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Haha, Fawn is disliked by Big Brother. You better sit honestly as a vase, and then lick Big Brother for a while to lick Big Brother away. Little dear, continue just now the question, if every week till you light up the pavilion is a recently divorced middle-aged man, how to do? Do you want this kind of boyfriend? What's the point of lighting up the pavilion? What kind of bicycle do you want? Brother Easy comes to more than 10 carnivals at a time. Isn't that 10 times more flavorful than lighting up the pavilion? Yes, dear, don't you see that a boyfriend who meets your requirements has just appeared? Little dear was a little embarrassed by her water friends and said loudly. I warn you guys, don't talk nonsense. A moment to scare my free brother away you cannot afford to pay. I will really find you to fight. I taekwondo but very 6. Yang Fan froze at the words and asked after looking at the water friend's speeches. What's the situation? At Half-World Getaway Brother Getaway, before you came we were asking Fawn what kind of boyfriend she wanted to find, and Fawn said she wanted to find one who came every week to light up her pavilion all the way. I'm sure you'll be able to find someone who'll be there every week to brighten up the pavilion. Xiao Deer saw the water friends talking more and more vigorously, some anxious. You guys have had enough. I'll put up with it, but don't go flirting with Brother Easy. It's easy for me to have a big brother in my live room. Hey, this group of fans is really difficult to bring on. I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say. I want to take off. How dare you dislike us? If we don't shut her down, she won't know how powerful we are. Take down, this time I must take it off. Fawn made me sad. We are obviously helping you and you actually dislike us? No way to say it, take down away. Fawn saw the screen full of water friends who said they wanted to take off, instantly deflated, and then accompanied the smile. The first thing you need to do is to get rid of all the people in your life. We have something to say properly, are a family to take what off No offense, ha. With the deer continued to comfort, water friends only arrogantly said to forgive her once. After seeing the danger to be safe, the deer directly paralyzed in the chair a look of hopelessness. Yang Fan thought that this live broadcast room was also quite fun, no wonder Fawn could harvest a group of loyal fans. Then he threw 2 more carnivals up. The little deer who was in a state of hopelessness scurried up from the chair, and before he had time to thank him, he saw Yang Fan typing and said, No more thanks, if you thank me again, I'll shut you down. The deer's movements came to an abrupt end, dumbfounded, looking at the screen on the loose. Brother typed that sentence. How does this not sound like Easy Brother's tone? So quick to be in cahoots with the posies? After many times to confirm that it is indeed the big brother said undoubtedly, the deer once again spread sitting in the chair, this time is not inanimate, but skeptical life. After that, Yang Fan stayed in the live broadcast room for a while before leaving, a total of 100,000 to the deer brush, but this little girl was happy. The most important thing is that Yang Fan didn't let her thank her, so she could only hold it in. Now as soon as she left, little deer started jumping in the live broadcast room, so excited that she couldn't stop. Chapter 12, Big Morning Benefits. Yang Fan glanced at Beaver's private message after coming out of little deer's live room and added the V. The opposite side agreed in seconds and soon sent a message. It should be that Beaver, who had already gotten off the air, was playing with her cell phone, which is why it was so fast. Proper brother, you finally add the Beaver, aggrieved. I just saw it. Today, let Brother Easy break the bank, do not know what the Beaver can serve Brother Easy. Yang Fan saw this sentence, some froze, secretly thought, this beauty so good to handle? It's all right. The latter added a horny emoticon. The Beaver took a look and knew that the other party thought wrongly, and a black line appeared on her face immediately. Is my mom such a casual person? But she didn't want to offend Yang Fan, so she went straight to the point. Bad man. Beaver was trying to ask Brother Easy if you are a merchant? Want to find Beaver to bring goods or advertise or something. Yang Fan then realized that the other party meant this. It's no wonder that Beaver's fan base is over 1 million, and her popularity in the live broadcast room is good, so she is a second-tier mid to upper-tier anchor. It was completely different from small anchors like Shasha and Fawn, so the things to consider were different. Facing a big brother like Yang Fan who suddenly brushed over $100,000 for her just after a couple of words, one can't help but think in terms of sellers, gamers, and advertisers. So ready to ask clearly. Yang Fan thought through the joints and returned. I'm not selling anything. See this message, Beaver hearta happy, nothing to sell is to play sentiment, this is to meet the real big brother. Mainly free brother you out bold full, let the Beaver more or less a little overwhelmed will be. Thinking nonsense, big brother can never blame the Beaver, oh, please. It's okay, it's just a little bit of money, don't worry about it. Beaver now mood can be said to be quite good, even before the continuous dancing produced by the fatigue are swept away, excitedly ready to hook up with Yang Fan. Nay, she sent 2 more messages, but the other party did not reply again, quite a bit of a punch in the air. She had no choice but to send one. You already resting? Then Beaver also rest early, good night yo. Yang Fan didn't rest, he was playing a game and didn't have the habit of replying to messages in the middle of the day. It wasn't anything important, it was just a normal chat, so he didn't bother replying. The following 2 days he did not go out to hang around, basically stayed at home during the data code words. Because still looking for a way to upgrade the system, so at night to visit the beautiful live room of the Bean Sound, of course, the gift is not less brush. Gradually in Douyin also have some fame. From time to time, he sent the previous 3 women to the hourly list, resulting in many anchors and visitors knowing that there is such a generous big brother. Don't think that Yang Fan brushing hundreds of thousands of dollars every day was nothing. In fact, this spending power was definitely at the top of the list on the entire Douyin platform. A lot of those who swiped more than him did so because they had been playing for too long and had accumulated. And most of these are still guild numbers or merchant numbers, or even the kind of counterfeits that have gone in to step on sewing machines. Like him, such a real brush, so much of the real big brother is not much, will play some fame is normal. The reason why he went to code in the past 2 days was because he hadn't worked out how to upgrade for the time being, and felt that the draft fee was quite important. Although a few $1,000s a month, but also can continue to strengthen their own cashable capital, is not it? Unfortunately, in just 2 days he realized that he had overthought it. He is now too big a change of heart, simply cannot code into the word. These 2 days to write out something can be said to be a mess, even his own cannot read. There is no choice but to give up this intention. The 3rd day after waking up he picked up his cell phone as usual, saw that there are unread messages on it, and casually opened it to see that it was sent by Xiaodeer. The 3 girls love to communicate with him the most instead of brushing the least dear. Even if he does not return the message, the other party also occasionally share with her daily life. Even if he didn't reply to her messages, she would occasionally share her daily life with her. Picture.jpg. Picture.jpg. Proper brother, this is my own breakfast, looks delicious, right? I've told you that I'm a very good cook, but you don't believe me, huh? Yang Fan looked at the food on the picture. Don't say, it's really good, at least it gave him some appetite. But he doesn't pick up on this, and opens his daily molestation mode. What's so good about breakfast pictures? If you had sent a private photo, I think it would have been more delicious. Yuck! Rascal! He was about to get dressed and get up when he heard his cell phone ringing. Surprisingly, it was a video call sent by Fawn. It made him a bit confused, and he asked after hanging up decisively. What are you doing? Are you crazy? I don't have any private photos, but I do have some private ones, so do you want to see them? This words let Yang Fan a burst of speechless. The heart really have someone to see this little girl to engage in what the impulse of the ghost. But he himself has just gotten up now, and he is definitely worse in terms of image, so he returned his sentence. He got up and went to wash up. The mirror looked at the hair done yesterday has not been messed up, can be quite handsome. So after casually tidying up a bit he called the video call back. Soon saw a beautiful woman appear in the screen, let him surprised, wearing light makeup. Dear, looks actually with the live broadcast there is no difference. Could it be that this little ninny was live without a beauty filter on or something? Sure enough, one could not trust the system's integrity, but one could always trust the system's vision. This face value was definitely not below the Guruejia he had seen before. Not only was he surprised, but the deer on the other side of the video was also a bit surprised. So Brother Easy looks like this? It looks quite young. Yang Fan sniffed as a drop of sweat flowed down on his head and took a closer look at Xiaodeer, who was wearing a white body shirt, and spat. Where is the private Fawn? Where is it? Call her out to me. Ha ha ha. Isn't this right in front of you? Losing me to trust you so much, you actually set me up? Fawn stopped smiling at the words and pretended to say with a shy face. No, oh. I only wore a body shirt, is it still not private? Hiss. Young Fan's eyes instantly lit up when he sniffed. This was obviously saying that the lower half of his body was not wearing ah. This girl is really good at playing, hey hey hey. Then you poor cell phone to take a little farther ah. I do not. Well, private dear, you have seen, I hang up ha. You dare. Dang. Crap. This girl really hung up after saying that, making Yang Fan's heart a burst of MMP. In fact, when Xiaodeer sent a video call over, he guessed that Xiaodeer might be latching onto him, and after the video was connected it was even more straightforward to determine. The other party should want to see what he looks like. The purpose of doing so he is also clear: this little ninja is afraid to have the idea of meeting with him offline. He did not ask the other party to meet, since the other party took the initiative to parachute, he certainly will not refuse. And he looks and is not unseemly, what is afraid to video? So jumped inside the setup himself. Chapter 13, A Chance Encounter at the Bus Stop. On the other side, Fawn hung up the phone and felt in a good mood. Although Brother Easy looks ordinary, but compared to what big belly middle-aged man, bad old man, Mediterranean and so on, that is much too much stronger. Although every girl's dream is to be rich and handsome, but this thing of rich and handsome is relatively scarce, completely in short supply. At least Brother Easy accounted for one of the most important, that is, rich, just like Principal Wang once said, "Do I need handsome? Do I need it?" In fact, according to Fawn's opinion, Principal Wang's type belongs to the people with their own filters, as long as they don't look ugly, that is, the more they look, the more handsome they feel. Coincidentally, Brother Easy is also this type, now recalling the other side's appearance, and then add the filter. TSK. Suddenly felt that it was still barely worthy of himself, and that he did not necessarily have to have something with the other party. Yang Fan hadn't guessed wrongly, Little Deer did have the intention of meeting him offline. Xiaodeer thought very simple: although the free brother these days will go to the live room to brush her gifts, but people are not to her a person brush more than 3 people it. And she is still one of the least fed that one. She knew very well that she had no advantage over the other two online. Her most competitive place was offline, as she was unapologetically beautiful. It wasn't wise behavior to take her disadvantage and collide it with someone else's advantage. So she was prepared to meet offline and put her strengths in the open, using her face value to make up for her shortcomings of not being able to use her talent. She admitted that she had a different mindset after Easy Brother's big brush in the past few days, and was no longer the deer in the headlights who only thought about earning a little pocket money every day. That's why she's so afraid of Easy Brother leaving and wants to solidify the relationship. Her mindset is just so on the up and up. Yang Fan's side revealed a smile when he saw the message sent by Little Deer. "Brother Easy, I want to go out for a walk, do you have any good proposals?" The hint was already obvious. Other places Yang Fan certainly will not choose, round-trip airfare money he has to pay for himself, now the capital was not thick enough, completely uneconomical. But he didn't say it explicitly. "How do I know what you want to play?" "Well, summer is coming, the weather is so hot, I remember that Brother Easy you are the people of Summer Vacation City, right?" "Yeah." "You want to come to my side to play? Really a good place to travel. If I go there, I won't know my way around. Will you show me around?" "Of course. I don't even need to do any traveling, I'll go there this weekend." So the two of them finalized the offline meeting day in mutual unspoken agreement. Yang Fan really didn't expect that the first female anchor to take the initiative to parachute in would be Xiaodeer. He had always thought that Sasha had a better chance. But so far the other two female anchors are still on the end of the line, so it's true that being an anchor isn't as easy to deal with as one might think. But he is not in a hurry, anyway. Brush Gift does not spend his money. At least one of them has already been airborne by him with money. Thinking about Fawn's delicate little appearance, he was kinda looking forward to it. After already realizing that he was not in the mood to write a book at all, he chose another offline escort that looked quite pretty and placed a 2-hour order. But after waiting for a while, he found that the system did not return cash, so he hurriedly returned the order. Obviously, this is to meet the photo fraud. He began to reselect, and then selected 2 actually still photo fraud, so he was a little speechless. Luckily, when the third one was selected, the cashback was successful. In fact, the third beautiful to beautiful, but just look at the photo, then feel that the first few is still slightly worse, which is outrageous. It seems that even at this price for escorts, not many can achieve more than 80 points. Since the person who is the tool to eat a big meal and mediate boredom has been found, Yang Fan went out directly. Just as he walked to the side of the road and prepared to take a taxi, a very nice voice reached his ears. "You, what are you doing?" The voice seemed a little nervous, making him unable to help but turn his head to look over. The source of the voice was a small girl standing at the bus stop next to him, looking like she was in her early 20s, wearing black suit pants with a white shirt, plus a pair of high-heeled shoes, which should be professional attire. At this moment, her face was full of panic, her hands clasped her chest, and she slowly took 2 small steps backward. And in front of her stood a middle-aged man dressed in a somewhat disheveled, slightly messy hair, very short. The middle-aged man did not say anything, but stared at the little girl without looking away, and he followed 2 steps in whichever direction the others moved, a situation that frightened the little girl. There are not many people at the platform, just a young man in the attention. His face looks very hesitant, should be more complex heart path, want to come forward to manage but not quite dare to look. Yang Fan saw that the middle-aged man is short and does not look strong, instantly determined that even if the fight this guy will not be his own opponent, and he felt that a large degree of the fight cannot be up. So walked over. Checked to the valid consumer object, whether to view the information? The system voice appeared to get Yang Fan a little froze. I fucking intend to do good deeds, For the time being, he did not bother with it and walked directly to the girl's front to block her, his gaze looking straight at the middle-aged man. The outrageous thing is that this guy completely ignored himself, see himself blocking his line of sight directly after moving away a few steps, want to change direction to continue to see people girl. How do you feel that this person's head is not very good? Yang Fan is also not accustomed to him, directly drink. What are you staring at the human girl? Don't see scare people? Get out of the way. As a result, this middle-aged man just looked at him and did not take care of it, and continued to move his feet to look behind him with a lewd gaze, and with a little smile on his face, he appeared to be very persistent. Yang Fan had already determined that this person definitely had some problems mentally. This performance was not like a normal person. He took 2 steps forward and pointed at the middle-aged man and shouted angrily. Shouting at you to get out of the way. Can't you understand? And turned his head to look at the frightened girl and said, Don't be afraid, I'm here. He dares not mess around. A moment when the car comes, you get on the car, I stop him. The little girl said with a grateful face. Thank you, he is so scary, It is okay. Then Yang Fan turned his head full of vigilance, staring at the middle-aged man, no matter how the other side moves, to block the other side in front. If you don't get out of the way, believe it or not, I will whip you. But the other party just did not move. He is also full of helplessness, and it is impossible to really go up to beat others, so he can only take out his cell phone in front of the other side, dialed 110. Mainly because he was afraid that if he continued to let people like this hang around, something might happen. The result is that the other party is super brave, and when he heard Yang Fan call the police, he did not go. Good thing it didn't take long for the bus the girl was waiting for to come. This little brother, the bus is here, I rushed to work, really thank you. Then she trotted on the car. The middle-aged man still wanted to follow. Was Yang Fan grabbed a handful of clothes to pull back and shoved 2 times. Chapter 14. Yang Fan is quite bad. The girl got on the bus and stood by the window focusing on Yang Fan, waving her hand while saying goodbye. When the middle-aged man saw the bus drive away, he just gave Yang Fan a dissatisfied look and was ready to leave. But Yang Fan didn't intend to let the other person leave just like that. He followed the middle-aged man all the way, during which he did not engage in any aggressive behavior. When the police came over, he recounted the incident and said that this person should be mentally ill and it would be best to give him a checkup. The middle-aged man was then taken away by the police, and the matter was over. This is a real-life incident that happened to the author, although it has been a long time, but still cannot forget. The girl looks genuinely very beautiful, unfortunately did not leave contact information, intends to continue to write in the book. When Yang Fan took a taxi to the agreed place, the accompanying young lady was already waiting at the entrance of the restaurant. This is a long hair over the shoulder, head wearing a white baseball cap, black sports shorts with a pink t-shirt, feet on small white shoes, full of casual atmosphere of the young lady. Her leg type is very nice, belongs to the wine cup type, the proportion of thigh and calf is more distinct, should be the reason for love of sports. Yang Fan knew the basic information of the other party when he ordered, nickname 11, age 21, height 163, weight 46 kilograms. Check to the effective consumption object, whether to view the information? View. There is a cleanliness of the greatly don't rush, these are only one of the female characters, the back full will not be less. Name Chen Si. Age, 21. Height, 163. Weight, 46. Comprehensive face value, 85. 97. Status, normal. Density, 0. Codename 3. Although he was already sure that the person he was asking out was her, Yang Fan still went up and asked, "Are you 11? The girl nodded with a warm smile and asked after sizing him up, "What's the name of the little brother?" Yang Fan was about to answer when the system voice sounded.
Chen C density -15. My warm immortal board.
History repeating itself, not to mention dropping 5 more points than before. This made Yang Fan beg to differ on the aesthetic vision of these girls. Looking at the girl's sweeter and sweeter smile made him a bit skeptical of life, and a black line appeared on his brain. Sure enough, Zhang Wuji's mom was right. The prettier a woman is, the more she will cheat. This is obviously a true portrayal of smiling on the surface, but MMP in the heart. Forget it, don't get angry, there's no need to affect your mood because of a tool person.
Just call little brother, it's fine. That line. It's good that little brother is happy. Are we going to eat now? Go in.
Yang Fan finished speaking and walked towards the high-class restaurant next to him. Shen Si froze when she saw this. Although the place they had agreed on was in front of this restaurant, and she had thought about whether it would be here that they would eat, but she was a bit in disbelief. This was because this restaurant had a great reputation, a Michelin 2-star Chinese restaurant with a notoriously high consumption. She had always wanted to try it but had never been there. It's not that she can't afford to spend money, she can still save up and have a meal, but she can't afford to do so. Now that she saw Yang Fan walking inside, she was very surprised and at the same time a little excited.
No way, is the luck so good?
She hurriedly gathered her mind and quickly walked a few steps to catch up with Yang Fan. After hesitating for a while, she walked side by side with the other party and asked curiously.
Little brother, are we going to eat here?
Right. Seeing the girl next to each other, Yang Fan was a little surprised.
But thinking about that -15 intimacy is a little speechless. The girl smiled when she got the answer.
I have long heard that this place is very delicious, and I have always wanted to try it, but it is too expensive. After saying that, she also adorably spat out her tongue. Then we will have a big meal later, according to the expensive point, do not need to be polite with me. Yang Fan looking for her as a tool person out, rubbing a big meal is originally a more important part, of course, do not want the other party with him politely. Shen Si heard him politely indicate that he would pay for the bill, plus the accompanying play contract states that the accompanying meal is chosen by the client to choose the place, and the same is also responsible for paying the bill by the client. So she didn't have any pressure in her heart. Just their line of work, there is a rule is not to pit customers, so she did not let go of the point when ordering food, and every point liked to ask Yang Fan's opinion. Yang Fan was a bit dissatisfied with this, and emphasized once again to order something expensive before he ate the meal smoothly. Shen Si was a little staggered at the generosity of this customer, but seeing that he was savoring the food without any waves, she also quickly joined in.
Half an hour later. Good noon, sir and madam, your current consumption is a total of 7,368. May I ask what method of payment will be used?
Yang Fan directly took out his bank card and handed it to the cashier.
Swipe the card. Chen Si density +15.
Yang Fan heard the system voice after he bought the bill, and actually went straight up by 15, not bad. Shen Si had to admit that the way a man bought the bill was really handsome. Originally, when we first met, she didn't have a very good impression of the other party, all because he looked too ordinary, didn't have any highlights, and he was quite a bit older than herself. But just after eating a meal she found herself changing her mind, although not much communication during the meal, but I can see that the other person is not bad.
So the impression of the other
party is also much better, at least there is an advantage for people generous.
After the two went out, Chen Si asked. Little brother, I looked at your order information, are we going shopping next? Does little brother have anything he wants to buy, or do we want to stroll around the park and scenic spots and all that? You can also stroll around the park and scenic spots?
Shen Si said with a smile. Of course you can, although the app doesn't have such a detailed division, but the item of shopping includes all the open tight places, all can be shopped.
I see.
This does make it seem less monotonous. Yang Fan suddenly thought of something, opened his mouth and asked.
Do you do accompanying play have any hidden services that are not shown on the app?
That's right, having held back for too long he wanted to have a deal. Chen Si sniffed and looked at him playfully, pretending not to understand.
What service is little brother talking about?
Well, it is the service that is not green.
Chen Si intimacy 10. Rely on.
Yang Fan saw the minus intimacy, although he spat in his heart, but his good feelings towards this girl instead rose a lot.
In fact, thinking about it, the person's number was 3. Although she was a little bit worse than Gu Ruijie, she really didn't look too much like someone who would do that kind of business. Sure enough, Chen Si smiled and shook her head. Other people I do not know. Anyway, I do not have hero, I am a pure green escort. Yang Fan thought that the good sense was reduced to negative again anyway, so he decided to tease her and let her taste the magic of money. Just saw him stretch out 2 fingers and said, 20,000. Chen Si was a bit confused when she heard this. After thinking for a moment before understanding the other party's meaning, the smile froze, her face kept changing, and then she said seriously, I am afraid that little brother will be disappointed, I am not that kind of person. Chen Si density -5. 40,000. Agreed to immediately transfer money to you. Hiss. Chapter 15. In front of money, feelings are fragile. Chen Si immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air when she heard this number, and her heart was very shocked. 40,000. Quite clean, she felt as if she was a little shaken in her heart. It was very tempting to immediately open her mouth to refuse, and turn away to return the money for the order to the other party. But the heart is very chaotic, there is a voice constantly reminding her, that is $40,000, are you sure you do not want? She took a deep breath and looked at Yang Fan with a bitter smile on her face and said, Little brother, don't joke about me, okay? If you go to a nightclub or club for $40,000, what kind of girl do you want? Yang Fan said with disdain. I'm not interested in that kind of goods, and I'm not joking, as long as you agree, I will turn now, you see 60,000 how? The price has gone up again, this man is the devil, right? This is to play the rhythm of their own death? The other side also really does not seem to be joking. Look. This price, Chen Si admitted, she is shamefully moved. How about treating it as a dream? Anyway, it's just one night, as long as you don't say anything at all, no one will know, right? She didn't think that she could be worth so much money in a man's heart. There was even a bit of a feeling that she was valued. Chen Si density +10. Now she was getting more and more messy in her heart, very entangled, and her breathing was also a bit rapid. She didn't know if she wanted to agree or not, and after hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said in a ghostly manner, I have a boyfriend, don't be like this, okay? The words that came out were stuttering. And after she finished speaking, her whole person was like a deflated general, feeling that all her courage had been used up at once. The most terrible thing is that just after she finished speaking she had some regrets, and even had a little feeling of wanting to cry. Yang Fan saw this situation, the heart spit, if not up pro density, really thought that this amount of money cannot be smashed. Suddenly feel that this girl is a little fun, obviously very heartfelt, but can be ruthless to refuse. Does your boyfriend know that you do offline accompaniment? Chen Si nodded woodenly. This is okay? This man's heart is quite big. He would actually allow such a beautiful girlfriend to come out to accompany other men. Seeing Yang Fan looking at himself incredulously, Chen Si explained. He believes in me. I only take orders for eating and shopping, never take bar KTV these. Believe in your sister's legs. Yang Fan shook his head breathlessly. I think your boyfriend does not love you, the man who loves you will not allow you to accompany other men, even if it is just eating and shopping. And you can refuse the temptation of money for him, which is rare, but the reality is cruel, he is not worth it. It was. Not that Yang Fan wanted to cut corners before saying this, but he really felt this way in his heart. Chen Si heard but did not refute, her face was a little bitter. If I say that he instigated me to be an accompanying player, will you think that he is even more unworthy? Crap. I guess he even asked you for money to spend, right? Chen Si nodded silently and didn't say anything. Yang Fan was speechless, isn't this a proper scumbag? You can't even be considered an ordinary relationship brain, you are a relationship brain cancer. Late stage. The girl sniffed and laughed out with a poof. Chen Si intimacy +3. Yang Fan is very unhappy with this kind of white boy, we are obviously all the same unchallenged poor losers. Why is it that when we are dreaming of wanting to hobo a high-color beauty, you hobo finished and still cheated people to spend money? Martyr. Suddenly the idea does not get through. Although he was clear that if he continued to add money, it was definitely possible to smash the girl to agree, after all, the killing power of the sharp weapon of money was too strong. Those who can truly do not value money are basically those who already have so much money that it has become a number. But he now changed his mindset, only to see him faintly say,
I am not going to buy the non-green service now, I am going to spend $60,000 to buy you to break up with this livestock, what do you think? Alas? Shin-si is now completely baffled, with question marks written all over her face. What? This kind of white boy you still want to keep as a treasure? Shin-si is now still for just his brain is not awake, refused the $60,000 of trade and some regret, at this time suddenly have a kind of lost and found feeling. Just very surprised. She asked incredulously. Are you serious? Of course, first add V. Two people just added V. She found from each other $20,000 transfer, and incredible at the same time and some doubt. Incredible because the other party really transferred, doubtful because only transferred $20,000. Yang Fan saw the girl looking at herself dumbfounded, looking a little overwhelmed, said with a smile. What are you waiting for? Collect There are only 20,000 in the card, you do not accept that I cannot turn a second time Oh. The girl will accept the money, did not meet with the other party turned 20,000 over, week after week, a total of 3 times. Looking at these figures girl thought, this is a confession? Then how not to send 52,000? Shin-si density plus 10. She then looked at Young Fan and said. Really just need to break up with him? Yes. But if you take the money and don't do anything, you can think about the consequences a little bit. Shin-si was completely confused about what this man was thinking, spending $60,000 just to break up with her boyfriend? This how to think are very ridiculous. The other party should be wanting to wait for himself to return to single so that he can chase himself, right? He must be right? But this little brother in addition to not tall enough and not handsome enough. Yuck! What was I thinking? In fact, her friends and girlfriends around her didn't think highly of that boyfriend of hers, and gave her a few words about it, making her heart waver a bit since a long time ago. It's just that being a relationship brain, she cherishes the third time after 2 failed relationships, so she keeps brainwashing herself. Even if her boyfriend did something wrong, she would still go and help each other find reasons to convince herself. Now that someone is spending money to lure herself to break up, and it's still the tempting kind, she thinks clearly instead. So she called her boyfriend in front of Young Fan's face, decisively put forward the breakup, but also all the contact information all deleted plus pull black. The boyfriend is very dumbfounded. Sure enough, the woman ruthless up is very desperate. Obviously, she did not intend to fool Young Fan, will dump $60,000 to let a person who only just met do this kind of thing is not to be messed with, since the choice of money to be ruthless. Yang Fan nodded with satisfaction, thinking, who the hell say to me again feelings are priceless, we will use the money ability to call her to death. Isn't it obvious that it has a price? And for some people, the price is not high. Now that Yang Fan's thoughts are clear, his heart is also free, and he said rather boldly. Go away. See you lost love quite poor, take you to the mall shopping, today's consumption I buy the bill. Shin-si sniffed and rolled her eyes. The reason why I fell out of love is all because of Hua? But she felt a lot more relaxed in her heart, and quickly walked 2 steps to follow Young Fan. The two of them took a taxi to go to Li Xing famous store to spend a wave of crazy consumption, and spend a total of 200,000 or so that the girl called out, don't do it. Don't buy it. She was shocked by Young Fan's shopping style, and didn't shop for much time before she bought a whole bunch of them, and they were all bought for her. At the end of the day, she was completely dragged by the other party to buy a white gold necklace. Sister's heart spit, big brother. Your way of chasing girls is also too rough, right? But also have to admit, bye is really better than all love words. Chapter 16 Gu Weijie Internal Conflict. Shin-si Density plus 5. Shin-si Intimacy plus 3. Shin-si's Proximity plus 3. Shin-si's Intimacy plus 1. Looking at the girl's rising intimacy, Young Fan was also happy. After buying the necklace, Shin-si yelled again. Big brother, don't buy it. Really cannot take it. The saleswoman selling jewelry heard this, and then looked at the hands of the 2 people carrying large bags, all luxury bags. Full of envy to Shin-si exclaimed. Beauty, your boyfriend can be really good to you. The girl froze at the words, but surprisingly did not retort, just smiled politely. After the 2 left, Young Fan also felt that it was almost time, so he looked at the girl and said half-jokingly. How can you do it without buying? How can you soothe the pain of your lost love without buying? The girl smiled with a helpless face. I really do not hurt, I dumped someone else, not someone else dumped me. Do I deserve to be hurt? Do I deserve it? She originally thought that she would definitely fall into internal conflict for a period of time, but after Yang Fan accompanied her to buy all sorts of things, there really wasn't much of a hard feeling. Even the other party does not mention this thing, she almost forgot that she just broke up. The heart cannot help but appear a question: is it possible that I have the potential to be a scum girl? Especially when she saw the envious gazes of those salesmen, she also felt that her vanity had been greatly satisfied. At this time, Yang Fan looked at her unsuspectingly. It's fine if you don't buy it, unless. Unless what? Unless you kiss me. The girl said breathlessly. What kind of brain is this? I was kind enough to help you save money, but you're being kind and hateful? Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent face. I need you to help? Stinky man. Chen Si intimacy +2. She felt that she had an inexplicable good feeling towards this man. She also understood the other party's mind. If she didn't want to chase after herself, only a fool would spend so much money on herself, and even spend a lot of money to let herself break up. There is no one else. But seamlessly, this kind of thing she cannot pass the heart that pass, and even if this will certainly make this stinking man feel that he is a random girl, right? After all, only with each other to recognize less than half a daytime only. I don't know for what reason, she whispered. Give me some time, okay? The voice was small, but the tone was sincere. Yang Fan originally just wanted to flirt with the other party, seeing this situation also did not continue. I am tired of shopping, let us go. Send you home. Chen Si affinity +1. The girl's intimacy has reached 40. Essentially a bit of gold worshipping, but still quite principled. On the way, Yang Fan learned that the girl is a local, the kind that occasionally lives in school and occasionally goes home. The house rented by her ex-boyfriend is definitely not going to go, and the small amount of things left there are not going to be. So she went straight home. Knowing that she went back to her parents, Yang Fan asked suspiciously. You suddenly took so many things back, how do you tell your parents? They're all working at this time of the year, so I'll just take it straight back to my room. I'll just take it back to my room. We'll talk about it when we find out. I'm not worried, what are you worried about? It makes sense. Speaking of this, Chen Si smiled. If you really can't do it, tell him that these are all sent by a fool who doesn't take money for money, ha? Yang Fan immediately rolled his eyes. Chen Si's home is the kind of apartment in an ordinary neighborhood, no one at home. After going in, she quickly put things away, came out and pulled Yang Fan away. Outside the neighborhood, Chen Si asked bashfully. What do you want to eat for dinner? Choose whatever you want, this girl will pay the bill. Yang Fan looked at her with some amusement. Yang Fan looked at her with some amusement. There are 2 steel bounces in your pocket, and it would be hard not to spend some of it out? Chen Si sniffed without a care in the world. Today you have spent so much money, I want to treat you to a meal, how? Although the bill later is also with the money you give, ha ha ha. A little bit of money is just a little bit of money, long ago to earn back, your money to keep pocket money, with me in which need you to pay out money? Chen Si intimacy +1. The girl suddenly felt that having such a smelly man by her side seemed quite good. Then asked curiously. You said you earned it back? Together. With the money you gave me, you spent more than $200,000 today, right? Have you earned it all back? Of course, hundreds of thousands of dollars up and down every minute. You think it's a joke? Hiss. Dog big house. Yang Fan's eyes glared at the words. Give you another chance to reorganize your language. The girl spat out her tongue in a cute way. Tutor brother. After the 2 of them ate a big meal again, Yang Fan sent the other party to the car and took a taxi home himself. After arriving home, he had a sigh in his heart. He had gotten the system for several days, and hadn't really eaten his prey yet. Never mind, who asked us to be more discerning now? As the saying goes, good food is not afraid of late. Especially the deer is going to be parachuted in this weekend, this time can certainly open meat. Gu Weijie intimacy +5. Ha? What's the situation? Yang Fan, who was sighing in various ways, froze for a moment in the face of the system's sudden sound of raising his intimacy. He hadn't paid any attention to this girl in the past few days. Although he would occasionally receive a reminder of the other party dropping intimacy, he knew in his heart that the other party must be in the middle of an internal conflict, so he didn't care about her. But today suddenly came an increase in intimacy led him a little surprised. A neighborhood residential building in the room. Gu Ruijie was sitting on the bed holding her cell phone and fidgeting, and it was Yang Fan's V that was displayed on her cell phone. She was not in a good mood these days. At first she was waiting for Yang Fan to contact her. She thought that as long as the other party contacted her, she would complain about the other party not replying to her messages, and if the other party sincerely apologized, she would be generous enough to forgive. However, after waiting for 2 days and seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of contacting her at all, she started to get a bit flustered. Thinking about what her girlfriends said, such a rich man will not lack women, to whom the money is taken is not spent. When she thought that Yang Fan might be having a big meal with other women right now, buying bags and luxury goods for other women, she couldn't calm down. Even vaguely felt some angina. She felt that she should take action, so she intentionally posted copy in the circle of friends. First, right, suddenly have the urge to fall in love. Below with a beautiful selfie. The next day she gained a lot of likes and comments, but she was not happy. Because she sent this friend circle to that particular person to see, and that person did not have any reaction. This was followed by another friend circle that was sick and the fairy was having a hard time needing attention, and still nothing was gained. There was a ton of cheap concern from other dog lickers. She didn't even want to reply, she just ignored it. Chapter 17, My Cat Can Dance Hip Hop. Could it be that the other party really didn't want to take care of herself at all because of what happened last time? Gu Ruijie is now very regrettable, thinking of the other party's good, the other party's generosity, the other party's luxury brand name bag. She felt that she did not want to lose each other just like this. As soon as she thought of herself pushing this kind of big golden turtle out to cheap other women, she hated to whip herself 2 big pussy pockets. Yesterday really did not hold back the initiative to soften, contact each other again, said a little think of each other, but still did not get a reply. She admitted that she was a little afraid. Fear of missing Yang Fan later, perhaps no longer meet so rich and so willing to her man. After a while of internal conflict, she started to enter a message on her cell phone with a determined face. Brother, don't ignore me, okay? You ignore people these days, people's hearts really hard, no matter the class, eat, sleep, the mind will appear in your figure, I seem to have some like you. Gu Ruijie looked at her cell phone with an expectant face after sending her little essay. She felt that she sent so revealing, almost no different from confession, the other party will certainly return it? After all, they are so beautiful, fairy are sent to the door, ask which man can refuse? But the face soon came, a full half-hour waiting, chat box has not appeared in the words are entering. She gritted her teeth and pressed the video call button. Yang Fan knew that this girl had gone soft after seeing the message sent by Gu Ruijie, but he felt that the time had not yet arrived and was prepared to continue to air the other party out. The little girl was at her wits' end to the point where she started confessing her feelings, and this delicious meal basically had been impossible to run away from. Originally he was not in a hurry, now even more not in a hurry. What I did not expect was the other side to see him not back, actually directly. Dialed the video call over. He hesitated or picked up. Little girl see video connected immediately a burst of joy surged to the heart, sweetly shouted. Brother. Yang Fan, however, said expressionlessly. Other people do not return the message many times as not want to return, without exception, this does not know? Still playing video over, do you want me to delete you? Gu Ruijie, who was still happy, saw Yang Fan being so cold to her and talking so hurtfully, anger appeared in her heart all of a sudden. But not wanting to add fuel to the fire, she hurriedly controlled her emotions and suppressed her anger. Then feeling very aggrieved, she said pitifully. Brother, are you still angry? I didn't want to reject you that day because I felt it was a bit too fast, now that I've thought about it, can you forgive me? I won't be angry because a woman rejects that kind of thing, it's very underhanded. So, then why did you ignore me? Isn't it normal that I don't want to pay attention to someone who's ready to treat me like a fish? Boom. This sentence made Gu Ruijie very shocked. It was actually seen by the other party? But this kind of thing couldn't be admitted. She quickly adjusted her mind and continued to resume her pitiful little appearance. I didn't. I really didn't. Brother, where are you? I will go over and explain to you personally, okay? She knew that since the other party began to suspect that she was raising fish, it was useless for her to say anymore, so she can only take out the killer weapon, delivery. Yang Fan smiled in his heart. Small sample, I am a person who brings his own fish pond, you still wanna hang me, can I agree? In the face of the other party's initiative to deliver the door, he felt as if he had no reason to refuse. Single for a long time, you have to say that he does not have that aspect of the demand is impossible. Otherwise, he would not have been impulsive before, thinking of going to make a deal with Chen Si. Was this considered as the East not shining in the West? Since the other party was so proactive, he decided to play straight ball and said after a moment of contemplation. Wait for me at the entrance of Kempinski. Kempinski is a 5-star hotel, and Yang Fan was already making it clear when he said this. Gu Weijie's heart was happy when she heard this. Ha! You really think you can resist this fairy's beauty? Sure enough, men are all big pig's hooves. She now felt that she was not too early to give in to softness, more or less regretting that she should have been a little more composed. But things have come to this, still show a shy face. Okay, I can go out now. Go! I'll be there in half an hour. After hanging up the video call, Yang Fan hummed a little song and went out again. Arrived at the destination after half an hour. Seeing Gu Weijie in front of him, who turned sideways to himself, the other party was still wearing a JK uniform today, but it was different from the last time. Dark red plaid shirt with a small tie, short skirt with stockings are black, feet on a pair of brown small leather shoes. Carrying a LV bag. Pavilion Jade standing there, very attractive eyeballs. Although this girl has a lot of small mind, but undeniably is a natural clothes rack, so dressed up to look very bright. Chapter 18, seeing Gu Weijie again. But Yang Fan didn't rush to walk over, because now in front of Gu Weijie there was a small handsome man with a height of more than 1 meter 8, dressed in a very sunny way, talking to her. Getting closer and listening, it turned out to be a hitchhiker. Miss, I really have no malice, I just noticed you over there for a long time, I think you look very pretty, so I summoned up the courage to come over and want to get to know you. Gu Weijie just shook her head and politely refused. Sorry, don't add V. If it was before, she would still be interested in getting to know each other, that is, the matter of more fish in the fish pond. But thinking that she was not what she used to be, she was no longer much interested in small handsome looking boys, and there was no shortage of high face value types from the dog lickers around her. She said, handsome boys are not competitive in front of the tycoon. After getting to know Yang Fan, she suddenly felt a bit disgusted with those losers who were just good looking but were actually poor as hell. The boy in front of her was wearing quite fashionable clothes, but she knew at a glance that they were all miscellaneous brands from a certain treasure, and such goods were also worthy of entering her fish pond? Dream on. Not to mention that today she is with the purpose to wait for people here, originally loaded with important things in mind, or the leisure time to pay attention to each other? It is true that the tycoon is still more attractive to the fairy. But the boy obviously does not want to give up. I'm not a bad person, I'm a resident of this neighborhood, this way, there is a milk tea store over there that tastes pretty good. I'll treat you to a cup of milk tea, okay? Gu Weijie rolled her eyes in her heart, who wants to drink your milk tea? Although the heart has been impatient, but the surface is still very polite. I really don't need to. After saying that, she was ready to walk to the side, intending to stay away from this annoying fly. Who knew that once she turned around, she saw Yang Fan with a smile on his face not far away, and her heart thumped a little bit. The heart palpitates, thought, fortunately. If just his head flashed to give V to that guy is not a bad thing? Yang Fan also walked over and said directly. Little sister, my cat will dance hip-hop, oh, want to go to see? Gu Weijie sniffed and froze, then reacted. After a sweet smile, she said. Really? So awesome, must want to see Then let's go. Yang Fan walked forward after saying that. Gu Weijie was very enthusiastic and put her hands around one of his arms. The boy who had just failed to hit on him had a hot dog's face when he saw this. Do you know what is called first come first served But just a moment he reacted from the state of confusion, because he saw the two people actually walk straight into the hotel. Shit. Goddamn, will dance hip-hop cat, obviously is a couple well. But when he thought of the appearance of that beautiful woman just now, and then thought of her with an ordinary to throw the crowd cannot be found in the kind of man into the hotel, the heart is vaguely twisted. He couldn't help but ask himself, what's wrong with this society? Often appear beautiful women with older ugly men phenomenon, which called me and other fresh meat how to embarrass.
Yang Fan doesn't care what the boy thinks, took Gu Weijie into the Kempinski Hall, and the receptionist exchanged a moment with the girl's documents to open the presidential suite. The summer vacation city has just been elevated to a second-tier city. The price of the presidential suite here is not high, less than 10,000. So he is a luxury. The front desk for a man and a woman to come here has long been strange, but heard is to open the presidential suite or more measure the two people 2 eyes. The two quickly got the room card. A hotel guest will send them up.
To Yang Fan's surprise, this hotel welcome guest looks very beautiful. The feeling is not much worse than Gu Weijie, but surprisingly did not trigger the system. Is there a difference between his own aesthetics and the system, or is the makeup technique of this welcome girl so good that she is not satisfied with the 80-point biochemistry to more than 80 points of appearance? He felt that the second possibility is a bit more. Absolutely will not admit that he has a problem with aesthetics. Looking at Gu Weijie's makeup next to him, although he couldn't see anything, he always felt that her makeup technique was rather green after his preconceptions. Thinking that you can let the little girl leisure time to learn more about makeup, in the future will not be able to make a 90 points look? After entering the suite, the little girl looked around with surprise on her face. She had only heard of the presidential suite, but this was the first time she had seen it. Why is this not the first time for Yang Fan to see it? But he didn't want to act like a little girl who hadn't seen the world before. He walked to the refrigerator and picked up a bottle of Paris water and started drinking it, then sat on the bed and looked at the figure that was walking around in the suite and said, "What's there to visit? Come here." Oh. After Gu Weijie answered, she walked to sit next to him with some embarrassment, and for a while the aroma came to her nose. This made Yang Fan's heart a little unsettled. On the contrary, the sister could be much more natural than him, gently leaning into his arms. Yang Fan put his head at the sister's hair to feel the fragrance between her hair, more or less fascinated. At this time, no sound is better than sound. Chapter 19: The Second Level Cashback Card. Time passes in a hurry. Soon 40 minutes passed. At this time, Yang Fan leaned on the bed to play with the phone, and leaning on his shoulder, girl to see this situation unconsciously skimmed the mouth. In his heart, he thought, it's done. This is considered to have completely caught this big fish, right? Yang Fan, on the other hand, put his arm around her and said faintly, "I don't care if there are fish in your fish pond, as well as how many fish there are, it must be demolished immediately. I don't want my woman to have any involvement with other men, understand? Of course, you can also refuse." Gu Weijie rolled her eyes in her heart. Only a fool would refuse. The fish pond is just some poor quality fish, commonly known as poor losers. Let go, there is nothing to pity. Originally, she would not have anything substantial with these fish, stay but to enjoy the feeling of being sought after, as well as the New Year's festivals to collect some gifts and transfers only. Now evening, the big money affair. On has not been the same as in the past, where still look at those 3 Gua and 2 Jujube transfers. And with her beauty, even if there are any accidents in the future with Yang Fan, and then want to raise fishes also can easily establish a fish pond. After figuring out the joints, she said as a matter of course, "Since I have a brother, I will never think twice, and now I will delete all those guys who have thoughts about me." This girl said to do it, no delay. Greetings are not to give others a hit on the continuous deletion. Yang Fan, who was watching from the side, was filled with black lines. Good guy. This girl really has a lot of fish. Gu Weijie deleted for a while and then also carefully checked once again, and found that it has indeed been deleted, and only then turned his head to look at Yang Fan and said in embarrassment, "These are licking dogs, I don't pay much attention to them, a little bit of cheap have not let them take advantage of, brother, you have to believe me." This is something Yang Fan feels is still worth believing. After all, this girl's fish pond has a large number of fish, but it is a solid up to 98 points. So nodded his head. "I said, you didn't know me before, I cannot mind. I know that my brother values the present and the future. Thank you for your trust, I will not let you down." Affinity +1. Reach 60, get second level cashback card. 1. Use it to get second level cashback 10 times. Ha! After hearing the system voice, Yang Fan froze for a moment. So this is very important for his accumulation of funds. Thinking that the second level of cashback can only be used 10 times, his heart burst of MMP. Why did he get a system so stingy? Those hosts in the novels had just obtained the divine hero type system and already had a luxury car and villa, the peak of their life? However, he looked at the sweetly smiling little beauty in his arms, as if this little life is also quite moist. After all, before obtaining the system, Like in front of this kind of school flower level beauty himself is not even dare to think of, let alone this is still younger than their own nearly 10 years of school flower. So the big wrong kind of system is still very fragrant, in that case also what bicycle? As long as you find a way to accumulate a strong principle, you can still be the pinnacle of life. He silently read, use the second level cashback card. Use successful. Host, Young Fan. Cashback level, 2, 10 times. Cashback ratio, 1 minute and 1.1 second, cashback ratio 1 to 1 before the 10 times are used up, final settlement after they are used up. Looking at this format, Young Fan instantly fell into contemplation. It couldn't be that this great injustice seed system was originally unable to level up, right? It can only rely on high-level cashback cards to temporarily upgrade? Indeed, it's not that there isn't this possibility, but it's still necessary to study it for a while longer to know. Moreover, the ratio of this second-level cashback card is only a pitiful 1 to 1.1, and it is also specially labeled to be settled together after 10 uses. Isn't that the most one can do after 10 uses is to double one's principal? Rely. This system is stingy to the home. Forget it, it's better than nothing, take your time. Now that you know how to get a cashback card, your capital will be strong sooner or later. It's just that this great injustice seed system operates like this, obviously wanting to make himself the Sea King. But also counted in his mind, since under certain conditions there is endless money, this does not make good use of will not be in vain the strange encounter? Then he thought, since it is counted by times, then you can't go to Douyin to brush gifts, the probability is that a carnival is counted once. The most stable way should be to directly transfer money. Then he looked at Gu Ruijie who was fidgeting in her arms. Isn't there a ready-made one here? Gu Ruijie also realized that Yang Fan was looking at her, and immediately raised her head and asked sweetly. Brother, are people pretty? Chapter 20, Start Spreading Money. Yang Fan was a bit amused to see Gu Ruijie's narcissistic little look. I thought of a little game, do you want to play? The little beauty asked with some doubt. What game, ah? As long as brother wants to play I will play with brother. I have to say, this little girl for how to get along with him or have a set, on this well-behaved attitude at least can make him in a good mood. Yang Fan said after a little thought. I will give you a request, complete well with a reward. Gu Ruijie's eyes lit up as soon as she heard it, but then her eyes turned. Actually, brother doesn't have to give rewards. Yang Fan spat in his heart after hearing this, well said. He did not want to dwell on this, and now the primary purpose is to transfer money to the other party 10 times in a row, which is fine to transfer once, but more than 20,000 more than 20,000 more than 10 times, does not it seem very strange? I just send you some pocket money, do not want? Brother is so nice. Yang Fan then whispered something in the sister's ear. Gu Ruijie was dumbfounded when she heard it, but she didn't reject it and agreed once she gritted her teeth. 10 minutes later, Yang Fan directly transferred $27,000 to the sister. Gu Ruijie looked dumbfounded at the information that the transfer of $27,000 had arrived in her bank card, and a moment later she was filled with surprise. Brother is really hoa. In just 10 minutes he had earned $27,000? What else is better than this to earn? Subsequently Gu Ruijie collected money several times in a row, has long been full of joy. It can be said that the heart is not distracted, the brain is full of money making money. She took it very seriously. Since then, 10 times the second level of cashback has also been successfully completed. The principal amounted to $52,000 out of the money. This was because Yang Fan gave different reward figures each time, but it was good that the average was above $25,000 per task. Although the little beauty was tired, she looked at him with anticipation written in her eyes, and this damn upward mobility is just fascinating. Yang Fan smiled with satisfaction. Well, this is the end of the day. Although Gu Ruijie felt sorry for what she had heard, she had already earned more than $200,000 in just over an hour, so it could be said that she was quite satisfied. She, who had never obtained such a huge amount of money before, was filled with gratitude towards this man at this time. The little girl's intimacy had long since risen to 66, and it didn't continue to increase for several missions after that. Yang Fan is very clear, it must be that the higher the number the harder it is to rise. Looking at the time, it wasn't too late, he directly opened Douyin. Seeing that the 3 female anchors who often brush gifts are still online, after thinking about it for a while, he decisively entered the little dear live room. Welcome brother easy home. I thought that Brother Easy would not watch the live broadcast today. Young fan directly recharged $51,000. Half-World Getaway sends Carnival *2. Half-World Getaway sends out Carnival *17. Popped out 17 carnivals in a row. Thanks to Easy Brother for sending out the carnival. Easy Brother V587. Compare hearts. Gu Weijia next to her heard the sound of a girl's voice from Young Fan's cell phone and curiously adjusted her position to look over. Instantly, her eyes widened as she saw Young Fan recharge 51,000, and then without hesitation, he wildly clicked on Carnival and swiped it all in one breath. The degree of this boldness refreshed her 3 views. After seeing Yang Fan brush 3 rounds in a row, she felt a little bad in her heart. I've been working hard for more than an hour, doing whatever I'm told to do, and I've only earned more than $200,000. This anchor woman didn't do anything, just patted her brother's ass and gained so many rewards? Although she didn't broadcast live, she still knew something about Douyin Live. At least she knew that a carnival was $3,000, and also knew that Young Fan's level 52 account was definitely a big brother who had already swiped a lot. She hesitated and asked, "Brother, you like watching live broadcasts?" "It's okay. Occasionally look. What do you think if I go live? Will it work?" Yang Fan looked at her curiously and asked after a moment. "What? Jealous?" Gu Weijia was tempted to say yes, seeing him furiously swipe money for female anchors. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't heartbroken. After all, she is his woman. But she didn't dare to say if Yang Fan thinks she doesn't know what's going on and doesn't favor her what to do? Which has. Brother has already been very good to people. Young Fan smiled. This industry of live broadcasting is also 1,000 horses crossing a single wooden bridge. For example, this anchor I'm watching right now looks good, right? But if I don't brush it, she only earns about a few thousand to $10,000 a month. Do you think you still need to go live as my woman? Chapter 21: The cheapest place to see national treasures. Gu Weijia smiled sweetly at the words. Brother does not want me to go live, I will not go. Today, the little beauty is by his side. Young Fan did not brush too much. People have just talked to himself, why should he stimulate people too much? He then went to the live room of Beaver in Shasha. Each brushed around and quit. The next day, when he woke up from his sleep, the little beauty had long woken up, right next to him with her eyes open and staring at him. See him wake up to cover his ears and rush to close his eyes. He said rather amusingly, "Don't pretend, face me still embarrassed?" The little girl beamed her mouth. Bad brother. Yang Fan smelled the aroma of the young girl, could not help but have a movement, directly rolled over and went up to do a morning exercise. Omit 10,000 words here. When getting up and eating dinner. He wanted to take the girl to consume, but the girl even said that she wanted to walk around the park with him. This kind of small requirements or to meet. So spent $10 tickets, the duo went to see the panda. Of course, there are many other animals. Played until noon, they are strolling toward the park's temple location, which is ready to go to eat fasting. This park is very famous in the summer city, almost one of the attractions must hit the card. After all, $5 to see the national treasure panda place, this is still the only one in the country. Walking near the temple, Yang Fan found a very strange person. It was a middle-aged man with ragged clothes and messy hair, who was currently kneeling in front of the stone steps under a hill towards the temple. With a few solid kowtows, even the ones passing by could see that this man dressed as a vagabond was very pious. After kowtowing, the other man walked to the stone steps and sat down, not caring about the gazes of other people looking at him. At this time, Yang Fan heard the floor-sweeping elder sister beside him discussing. This strange man has been here for several days, every day to kowtow to the temple many times, should be a believer in Buddhism, but just do not enter the temple, strange. Another big sister also followed and said, I also saw him yesterday with the monkeys to grab something to eat it, may be a crazy person, or stay away from him. Crazy? Should we call the police? It would be bad if we hurt someone. He hasn't done anything bad, why should we call the police? The police won't arrest a homeless person either. It's better not to be nosy. After looking at the hobo a few more times, Young Fan didn't continue to listen to the big sister's discussion and proceeded to take the sister into the temple. They had a super high turnover rate along the way, even the passing monks couldn't help but stare at Gu Weijia a few more times. Bringing this kind of female companion out to play, the male party can be said to be quite honorable. After all, people say that how well a man mixes, the first thing to look at is the woman beside him. If her woman is young, beautiful, and elegant, the man must be a successful man. A man who is 2 to 3 years older than his woman belongs to the category of being an average person, 5 to 6 years older is an excellent person, and a man who is more than 10 years older is an outstanding person. A man who is dozens of years older than his wife must be a man who has become famous and a family man. So Yang Fan was barely considered a man of distinction. The second thing is to look at the seat and the clothesline. When they were burning incense to the god of wealth, Yang Fan found Gu Ruijie chanting something with her eyes closed. When she got up, she asked curiously, "What did you just wish for? So pious." The little beauty looked at him in embarrassment. What I wished for is for you, brother, to invest well and get rich." Yang Fan felt after hearing this how could he be so unbelieving? With a skeptical look at her. Bragging bee. The little beauty was directly speechless, almost didn't break the defense because of this sentence of his, slightly dissatisfied, said. "It is true. Brother made a big fortune, I also followed the light. I can't do anything, even if I wish to make a fortune, it won't come true, right?" Yang Fan, after listening to the feeling of some tears and laughter, this girl still have this kind of self-awareness? The little beauty see him obviously do not believe the expression, open teeth and claws pounced up and said. "Bad brother, people in your heart is so untrustworthy?" Yang Fan is snapping at her buttocks. A slap on her buttocks. Well, believe you. There are so many people here, how can you hit people there? The two of them were playing around while worshipping all the remaining Buddhas, and although they were more or less disrespectful to these Buddhas, they definitely worshipped them properly when they worshipped them. Then they went to line up to eat fasting rice. Yang Fan directly bought 3 copies, hit the dishes after carrying the bag to the side of the little beauty. Said, "Let us go out to eat." Although the girl was puzzled why she had to go out to eat when there was a place here, she still obediently answered when Yang Fan gave the word. Okay. Then the two of them walked out of the temple and went directly to the stone steps where they saw the homeless man before. The little beauty at this time also knows that Yang Fan bought an extra fasting meal as to do, some nervous pulling his clothes and said. "Brother, just heard the sweeper's aunt say that it was a crazy person, it's not safe for us to go over like this, right?" Yang Fan turned his head and blanked her and said. "Don't talk nonsense. Crazy people don't worship Buddha every day." Oh. Since her brother had said so, she could only honestly follow, but her heart was still more or less afraid. After all, so many tourists did not dare to approach that step. Yang Fan just casually listened to this tramp before and felt that this is definitely a person with a story. It is impossible for a madman to insist on worshipping the Buddha every day, and he thought that if he could give a hand, and it was just a boxed lunch. When he approached, he smelled a strange odor on the other person, wearing thick and dirty clothes in the summer. It is difficult to think of no smell. He did not care much, but the little beauty directly frowned, feeling people are numb. At this time, the homeless man stared at him with cloudy eyes, perhaps curious as to why he ran next to him. Yang Fan then took out a box of fasting rice from the bag and handed it to the other party and said, "This is for you, just bought the fasting rice from the temple." The vagabond's eyes lit up when he heard this, but his body didn't move and he didn't say anything, he just looked at him like this. Yang Fan saw that the other party did not take it and did not care, directly placed the lunchbox next to where the other party was sitting, and then walked to another stone step and took out the other 2 boxes of fasting rice. One box was handed to Gu Ruijie and said, "Just eat here. The scenery is not bad." The little beauty still had some heart palpitations about the hobo, but looking at Yang Fan, who had already sat down and was ready to start eating, she immediately felt a lot of security. When the two of them were halfway through eating, they suddenly realized that the hobo on the other side had already picked up the fasting rice that was placed next to him and ate it. That eating action can be said to be a wolf swallowing. Yang Fan and his team hadn't even finished the remaining half of the box, but the homeless man had already eaten the whole box. The other party discarded the lunchbox in the trash can not far away, and then walked straight towards the 2 people. Chapter 22 Extrajudicial Fanatics? Gu Ruijie was so nervous to see the homeless man coming towards them that she didn't eat her meal and whispered to Yang Fan. "Brother, he came over. Yang Fan turned his head and glared at her, saying breathlessly, "I am not blind. Why are you so nervous? I've already said that people aren't crazy, and aren't I still here?"
The little beauty sniffed and spat out her tongue adorably, even she felt as if she was a bit overly nervous. Perhaps because the other party was too unkempt, her body was dirty and smelly, she had a preconceived notion that he was a madman. The vagrant walked straight to Yang Fan and looked at him. Yang Fan just smiled indifferently. Have you eaten enough? Not full enough. A complicated look appeared in the eyes of the vagrant, and then he opened his mouth to speak. Little brother. Do you have any enemies? Or is there anyone who has offended you? Crap? The vagabond's voice was very hoarse, but the meaning in these words caused Yang Fan to get goosebumps directly. This tone sounds like an extra-legal fanatic. Of course, it is not the kind of Zhang San, it is more like the kind of old Mo. As a law-abiding citizen, he is still more or less intimidated by this tramp. Hastily waved his hand and said, Older brother, not so much, really not so much going out, who still does not have a difficult time, I am just doing it by hand, and I do not have any enemies. To say that offended his people certainly quite a lot, but can rise to the degree of the enemy, he felt that one are not counted. He felt at this time that if he really had any enemies, the other party might do something stupid. It was probably trying to repay himself with the last of his dignity. But it was only a meal, why would it be so? The vagabond smiled and pondered for a moment, gently nodded, and was about to return to his position. Yang Fan asked curiously, Do you believe in Buddhism? Seek peace of mind. Do you have a cell phone? Stray sniffed and shook his head. Little brother, look at me like I have a cell phone? I sold it for a drink a long time ago. The other party just said that sentence made Yang Fan feel that he had gotten a great deal of respect, and an inexplicable little touch rose. He didn't have cash, originally wanted to transfer some money to the other party to help make up for it. Who knows that the other party even said that the cell phone was exchanged for wine to drink, which is speechless. Gu Ruijie, who was listening to their conversation next to him, understood what Yang Fan meant and whispered, Brother, I have cash. Yang Fan sniffed appreciatively and gave her a look, then his head twisted in the direction of the homeless man. The meaning was obvious. The little beauty also understood and took out all the cash in her bag, and said with embarrassment, There are only $800, why don't I go get some? Yang Fan has not yet spoken, the tramp first opened his mouth. Little brother, don't need to give me money. You also don't have anything that needs to be done by me. If I am not really hungry and can't carry it, I also. If little brother will be useful to me in the future, you can come to here to find me. Yang Fan smiled and said, Since you said so, it is all the more important to take the money. If you starve to death, I will meet something in the future will not be unable to find you? He made a joke, but the homeless man did not pick up this stubble, continued to refuse the money handed over by the little beauty, and walked directly back to the steps where he sat before. Yang Fan saw the situation is not good to give hard, this person is obviously very strong self-esteem. He didn't even bother to inquire about people's past, and just slowly finished his meal. Then got up and said to the homeless man, I hope to see you again the next time I come here. I hope to see you again the next time I come here. After saying that, he took the little beauty and left. The vagrant's gaze was placed on his back, and his eyes shifted a few times, looking a little complicated. On the way down the mountain, the little beauty asked Yang Fan, Brother, that stream. Uncle 1T be the kind of killer in the TV show, right? Listening to him talk is so scary. Yang Fan smelled happy. What killer? Don't talk nonsense. Can only say that it is a person with a story. Hey, what the hell, a passerby only, perhaps in the future we will not have any more interactions. Seeing him say so, the little beauty nodded and instantly stopped mentioning this topic, smiling. Brother, I want to go to the movies. This kind of small request Yang Fan will of course fulfill. Afterwards, he took her to a movie and let her go home after having a big meal in the evening. And told her that he had something to do in the past few days, so he would look for her again when he was free. This makes the little beauty act a little reluctant to let go, but she also understands that this man is so rich, then there must be a business to be busy. She had to act like she knew what she was doing, and it would be best to make this golden turtle fall in love with herself while making a big brush of goodwill. So she didn't say anything, just let Yang Fan remember to look for her after he was busy. What she didn't know was that Yang Fan so-called something in the past few days was because little dear was coming over tomorrow. If the little beauty knows the real reason, I don't know how to feel. He took a taxi home after the two of them parted, and just after getting off the car, he heard the system voice ringing.
Check the valid consumer object, whether to view the information? Ha! He looked around and realized that not far from him there was a beautiful woman buying fruit. When he looked at the appearance of this beauty directly made him laugh. Because this beautiful woman he recognized. He is a friend's girlfriend. His friend's family conditions are very good, is a demolition of the second generation, under the name of 4 suites plus 2 storefronts.
Find a very beautiful girlfriend makes Yang Fan and other friends are envious and jealous for a long time. But his friend himself work is not good, belongs to the kind of mixed life, the standard gnawing family.
In the words of the other side is, anyway, have to chew, even if not work, rely on the rent is also higher than the income of other people working. View. Name Joe 11. Age, 28. Comprehensive face value, 80. Height, 156. Weight, 45. Purity, 91. Status, menstruation, slight pain. Density, 33.
Yang Fan curiously checked the other party's information, only to find that this girl who caused himself to be envious and jealous in the past had a comprehensive face value that was only just up to par, and was not as high as those of his tool people. The mood suddenly became a lot more pleasant. Although he and the other party had known each other for 2 or 3 years, the interactions that had arisen certainly weren't much, and the intimacy 33 should be considered the appearance of an ordinary friend. As for the purity degree, that is not about their own things, he and others' boyfriend relationship is good. At this time the other party also saw himself and greeted. Yang Fan? Where are you coming back from? Come and eat the fruit. He smiled and walked over. Where is your man? Drinking with his co-workers. Why didn't you go with him? That kind of occasion is too boring, do not want to go, by the way, the last time I told you things you say? What? What about last time? Yang Fan smiled and recalled, but before he could think of it, he heard the other party continue to say. It's about introducing you to a girlfriend. A look at you have not been on the heart, others have agreed to meet with you to see the... He then suddenly realized that the other party had mentioned this to him before, and at that time he was quite interested. Later, after obtaining the Great Injustice Seed system, it was very honorable to forget such things. Chapter 23: The Woe of a Licking Dog. Yang Fan asked half-jokingly. How does it look? I'm not interested if I can't match you. If you can't compare to the other party, it proves that you can't even pass the grade and can't return the cash, so of course he doesn't have any interest. Joe 11 smiled at her words. You still pick? How many of them are as naturally beautiful as I am? My friend is a good person, graduated from college not many years ago, and is now studying for graduate school on her own, she. Don't. Thank you. I'm already single, don't worry about me. I'm not going to be able to do anything about it, but I'll be able to do something about it. Gao 11 was a bit surprised when she heard that. You stay home every day to write online articles, where do you get to know the opposite sex? I do go out occasionally. I just came back from playing. Okay. Bring your girlfriend out to get to know her when you have the chance. Okay. The other side. Gu Ruijie walked into her own neighborhood in a happy mood, not knowing what she was thinking, her face would unconsciously reveal a smile. When she almost walked to her own home downstairs, a neatly dressed headstyle fashionable yellow-haired little handsome boy from the flowerbed side came out, blocked her way. Why did you suddenly delete my V? And also pull black my phone? The little beauty froze for a moment when she saw the visitor, and faintly uttered a sentence. There is no why, want to delete, just delete it. The handsome man who originally came to raise the offense was a bit puzzled at the words. There has to be a reason, right? 2 days ago was good, what happened to you? The little beauty said impatiently. Other people delete all your contact information, so what is the meaning of this is not obvious. Proof that your existence has affected others. When the boy saw this attitude of the other party, it didn't feel like he was playing a little game trying to get himself coaxed, it was more like he was serious. This feeling made him more or less overwhelmed up, so he changed his attitude and asked somewhat cautiously. I did something wrong? You tell me, I'll change, okay? Gu Ruijie see each other so spineless, the heart some contempt, but think of each other before to their own still good. Sighed and said. Maybe the only thing you did wrong is that you shouldn't like me, go find someone who suits you, don't waste your time on me. The boy was saddened by what he said, and after a long moment of silence, he was about to speak when he heard the girl say again, "If you don't want me to hate you, don't come to my house downstairs to guard me in the future." The sister said and was ready to leave. The boy saw the situation was shaken, some excited, and loudly questioned, "What did I do wrong? You were sick a few days ago. I saw the circle of friends after not caring about being at work, immediately took leave, and took a car for more than an hour to send you medicine. You're in a bad mood. I'm trying to do everything I can to make you happy. You say you're slow, I never push you, give you enough time to think about it. Your birthday, I loaned you to buy a new cell phone as a gift, that's 2 or 3 months of my salary, for which I ate nearly a month of continuous instant noodles. Now you do not say anything to leave my world. How can you be so cruel? How can you hurt someone who loves you so much? What did I do wrong?" At the end of the sentence, the boy got a little hysterical, and in the end, he almost roared out. Gu Ruijie also stopped in her tracks when she heard this, and with anger on her pretty face, she turned her head and said loudly, "Are these what I asked you to do? I got sick and asked you to bring me medicine? Is there no pharmacy near my home or I can't order errands? I can't take care of myself without you. Did I ever ask you to buy me a cell phone? I said I didn't want it and you gave it to me. I told you to take it back and you didn't. Do you know how speechless I was that day with 2 phones of the same model? What are you yelling at me for? You're just touching yourself. Why should I pay for your ego?" When the boy heard this hurtful words from the other party, his heart was as painful as a knife cut, and he unconsciously left behind tears. Gu Ruijie was a bit angry, and after taking a deep breath to try to calm himself down a bit, he said, "What's a big man doing crying? This will only make me look down on you more. The cell phone you sent me, I sold it. I will return it to you at the original price. Open the QR code, there are 201 520 transfers, I will also return it to you, please don't pester me in the future, okay?" Words have been said to this point, according to the reason is almost here, but the boy is still not dead, tears and tears, said, "I really like you, let me give up you I cannot do, I." Stop. Put away your deeply emotional look, don't continue to be self-touched, okay? The more this is the more I am disgusted. See you now this way, I am very glad that I made the right choice, wishful thinking is useless, I do not like you, understand? I've said all I have to say, and I don't want to continue to talk nonsense with you. In the face of Gu Ruijie's continued harm, the boy finally couldn't take it and chose to leave. Gu Ruijie returned home full of depression, cannot help but spit out a really bad luck. At this time, her roommate came over rather amused and asked, "What? That handsome man downstairs made our little Ruirue unhappy? I have reminded you, do not tell the home address to others." Gu Ruijie asked breathlessly. "You saw it?" Shan rolled her eyes at the words. "You guys shouted so loud, I'm not deaf, it's hard to not hear you." Yang Fan, who had just returned home, didn't know that Gu Ruijie's side still had this kind of thing going on. He was leaning on the bed with his cell phone and entering the Douyin. Although Xiaodir is coming over tomorrow, she is live streaming as usual today, and at this time she was joking with her water friends when she suddenly saw Carnival floating in the screen. Froze for a moment and then excitedly shouted, "Welcome my Easy brother home. Thank you brother Easy for the Carnival streak." In the past few days, Fawn's income skyrocketed like a rocket, the whole person was much happier, and every day when she was live broadcasting, she was full of energy. This is all thanks to Yang Fan, so that she directly out of poverty to become rich, so that around her know that she met a god ho big brothers little sisters all envious. A few days to earn a few years of other people do not necessarily earn income, so that some of her little sister has begun to teach her how to live. After all, who wouldn't want to be suddenly rich? Half a world at large, you continue to broadcast your, do not care about me, I send you on the hourly list and then go out to hang out. Easy brother atmosphere. Love you. Families, everyone is snapping a wave on the public screen, easy brother atmosphere. Regarding Yang Fan's comment about going out for a stroll, she didn't even mention this. She knew that the other party still had 2 fox winks to spoil, and the 3 of them's live room had almost become the place where the other party must clock in when they were online. The difference is that before is the last to their own live room, now become the first to come. This change is because of what the sister heart like a mirror. And determined that the other side and the 2 foxy children certainly have not met offline, they have a great advantage in this regard. On the basis of their own face value body, tomorrow will certainly be able to charm each other, on this hand to capture. Chapter 24, Young Fan likes the pure land of ultimate bliss. On the other side of Sasha's live broadcast room, her water friends were flirting with her. Sasha. Brother Easy is online, but is violently brushing Carnival in Fawn's live room. You've been knocked out of the palace by Big Brother. In the past 2 days, Brother Easy has been online without coming to you first to clock in. This is the rhythm of the Big Brother to be pried away? Ha ha ha. I remember that this little dear still know Brother Easy only when she is playing PK with our Sasha, right? This female anchor is a bit of a gateway yo. I counted it on my fingers. Brother Easy has the common disease of men, hating the new and the old. Shallow. Can you call what happened to Mr. God's husband old and new? It's called a rainy day. Sasha saw her friends discussing Big Brother, and although the things she said made her heart a little tasty, she still hurriedly stopped it. The free brother has to Sasha enough favor, I know no contentment, free brother, and not I a person's big brother, of course, is happy to give who reward on who reward, as long as the big brother to play happy enough, I believe that the free brother later will come home to the. Sure enough, not long after she finished speaking, she saw the screen begin to float Carnival special effects, and the live broadcast room resounded with her excited shouts. Thank you for the Carnival of Brother Easy. Families look, isn't Brother Easy home now? Half-world getaway, the pure land of ultimate bliss is on the go. Speak of the devil, and I'm sure Brother Easy still loves Sasha's pure land of ultimate bliss. I'm so excited for Sasha, I'm sure Brother Easy is Sasha's true love, I feel like I've painted my sports car for nothing. I'd like to ask you if 10 carnivals can crush your broken sports car. If not, let's continue to paint. Sasha turned on the music at this time and said, a pure land of ultimate bliss for Brother Easy. Thank you for your love. Wearing white silk double ponytail Loli said and jumped up. It had to be said that a little beauty like him really never tires of watching this dance. Yang Fan unconsciously gave the other person praise in his heart every time he appreciated it. After staying here for quite some time, he once again shot a few carnivals and left. At this time, there was a big brother in Beaver's live room who was swiping carnivals for her. This big brother's name was Laughing Red Dust. Thank you, Brother Red Dust, for the carnival. Bishop. This Red Dust brother only came to her live room today, and after watching her dance for 2 dances she had already swiped several carnivals. It was obviously a big brother who was willing to spend money, which made Beaver happy. Laughing Red Dust typed. I saw that the anchor is in the same city as me, so let's add a V first. How about I pick you up for a late night snack after we get off the air? Beaver frowned at the words. The other party's purpose was already very obvious, causing her good mood to instantly drop quite a bit. She had met a lot of this kind of thing, men, most of them are a virtue. But others are private about. This bastard is good, directly in the live broadcast out. This kind of thing can be taken to the live room to say? This is not deliberately make things difficult for yourself? After mentally spitting out a stupid sentence, he said with a smile. Let's forget about the midnight snack. Beaver does not have the habit of eating late-night snacks. If Brother Red Dust does not mind, can Beaver treat Big Brother to dinner some other day? She directly implied that adding V can be, eat snacks are exempt from discussion. As for the so-called another day to invite dinner is also a polite words. Another day is which day? There is no this day, even she does not know. Brush a few carnival just want to soak yourself is simply a dream. But she did not want to directly offend each other, ready to set each other more brush some, so first add V say. Who knew that Laughing Red Dust wasn't ready to take the good with the bad and was still continuing this topic? Not enough? Snap. Another 2 carnival hit out. Beaver's heart was on the verge of exploding, but she still had to smile and thank the other party, and was about to explain when someone from her fans started trolling. At TSK. Brush a few carnivals and you want to ask our Beaver out? Are you using your money as dollars? Even if it's dollars, it doesn't seem to be enough. At Laughing Red Dust you're so proud of yourself for brushing $20,000 to $30,000, not to mention other people. I've brushed more than you, what are you pretending? At Laughing Red Dust brother, don't pretend to be a pussy with your 2 steel pops, see what you can do, and you still want to ask our Beaver out? Do we look like we haven't seen the world before? I hate this kind of people. If you want to sleep with an anchor just because you have a little bit of money, you should go to the clubhouse, it's the right place for you. I don't think you're as pretentious as you are even though you've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on it. Kid, it's called pretending to be a pussy if you have the power, but it's called being a fool if you don't have the power to be a pussy. The beaver does not dare to dislike the big brother, but the water friends are not spoiled him. No matter what, if you do not like it, you dislike it first. In the face of the mockery of the water friends, laughing Red Dust heart that angry ah. He often comes to Douyin to look for prey in the same city. The female anchor that he sees he is not stingy, often will brush a small thousands to tens of thousands of ranging, and then molested, about to come out to meet and so on. Of course, he never give the big anchor brush, he knows that for those big anchors, this amount of money cannot really smash people. So the success rate is not low. But I didn't expect to meet a particularly attractive dancing anchor today, more than 20,000 brushes out, just flirting with each other on so many people dislike him. This money spent a lot but also to be angry, put aside who can stand it? Dissatisfied typing said. I've always acted in this way, why? See how you talk so much, must not be bad money, right? The first thing you need to do is to get me off the list. I'm not like you guys, if you don't have any idea what you're doing, why are you squatting in the studio every day? Laying eggs? If you have the guts, come and play against me. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to talk to me, but if you can't get me to the top of the list, then shut the fuck up. Most of the fans were really talking out of their asses, even the one who said he had more swipes than laughing Red Dust. He had indeed swiped more than his opponent, and quite a bit more, but it wasn't a one-time swipe. He had been guarding Beaver for a long time, and had often swiped a little, accumulating tens of thousands. But it did seem a bit annoying to ask him to grab the top one now, not to mention that it wasn't like laughing Red Dust wasn't upvoting anymore. After he made a move in case he didn't win the fight that would be embarrassing, so it seems very hesitant. The two big brothers of the real money are not there, one is not on the line, one is just in the other live room brush happy. He even thought about whether he should simply run to Sasha's live room to call out Brother Easy and beat this guy's face. Beaver is looking at the speaking area, her own fans spending power, she still has a bottom in her heart. See, live room has been fast quarrel, this is not what she hoped to see, is organizing the language ready to speak out to make a round. At this time suddenly saw, half of the world is free to come. Beaver froze for a moment and then realized that Carnival special effects appeared on the screen. Chapter 25 Two Big Brothers Grab List 1. Half World Prosperity sends out Carnival * 2. Half World Prosperity sent out Carnival * 17. When Beaver saw this Carnival streak, she had forgotten that she was about to put out the fire in the live broadcast room and shouted excitedly. Thank you for the 17 Carnivals sent by my brother Easy. The water friends also laughed when they saw this, and no, the face slapping came as soon as it was said. At Half a Life Easy brother, you came at a really good time, someone is bullying our Beaver. Ha ha ha. Brother Easy has come to hit his face, and it's true that it's still Brother Easy who's the bully. At Laughing Red Dust, hey. Who's that? Your list 1 was robbed. Don't be a wimp. Don't be a wimp. At Laughing Red Dust, come on, come on, come on, come on. At Laughing Red Dust, go Pikachu. If you can brush against Pikachu, I'll not only apologize to you, but I'll call you master whenever I meet you in the future. Ha ha ha. After Yang Fan swiped a wave of Carnival, he was a bit confused when he saw his friends swiping the screen, and a few of them were asking about him. He asked the brothers, what's the situation? Then someone started to explain it to him, and it took him a while to see where it was coming from. For this kind of brush gift to pick up the girls' practice, he is not good to evaluate, but rather feel very normal, because he is definitely not counted as what sentiment big brother, more inclined to this type. Originally, that what laughing Red Dust to pick up anchors is nothing, not much to do with himself. But you came to pick up the anchors that I have my eye on has something to do with me, ah. And so he also etched the other party. Half World Prosperity at Laughing Red Dust, please start your show. The water friends followed him in a flurry of 8. At Laughing Red Dust, ha ha ha. Please start your show. At Laughing Red Dust, don't be a wimp. Please start your show. At Laughing Reddest, please start your show. At Laughing Red Dust, please start your show. In a beautifully decorated leaf floor apartment in Westlake City, a boy in his 30s with a full head of yellow hair was leaning on the sofa, frowning as he looked at the screen of his cell phone. He was laughing Red Dust on Douyin. His real name was Wang Feng, and as a standard rich second generation he had his own idol, which was a top rich second generation in China who was obsessed with Netflix. So he and his idol's hobbies the same, also like female net red, but not the same as his character is very new and old, so most of them are just short frequency fast. Rarely today, he found a female anchor that made him very excited.
he couldn't help but open the way with money as usual, and the result was frustrated. Originally wanted to hit the face of those water friends who dislike him, who knows that there is really a guy who wants to brush against him. This is also too damn coincidental. The good face of him does not allow himself to admit defeat. Secretly thought, it seems that today have to have some blood. So began to recharge. Soon the live broadcast room floated up the carnival special effects. Laughing Red Dust sent out Carnival *2. Laughing Red Dust sent out Carnival *15. In the blink of an eye, he hit 15 carnivals and snatched the top one off the list and then very pretentiously etched Young Fan. At half a world at large? Didn't say anything, just a question mark, but everyone understood what he meant. Beaver on the surface of the two do not help each other, who send gifts she thanked, but the heart is happy. Look at this situation, the two big brothers. This is to brush in her live room to grab the rhythm of the first list. This kind of good thing is not often seen. She even hoped that the two people to fight out of the fire. This is the most favorable to her, but at the same time she is also very clear about Brother Easy's financial strength, so not at all optimistic about that strange Laughing Red Dust. I only hope that the other party can hold out a little more. After all, how much is love is love? The heart in the secret to Smile Red Dust cheer. Yang Fan didn't care when he saw that he was overtaken, and snapped another. 17 carnival hits out. Add Laughing Red Dust continue to perform. A few tens of thousands of dollars. Wang Feng is still not a wimp, and with fire in his heart he hits 20 carnivals again in a few moments. Yang Fan was in a lighter mood, no matter how much his opponent swiped, while he continued to hit 17 carnivals every little while. The two of them went back and forth, and after a while, each of them had brushed $200,000. During the period attracted a lot of water friends to watch the battle. The beaver heart that happy directly put on the music began to dance to the two big brother cheering. At this time, the water friends have not calmed down. Crap. The two added up to almost 500,000, as if there is no intention to stop. Just an ordinary big brother encounter swiped out so many votes, rare. Che, that's because you don't know Brother Easy. During this period of time, people will brush up a lot for Beaver almost every day. There's nothing to be surprised about. I'm surprised at Brother Easy? I'm surprised that Laughing Red Dust can actually hit so many votes. It's a good thing I didn't jump up and swipe with him before. It seems that this is also a proper godly man. I moo. Mud. My several years of income was thrown away by this small meeting of them. People are more angry than people. You see, the smile on Beaver's face has never disappeared. This wave is considered to be full. The new family members, please move your little hands to get rich to help our Beaver. Point attention. After each of them brushed to more than 300,000, Wang Feng stopped. He looked at the screen of his cell phone with a somewhat dazed look, not in a good mood. He saved for a period of time. Pocket money has all played out, cannot continue to recharge, borrowing money and loans to the female anchor brush gifts. That kind of stupid thing he cannot do out. And even if he did, could he guarantee that he would win against the other side? After all, what is the situation of the opposite side? He knows nothing. I feel like I'm going to lose face this time. Seeing Yang Fan hit 17 carnival again, he aided the other side. At half-world getaway, you're not a fucking guild number, are you? Yang Fan was stunned when he saw the other party's words. Before he had time to reply, he saw a bunch of water friends answering for him. At Laughing Red Dust you can't win and you're calling someone a guild number? You're going to laugh me to death? At Laughing Red Dust, Easy Brother is not for the Beaver alone brush. There is also Sasha and Deer. People almost every day in the doing female anchor empty brush hundreds of thousands of dollars. You have seen this kind of guild number? I've never seen this kind of guild number before. What? The one who spends more money than you is the guild number? At Laughing Red Dust, I haven't even said you're the guild number that's here to rip off Brother Easy's spending, but you're actually doubting Brother Easy first? At this point, Beaver followed suit and explained. Easy Brother and Red Dust Brother are not guild numbers, are the good big brother of the Beaver. The Beaver once again thanked the two big brothers' love. Chapter 26, Secondary Anchor. Beaver did not because Young Fan brush more on the explicit defense him. After all, Big Brother was much more important to the platform than the anchor, so the anchor wouldn't explicitly offend his big brother, not to mention that he had also swiped gifts for her. But she didn't do nothing. She quietly sent an apology message to Young Fan and explained the situation, or more will do. Laughing Red Dust at this time is not good to say anything else. See, a lot of water friends are still letting him don't wimp continue to brush. Heart is a burst of MMP. Then directly quit the live room.
This list of one of the fight ended, a lot of recording screen water friends directly began to send the video. Young fan, this new god hose reputation is also known by more people. At this time, a 60th level big brother named Thick and Virtuous began to brush up the carnival in the Beaver's live room, and 8 Young fan said. At Half-Life Getaway, thank you brother Getaway for your support of our family's beaver. Young fan didn't bother to care or even hitch a ride. It was only when Beaver sent him a V that he realized that this Thick and Mighty was the boss of the other guild. But he had little interest in these being a guild, and just casually chatted for 2 sentences before floating the screen and saying, "Half a world at large, Beaver, train shaking go up." Ha ha ha. Sure enough, Brother Easy is here to give us benefits. Beavers are fast developing the bad habit of not jumping on the train shake without Brother Easy. This cannot be have to change. I've been holding back for a long time today. Is it finally going to be a train shake? The toilet paper is ready, Beaver just jump. Crap. The Beaver has not yet begun to jump, just see the train shake 3 words I have already finished, brothers continue. What's the deal with the train shake? It just so happens that right now there are tons of water friends in the live room who were attracted by that top 1 fight just now. Beaver also felt that this is a good time to amplify the trick to retain customers. So said petulantly. Easy brother wants to see Beaver jump train shake, of course no problem. Beaver, this will go to change clothes. Yang fan played in Beaver's live room for nearly an hour before leaving. Originally, he wanted to go back to Fawn's live room to take a look, but at this moment, he happened to receive a message from the other party. Profan's brother, I'll go down first, go to bed early today, we're going to meet tomorrow, there's some anticipation of. Sasha was also not online, so he casually swiped the video. During this time, Doeen also thoughtfully pushed him to many female anchors that were broadcasting live, but unfortunately did not trigger a system prompt. Until he swiped on a female anchor named IS. Checking for a valid consumer object. Yang fan recognized the other party's stunning face as soon as he took a look at it. It was a female netizen who had suddenly burst into flames. The reason for the fire is because there is a domestic top rich 2nd generation bubble her did not pick up. This reason is very strange. This female anchor beauty is really beautiful, but Young fan suspected that the other party is that rich 2nd generation deliberately hype out of the product. Interest is not much. But cannot resist him, brush gifts do not money so ready to go in to spread money. The anchor woman is now chatting venomously with her water friends. Hunan, where? Want me to report the ID card for you to hear? Where is done? My breasts are augmented, 368D. What ability do I have? It's because I'm not capable. If I had the ability, would I be sitting here on the air? You are more capable than me. I don't have any talent? Isn't me playing music for you a talent? Don't be so picky. Is the hair real? No, I rented it. Are you a woman? No, I'm a transvestite. Crying? I'll cry right away if you die now. Seeing this imperial-type beauty is seriously answering the questions of the water friends, Young fan backhanded his 17 carnival dumped over. The beauty froze for a moment, but only faintly as said, "Thank you for the half of the world free." Then continued to answer the water friends' questions, just very calm. It was the first time that Yang fan had met such a female anchor. Perhaps this was the persona that the other party had created. It was because of this look of not bending over for money that attracted many fans to like it. Yang fan didn't care, didn't say a word, and brushed another round of carnival in the live broadcast room, causing the water friends to be curious. Why does this half-world getaway keep brushing carnival? It's not Principal Wang's trumpet, is it? It's very possible. I've often seen his floating screen for different female anchors to brush the carnival in the past few days. At half-world prosperity, Principal Wang? Don't just swipe gifts and not say anything. Come on, let's chat. Ha ha ha. Brother Easy is not Principal Wang, I know him from a small anchor a few days ago. The water friends do not know, but the beautiful female anchor is very clear, only to see her said. He's not, don't catch a brush carnival and say it's that one. Not long after, Yang fan had already brushed nearly 100,000 in the live broadcast before stopping. However, this beautiful anchor woman has not been much of a reaction, just a simple expression of thanks. Then he also felt that there was not much fun and left. However, he received a private message from the other party after exiting the live broadcast room, and opened it to see that it only typed a string of English and numbers, and nothing else.
This should be the other party's V. It seems that he threw out this 100,000, the other heart is not without waves well. Add V after the other sent a thank you over. It's okay, you are the most calm anchor woman I have ever seen not. I'm not sure if I'm the most calm. Maybe it's because I'm afraid to be born. In the live broadcast, back to chat. The chat ended after just one sentence. But from this sentence Yang Fan still tasted something. Afraid of birth? Isn't this implying that he should go to the show more often and brush up a few more times? As the saying goes, once you're alive, you're familiar. It's quite a heartfelt idea. Yang Fan shook his head and continued to brush the video, looking for fun on Douyin. After brushing for a while, he finally heard the system prompt again. Check the valid consumption object. The name of the live broadcast room is called Dull Hair Twins, and in the screen are two girls who are dressed up in a very second nature and don't look very old. A very pure-looking girl, wearing a maid outfit from a certain island country, with a head of silver white hair, cat ears on her head, and a small tail behind her. Her long white legs were on the thin side, and she was wearing a pair of white boat socks as she bounced on top of the shiatsu board. The expression is changeable, every jump will wrinkle eyebrows, obviously by the finger. Pressure board to get hurt little feet. This dress is properly a secondary yuan cat ear girl. The other looks very similar to the cat ear maiden, wearing a big red light gauze hanbok, shoulder back and navel to reveal a large area of skin. The lower half of the long legs are similarly exposed, playing barefoot, which how to look at this is not like a serious hanbok. The hanbok beauty was looking aside at the cat-eared lady who was in pain, hiding her mouth and snickering. Cat-ear Nyang, on the other hand, bounced around while pleading. Family members, don't brush your hearts, brush your roses, let sis try the shiatsu board too. I can't stand it. That pitiful little look is just so pitiful to me. It's not a pretense, anyone who has tried the shiatsu board knows what it's like to bounce on it, it's just sour. This anchor is also really hard enough on himself. Chapter 27, The Nerdy Hair Twins. Who knows that the water friends saw the girl's pitiful appearance without pity, a bunch of people brushed a small heart streak, and typed. No, first play crazy one before. Ha ha ha. Right, first play the sister crazy before playing the sister. I just came to see Dull cry, family members go for it. Yes, 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 Dull is the most adorable when she is being played and cried. You bad guys don't keep targeting our Dull, Fluffy is so idle on the side that she's starting to get high. Oh, my gosh. Really? I guess these two sisters aren't on good terms. Don't be cocky, Fluffy. After we make Dorky cry, it's your turn to face Gale. Come on, don't look at Dork jumping around, someone paint a sports car and get off the field so Dork can dance on the shiatsu board. Yang Fan looked at it for a while before realizing what kind of live room it was. It turned out to be a brush gift to punish the anchor. The sister is called Mao Mao and the sister is called Dull, no wonder the name of this account is called Dull Twins. Continuous brushing of small hearts is playing music that represents the sister, so that the sister has to stand continuously on the shiatsu board, and brushing other gifts also has to jump in place. And swiping roses represents the sister's music, but with the caveat that the hearts stop where there are more roses than hearts in that section of music, after which it changes to the sister's music. Brush big gifts can control the scene, such as sports car is to control the scene for 2 minutes, control the scene can let the designated anchor in the finger pressure plate dance, squat, continuous jump, rolling and so on. A carnival is half an hour of control. These two sisters should be new anchors and don't have a lot of fans, but with a live room like this, the number of people online is surprisingly quite a bit more than Shasha and Fawn's live room combined. It seems that the water friends also like this kind of tone. I have to say that the two sisters are still quite good at doing live broadcasts. At this time, Dull has already shouted with a crying voice. Big brothers, Dull really cannot, which kind brother to save Dullet? Half-World Getaway sent Carnival *2. Half-World Prosperity sends out Carnival *17. Looking at the little girl to cry, Yang Fan backhand is 17 Carnival shot out, the music directly smashed stop. Seeing the music stop after the end of Bouncing Dull was full of surprise. Before she could react to what was going on, she heard her sister, who had been paying attention to the cell phone screen, let out a scream. Ah! Thank you to brother Half-Life Easy for the carnival. Big brother can now control. Upon seeing that Yang Fan had swiped 17 carnivals, Mao Mao's next words clogged up in her throat tube and got stuck. Normally rare carnivals came directly to 17 today. Originally this was a great thing, but the thought of 17 carnivals is to control the scene for 8.5 hours. This is to let them two sisters play an all-night shiatsu board? Outrageous. Mao Mao instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Dull, however, did not know, and hurriedly limped off the shiatsu board, taking the opportunity to rest her little feet, and her mouth continued to say words of thanks. Thank you Big Brother Easy for saving Dull, 10,000 thanks. She then saw the water friends in her cell phone speak and then directly stared in disbelief, her face full of stupefaction. The water friends began to speak frantically when they saw Mao Mao and Dull's appearance. Finished, the live broadcast room came to God's hero, these two sisters are definitely going to be played with this time. 17 carnival, control 8.5 hours. Ha ha ha. This is the rhythm of playing finger press all night? Why do I want to laugh? These sisters' feet are going to be played out. Or the tycoons will play directly on the first 8 hours of control before saying. After seeing the rules I have long thought of this kind of situation, just did not expect so soon happened, see what these two sisters do, haha. Dull reaction after the face. Constantly changing, then wow. The sound directly cried out. It seems to be scared. Oh. Not play, Dull not play, 8.5 hours this who can stand Whoa whoa. Harry to be better, began to ask carefully. Easy brother, this brush is too much, we really do not have the means to do the punishment for several hours in a row, but, can be staged? Yang Fan originally did not intend to be so ruthless, brushing so much but because it happened to be around, casually. So floating screen said. Don't need to do it all, you sisters jump together on the finger pressure board for 10 minutes on the pure land of ultimate bliss, and then Dumb and Dumber rests, and Mao Mao continues to jump on it until he cries out even if the punishment is over. Phew. The two sisters saw him speak and breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Dull stopped crying and bowed directly to the screen. Thank you Brother Easy. Thank you for pitying Dull, Dull will immediately jump to the pure land of ultimate bliss to show you. The water friends are lively. Still earthy atmosphere fierce brush 17 carnival, the result of punishment so light. The first half of the world to get away from the Big Brother confused Big Brother you will not set the punishment can be handed over to me on behalf of you this is too light. Jump directly to cry out can be okay? Ha ha ha. That's the bottom line, you have to jump until you cry out before it's over, pretty good at that. Mao Mao does not care about the punishment set by Yang Fan, this is already considered very light, they have not cried a lot since they started doing this live broadcast. Today this thing also gave her a wake-up call, if there is really a tycoon to let them do a good punishment for a few hours, what to do? That really can't stand. So she was going to wait for the end of the day to modify the rules properly, and add how often and how long to rest to the rules. The reason she didn't refine the rules before was because she really didn't expect anyone to brush so much. Thank you, Brother Easy for taking pity on our sisters, I will go and play the music. Yang Fan didn't say anything and backhanded another 17 carnival dumped out. Excited the two sisters to the core. They also know that the two of them are meeting the godly Big Brother, this absolutely must be grasped. To say what is the most attractive anchor? That must be the God Ho Big Brother, as long as there is the support of the Big Brother, there is no broadcast not up. Want to get the platform to support the most direct way is to play a variety of activities, then who will help play? The answer is obvious. Subsequently, Yang Fan occasionally brushes one or two carnivals to liven up the atmosphere, and Mao Mao also managed to be made to cry by the finger pressure board. Dull went to hold her to comfort her for a good half a day before she slowed down and said while sobbing. Easy brother, our punishment is considered complete? Yang Fan floating screen said. I think it's still more adorable for Dull to cry, you guys get off the air early and rest. I'll come and watch Dull cry next time. Chapter 28, Meeting a Beautiful Woman at the Airport. The two sisters were very surprised to see his floating screen. This represented that this godly man would come again next time, and since he had come then the gifts would definitely not be less. Yang Fan exited and added the two sisters V. The time is not early, he went to take a bath to prepare for rest. Inside a small room that looked very cute and full of teenage girls' breath, Mao Mao and Dull, who had just gotten off the air, had smiles all over their faces. Dull was breaking her fingers and calculating something, then she excitedly shouted. Mao Mao! We made a lot of money today. Quickly calculate, Brother Easy rewarded so much, how much can we get? Mao Mao, who was wearing a Chinese dress, was very speechless to this sister of hers. But equally excited, she also took out her cell phone and started calculating. In just a few moments the answer was reached. Only to see that she was a bit disbelieving as she repeatedly counted twice before saying, It seems like it can be more than 70,000. Dull directly screamed in excitement after hearing this. Yeah. More than 70,000? Ha 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 ha. Great, I didn't expect that we had made so much money. I'm going to buy lots and lots of delicious food. Many beautiful clothes. Then the two sisters hugged together and jumped very joyfully. But Mao Mao quickly calmed down. Easy brother is a god big brother, we must be well maintained, quickly look at him to add RV without. Dull also reacted, hurriedly took out his cell phone to check. Add, he added, but what should I send over? Mao Mao 2 hands a spread. I also met this kind of big brother for the first time. Completely inexperienced. Then how to do? Why don't I go to Donyang search? Fluffy looked at the nervous Dull with a funny face. It's not necessary, is it? First of all, let's be normal and express our gratitude to Big Brother, this is a must. Dull nodded and agreed that her sister had a point. But when she picked up her phone and she typed and deleted and typed again, always feeling that her organized language was not very good. And by now Mao Mao had already sent out. Yang Fan, who had just come out of the shower, saw that the two sisters had already added themselves and received a message from Mao Mao. Thanks for the reward from Brother Easy, let Brother Easy break the bank today. It's okay, I had a good time too. If you're happy, you're welcome to come back often. Good. Where's your sister? Is she asleep? No, she's not. She's trying to figure out how to send you a message. What? Is so shy? She's not shy. She's usually a little crazy, but when it comes to the things she values, she has trouble choosing. At this time, the message from Dull finally sent over. Hello, Brother Easy. Thank you for your love, stay for the first time to get so many gifts, really do not know how to express thanks to the good, or you give the address to stay to give you some good food, right? Yang Fan saw the little essay that Dull sent to him and was a bit speechless, so ordering takeout for me is the way you think of thanking me? But he was still quite comfortable in his heart, so he decided to tease the other party. Even if you order something I don't like to eat. What if I don't like what you ordered? Then tell me what you want to eat. That way you won't make a mistake. I don't know what I want to eat, so I won't make a mistake. This message sent over. He saw the chat box has been in the input, but just cannot receive the message. Know that the girl began to tangled again. 2 minutes later. Why don't I go buy rabbit head tomorrow and mail it to you? Really delicious. Oh. Why do you always think of throwing food to me? Isn't it a happy thing to have endless food? Easy brother you do not like? Yang Fan looked at his cell phone and unconsciously revealed a smile. I can see it, you snacker. Ha 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 ha. Sister said the same thing about me. No need to bother, you just live well, you will make more money later. Really? That's great. In the future, you can buy whatever you want to buy, there are endless food, wear endless beautiful clothes, stay really happy. Yang Fan really does not know what this girl is excited about, this money is not yet earned? Well, I'm going to sleep, you also rest early. E.M.H. Good night. Good night, Brother Easy. The next day. Yang Fan woke up, casually cleaned up, and went outside to wash his hair. After realizing that it was about time, he took a taxi towards the airport. After waiting for a few minutes in front of the airport, he didn't receive any message from Fawn, so he hadn't landed yet. He was burying his head in his cell phone when he suddenly heard the system's voice ring out. Valid consumer object checked, whether to view the message. Ha! Looking up, it turned out to be two very well-built girls who were walking towards him, and since they were both wearing sunglasses, the exact face value could not be seen. But the first feeling he got was, beautiful women. View. Name, Gong Jing. Age, 26. Height, 174. Weight, 55. Comprehensive face value, 89. Number, 87. Density, 0. Crap. 13? It was a pity about this girl. This was still the highest comprehensive face value beauty he had met after obtaining the Great Injustice seed system, not far from 90. It was a pity that the number was as high as 13. But he was still somewhat interested in this beauty with a comprehensive face value of up to 89 points, and wanted to see what the other party looked like after taking off his sunglasses. Just for fun, I think the other party will not mind too much. But he had never accosted a strange beauty before, and for a while he didn't know how to start. The good thing is that after obtaining the system he is full of bottom, and the side effect of this is that his self-confidence is bursting. With just a random thought, he came up with a way to strike up a conversation. Seeing that the beauties were about to walk away, he didn't think so much about it, thinking that if he was rejected, he would be rejected, and it wouldn't be a lot of meat. So he jogged a few steps and chased after them, shouting, "Gong Jing! Gong Jing!" Sure enough, the two beauties walking in front instantly turned back. One of the slightly taller beauties puzzled to measure him for a moment and then asked, "You are?" Obviously, she was the one prompted by the system, only to see that she wore a pill head, her face was small, and her upper body was wearing a longer black dress that directly wrapped around her hips, completely covering her pants. So it was impossible to tell if the other party was wearing pants or not. What made Yang Fan's eyes light up was her long legs wearing black silk with letters. These legs were even longer than Gu Ruijia's by quite a bit, a Living Play Year series. A pair of short black boots on her feet made her look taller than herself. Yang Fan said, naturally after a pause in the face of the inquiry. Add a V chant. Dong Jing has been trying to remember, and found that she really does not have any image of this person, so she said dryly, "I don't think so. You called me for something?" Gong Jing's intimacy -10. Crap. Chapter 29 Female Anchor Airborne. Yang Fan did not expect that he had called out the other party's name, but the result was this. This girl is not curious? Directly refused to recognize? What he didn't know was that Gong Jing thought she had a pretty good memory, and if it was any kind of high-quality man, she wouldn't be able to completely forget the other side as long as she had known him. Since there is no impression that there are only two possibilities, one is that the other party does not know where to know his name, over to accost. Secondly, perhaps she had seen the other party before, but it was a man who didn't deserve to stay in her memory. If that was the case, then what was there to recognize? In addition, this man's looks are ordinary, dressing is even more ordinary, can be said to be no highlights. She is not interested in this kind of man at all, so she directly refused to recognize. Yang Fan saw the other party reduce intimacy and said very boldly, "It is all right." Then turned around and left. Gong Jing intimacy -5. Gong Jing is also very speechless, once again reduced intimacy. Yang Fan, who left, also heard another girl behind him laughing and whispering, "Still our Jing Jing has a lot of charm. Where can attract bees and butterflies?" At this time, Yang Fan's cell phone rang. Picking it up and looking at it, it was from Little Dear. This little ninny had finally arrived and was now heading out. 5 minutes later. A beautiful girl with a beautiful look and dressed with a youthful atmosphere came out from the airport, pulling a small suitcase. She looked around for a moment and found Yang Fan, walking straight toward him. Checked for valid consumer objects, whether to view the information. View. Name, Lu Xiaolu. Age, 22. Height, 164. Weight, 50. Comprehensive face value, 86. 97. Status, normal. Density, 29. Another 3. Yang Fan was barely satisfied with Fawn's rating, but the fact that this affinity was so low made him rather speechless. He had at least swiped $300,000 to $500,000 for this girl, but the result was only 29 intimacy? The girl walked up to him and said with a smile, "Brother Easy has been waiting for a long time, right?" Yang Fan smiled and nodded his head. "Yes, waited for more than 10 minutes, what do you say to compensate?" Go, I invite Brother Easy to eat a big meal to go." Xiaodir came to take his hand after saying that, more self-centered and not at all squirming. Yang Fan of course will not refuse the other party's intimate movements. How to say is also a big beautiful girl. The two of them walked along the direction of the taxi outside the airport. A few minutes later. The two beauties that they met before were standing at the entrance of the parking lot like they were waiting for someone. "Jing Jing, look, isn't this the man who just hit on you?" Gong Jing looked in the direction of her friend's finger and saw Yang Fan and Xiao Deer walking over from the distance, the two of them arm in arm looking very close. After the two of them got a good look at Fawn's face, her friend was a bit surprised. Days. His girlfriend is so pretty and she's still hitting on you? Yuck. Damn scum. In other words, now how the threshold of the scum is getting lower and lower. Gong Jing thought deeply about her friend's statement, a bright spotless boy actually are in the scum, which is very speechless. The most unexpected thing is that I did not expect the other side actually find such a not much worse than their own girl as a girlfriend. Originally, whether the other party was scum or not had nothing to do with her, but when she thought that the other party had a girlfriend and still thought of messing with her, her heart was a little upset. Gong Jing Affinity 10. Her eyes rolled and she planned to give the other party a deep lesson. So she lifted her long legs and walked in the direction of Yang Fan's duo. Alas! Jing Jing, where are you going? Gong Jing just turned her back and waved her hand without stopping or answering. In the face of the sudden reduction in intimacy, Yang Fan didn't care. At this time he was chatting with Fawn. But after seeing that high-scoring beauty just now walking towards himself, he was a bit puzzled. But after thinking about it and thinking that it was a coincidence, the other party should be just about to go in his direction. Who knows? Gong Jing walked not far in front of him and stopped, took off her sunglasses to reveal a pair of big eyes that would smile, and opened her mouth. Handsome man. Didn't you just want my contact information? Do you still want it now? Gong Jing's idea was very simple, that is, in front of the other party's girlfriend will be the other party, just that scum's behavior to see how the other party to explain. To her surprise, the scummy guy had no intention of explaining at all, but instead revealed a smile. Yang Fan, after being shocked a little by her beauty with her sunglasses off, was very barefaced and took out his cell phone and said with a smile, "You sweep me." Gong Jing was a little puzzled by his maneuver. She looked at Fawn and saw that this beauty didn't move, but just curiously looked at her and then at that hateful scum. What's the situation? She still doesn't believe it. Really took out her cell phone and scanned Yang Fan, adding the V very smoothly. She then looked at Fawn again and realized that the other party just frowned lightly and immediately stretched out, looking calm. It's not true, is it? Your boyfriend added another girl's V in front of you and you didn't overreact at all? Yang Fan was at first puzzled by the fact that this beautiful woman was obviously very cold before, so why would she take the initiative to give herself contact information? But looking at her occasional look at the eyes of the deer also more or less guessed some, but he will not say through. Then I will leave first, V contact. After saying this, he took Fawn and left, leaving Gong Jing messy in the wind. Her friend is not far away, saw what happened, thought for a while before coming over and said, Jing Jing, do you think there is a possibility that the beauty is not the boy's girlfriend at all? Maybe it is a sister or something. We may have misunderstood people. Gong Jing thought about it and also think it is possible, otherwise there is no reason to be so calm. She has not yet spoken and heard her friend's spinning sound. Even if it is a sister will not be pro-sister, the two looks too different. Seeing her friend say this she also laughed. Asked not to know? After saying this, she shook her cell phone in a weird way and sent a message to Yang Fan. What is the relationship between that girl and you just now? Yang Fan this side just got on the car, found Gong Jing sent a message is also a little surprised, think there is nothing to hide, also returned. Nothing to do with, a frequently watched anchor woman. Gong Jing saw the message more puzzled. This kind of beautiful anchor woman will parachute losers, but also get so close? She still knows something about the industry of live broadcasting, and there are friends around her who are doing anchor. To say that the female anchor parachuted generally, what is the case? That must be the list of Big Brother. Even if it is not the list of the first, is at least the list of the second, list of the third, right? To say that they would parachute in a poor loser, this killed her not to believe. She pondered for a while and felt that she might have really misunderstood something. Fortunately, she had not deleted the other party's V just now, but had asked one more time. Chapter 30. Fawn is a little bit of a drama queen. Xiao Deer had seen all the things that had happened before, but she had a very clear position on the relationship between herself and Brother Easy, so she didn't seek to ask, much less get jealous and play a little sex or anything like that. In the car, she saw Yang Fan sending a message, and said with a snicker, It's worthy of being Brother Easy. Just now that beautiful woman, even I look at the heart, your damn charm, TSK TSK TSK. Yang Fan put down his cell phone when he heard this and put his arm around Fawn and laughed. I think our little dear can be more beautiful than her. This is not him bragging, the difference between the two people's comprehensive face value is not big, but the difference in purity can be big. Cleaner beauties are always more attractive to men, of course, first you have to be a beauty. Fawn rolled her eyes with her soulful eyes. Flowery words. Guess what I believe? What's there to not believe? Are you so unsure of yourself? Humph. So I'm right next to you and all you do is chat with someone else? Didn't I put my cell phone down? An hour later. The two of them came to a 5-star hotel and opened a presidential suite for Fawn and put their luggage inside. Fawn inquired. Where is Brother Easy going to take me to play? Yang Fan hugged the other party with a bad smile on his face and whispered in his ear. I got up too early today, why don't we take a rest here first? The meaning of his words was already very obvious, how could little dear not understand it? Lu Xiaoxue density -2. Rely on. You took the initiative to parachute in, aren't you ready for this? Density was already low, and it's still so easy to drop. Little dear moved her head that was leaning on his shoulder away and gave him a smiling look. Easy brother, don't be anxious, I am not feeling well these 2 days. After saying that, she was observing Yang Fan's expression. Yang Fan's eyes narrowed a bit at the words, what does this niece mean? If it wasn't for the fact that when he checked Gao Wenwen's information yesterday, he knew that a woman's that came would also be displayed in the status column, he could really be tricked. But he didn't point it out, instead, after letting go of the other party, he faintly asked. In that case, you still choose today to come over? Fawn was ready to hug him again but was gently pushed away by him. Tutaying her mouth with an aggrieved face, she said. Easy brother, don't be angry, I also can't help but want to see you. I came over to see you to play, you only think of that little thing? Fawn's main purpose of coming over was to use her beauty to attract him, the best thing was to develop him into her licking dog from then on, supporting her anchor career from then on, and giving herself a big brush. In the end, what she valued was the other party's money, and there wasn't much affection between the two of them. It's not impossible to be like that with the other party, and she was prepared for this aspect, but that would only be a helpless approach, how could she give it away so easily? So in the face of Yang Fan's straightforward words, she first used the legitimate reason of physical discomfort as a shield, wanting to try to play ambiguous words with the other party can consolidate the relationship. Yang Fan saw the other cider delivered to the door is still not dry, the heart also a little angry. But then he thought, it's quite a bit better than the other two hostesses who haven't made any moves in this area yet. A little silly place is, you are airborne list of Big Brother, but also to get those winding, there is a need for this? Originally very plus points of behavior, have to make some minus points too. He is not willing to accompany each other to play what ambiguous game, our big wrong kind of pattern to open. So said with a smile. Now you have seen the people, play words even if, I still have things, since come to all come, you do a strategy to play a few days on their own to go back. He finished and was about to head for the door. Fawn froze at the sight. Which still do not know that he played off. This guy is actually a big straight man full of sewage, can't you take your time? So anxious. The first time I saw him, I was in the middle of the night, and he was in the middle of the night, and he was in the middle of the night. This excuse is estimated even her own believe, but do not know Yang Fan can see her state at a glance. So she also felt a little aggrieved. But she will not just let Yang Fan walk away, the other party is obviously angry. Hurrying to walk a few steps quickly to pull him back. Brother Easy, don't go away. Yang Fan was pulled back and could only stop and look back at her. There is something else? The girl's face was slightly red, and with an embarrassed face, she whispered something in his ear. It was obvious that she knew that she had played it off and was trying to find a way to remedy the situation. She really didn't expect the other party to face her, a beautiful woman, to actually say she was leaving, and even had doubts about her attractiveness. Yang Fan first froze after hearing this, then shook his head. No need. After saying that, he was ready to break away from the other party's hand, but the other party increased his strength and refused to let go. Some petulant said. Calculating the time these 2 days will be over, brother free cannot for people to condescend to a day or two? She came this time to consolidate the relationship, do not want to parachute a trip in the end but also make a mistake, in the face of this out of her control, can only helplessly compromise. Yang Fan felt that this was still a little bit more like words after hearing this. Unfortunately, this niece's affinity for herself is low, so she can only slowly cultivate it if she wants to get rewards. The good thing was that low affinity didn't mean anything, it only affected the rewards. He put his head to the sister's ear and said something. The sister sighed in her heart, then with a clench of her teeth, she gently nodded her head. 20 minutes later. Young Fan said with a smile on his face. Early, this is much better. You say, why do you need to make such a mess? The girl snapped her hand on his thigh, got up and jogged away. After a while before coming back, walked to his face, said with a dissatisfied face. Now you're satisfied, right? Humph. Bad man. Yang Fan smiled and got up to lightly embrace her. Performance is good, let's go. Take you for a stroll and go shopping on the way. The girl gave him a blank look and said rather arrogantly. Calculated, you know what to do. The two left the hotel and went straight to the mall. This place is loved by almost every girl, especially if you follow a master like Young Fan who is not poor and willing to buy and buy and buy. It will definitely be a very happy shopping trip. So the mall has almost become a must-hit place for him to pick up girls. After going in, Little Deer wasn't polite with him and bought quite a few luxury items. Lu Xiaolu affinity +5. When the two of them walked to Chow Tai Fook, Yang Fan's footsteps paused. Because he saw an acquaintance, his ex-girlfriend Li Jilan. At this time, the other party was with a man who looked to be in his 30s at the counter, choosing earrings. Chapter 31, Encountering Ex-Girlfriend. She also saw the two Young Fan who were walking over, and her eyes first looked incredulously at Fawn, then scanned over the bags the duo were carrying in their hands, revealing a surprised expression. How is this possible? Her eyes then became quite complicated. There was no way she could have expected to see her ex-boyfriend again in this way. The other party was actually followed by a girl that even she had to admit was very young and pretty, and had bought so many luxuries. It was really hard to figure out what this was all about. She gave the glasses guy next to her a sly look, feeling as if she had lost something. The glasses man also noticed her abnormality and asked curiously, "Honey, what's wrong?" She shook her head. "Nothing." With that, she lowered her head and continued to choose, pretending as if she didn't recognize Young Fan. Yang Fan originally thought about whether to change a store, but then he felt that if he was too deliberate, he would fall down instead, and his normal mind was good. Although he did a good job of hiding it, the little deer next to him found out the clues. Eyes in the direction of Li Jilan measured for a moment, and then looked at Young Fan, said with a smile on his face. "Hubby, you bought so many things for me today, I also want to buy a gift for you, let's go there and choose." She purposely amplified her volume slightly to ensure that Li Jilan could hear her. Sure enough, she attracted the gazes of the people around her just as soon as she spoke. Even the man with the glasses was stunned by her figure and looks. After giving Yang Fan a jealous glance, he deflated his mouth in disdain and spat in his heart, "Shit. Another flower stuck in cow dung." Only Li Jilan was casually glancing at it before continuing to pretend to choose something, but in reality, her heart was mixed. This is only a few months' time, this guy actually developed? It feels like he seems to have missed out on a lot. Yang Fan saw that Fawn deliberately called herself her husband and also pointed out that she was buying things for her, so he knew that the probability was that this little nymph had seen it. Sometimes quite smart, sometimes stupid. Since Xiao Deer was so cooperative, of course he wouldn't say anything more. Fine. But there is a request. What request? You are responsible for choosing, I am responsible for paying the bill, and you keep your own money to spend. Fawn froze for a moment, then revealed a smile. Hubby is so nice. The sales clerk saw the business coming and hurried over to greet him, then Fawn helped him pick a necklace, priced at more than $30,000. He does not matter, the probability of this thing system will not allow him to sell cash, occasionally whereas a decoration is good. After swiping his card, he said to the sales clerk, "Give her an introduction to women's necklaces, bracelets and so on." Sales clerk happy bad, just opened a single more than 30,000, and now the other party to buy, hurried to greet enthusiastically. The good handsome man. Beauty, you come to see this. Xiao Lu was also not polite and went to pick it up by herself. On the other side, although Li Jilan was picking out the earrings, her mind was not on this at all. Her heart was in turmoil right now, and her head kept repeating, "How could it be? How could it be?" The other people around her at this time also finally knew why Young Fan was so ordinary, but the female companion around him was like a flower, so it was because of the banknote ability. As a matter of fact, true love, and whatnot are all bullshit stuff. After brushing more than 40,000 again, Yang Fan favored Fawn and said, "Let's go. Go and see what to shop some more." Little Deer looked at the things in her hand and bitterly wore a small face. "Hubby, there are already a lot of things, why don't we stop here today? Let's take the things back first and shop some other day." Yang Fan nodded. "Okay. Then come back next time to shop." After saying that, he left Shatai Fuk with his sister. Li Jilan raised her head to look at the back of their departure, revealing a look of wanting to speak, which eventually turned into a sigh. After the two of them walked out of the mall, Shaudir asked as if she was a treasure, "How about Brother Easy? I did pretty well, right?" Yang Fan smiled. "The performance is very good, how do you see it?" "Ha ha. A woman's sixth sense is very accurate. I saw at a glance that the girl looked at you in the wrong eyes, so I guess that it must be your licking dog, and that's why I went along to help you drive away the flies." "What? Lick dog? With this vision you have the nerve to brag about a woman's sixth sense?" But he didn't say anything. Licking dogs is just like licking dogs. In fact, this can't be blamed on Shaudir's misunderstanding, Yang Fan in her heart, but to throw away a lot of money of God, how can he look at that kind of posture mediocre woman? So she simply did not think in the direction of her ex-girlfriend, and only thought that the other party was a licking dog that had been loved and disliked by Brother Easy. The two returned to the hotel after feeling a little tired of shopping. Meals are too lazy to go out to eat, simply directly in the hotel to order food. After eating dinner the two played the game, until the evening. The deer said, "Easy brother, I am going to open the live broadcast." "Oh." Yang Fan waved his hand. "Open it. I will go to your live room to play in a while." Then he lay on the bed. Most of the time his Douyin number is hanging in the deer live room. Of course, the gift did not less brush. Can be said to be a recent period of time to the deer brushed the most. The girl's heart is also beautiful, the heart exclaimed, their own pay is really rewarding, but also a small investment in big returns, this wave of blood earn. Yang Fan, who was playing with his cell phone, suddenly received a message, which was sent by Gong Jing. "What are you doing?" "Watching the live broadcast." In a high-grade apartment, Gong Jing, dressed in cool clothes, was lazily lying on the sofa. Concave and convex bodies such as Ripe Peach General is very hot. Fortunately there is no man here, otherwise it will certainly shout stimulation. She was sending messages with her friends, saw Yang Fan's V, thought of this guy formatting their own after casually chatting a couple of sentences, did not speak. And thought, now this time the other party should be doing shy things with that female anchor, right? So ghostly sent a message over, did not expect the other side actually returned. "You like watching live broadcasts so much. It's not bad. It's fun. Are you the legendary Big Brother?" "Aha. I guess so." It's true to say that he's a big brother on the list in several of the live broadcasting rooms that he loves to visit. Gong Jing saw the other party admitted, eyes lit up, secretly thought, really? I almost looked away. Gong Jing's intimacy +5. No wonder there are rumors that some rich people like to keep a low profile, now it seems to be true. "Hello, you are low-key. Yang Fan spat in his heart, I damn well don't want to be low-key. But what if the conditions don't allow it? He was about to reply, he saw the other side sent over a picture, curious to see. Chanel perfume, collector's edition, 200 milliliters, priced at $33.58. After seeing the picture he froze for a moment. The question mark was just sent out when he realized that the other party had withdrawn the picture. Sent to the wrong person, ready to send to girlfriends to help reference. Yang Fan looked at the message and rolled his eyes. Guess I believe it or not. He wondered what this one meant. Chapter 32, First Acquaintance with Gong Jing. Thinking about it, it felt like there were two possibilities. One is to imply to herself that she wants this, to see her attitude. But he is not familiar with her, not so much as to use the method of treating a licking dog to fish for himself now, right? That seemed to come across as the other party not being too savvy. Secondly, was it really sent in the wrong way? But at this time, Gong Jing changed her high cool appearance during the day, and took the initiative to find herself to chat, not to mention that she also returned in seconds. Coupled with the other party's lower purity degree and increased intimacy when he heard that he was a big brother of the first list, all these signs are indicating that the other party is a high probability of fishing for women. Yang Fan secretly laughed in his heart,
he is not afraid of fishing for women, anyway, it is all for nothing. So he intends to try each other. Directly transferred 35,000 in the past, and accompanied by a sentence. Buy 10 bottles if you like. The first time I saw Gongjing, I was so happy to see her. Gongjing saw the transfer of 35,000 some not calm. Her little routine was originally intended to imply that Yang Fan himself liked the perfume, but if the other party really sent money over, she would return it in seconds. And show a persona that she is not a gold-digging woman to win the other party's favor. More than $3,000 to return back to the return, for her this number is not much, can be used to exchange some of the other party's goodwill, is absolutely cost-effective. But the other party damn well didn't follow the rules, and directly transferred 35,000 over to let herself buy 10 bottles. Buy so many to drink? This made her a bit torn, but after thinking about it, this was a tycoon who could casually transfer 35,000 to a girl she had only just met. She was instantly happy in her heart and felt that this money was even more unacceptable. So she returned it directly and replied, "Why did you transfer money to me? Ha? Confiscated? I'm not sure if you're going to accept it. Perfume is just a perfume, if you like it, buy it, it's not like we don't have this condition." Gongjing was speechless. "You sound like I'm your girlfriend, have we met yet? I'll buy the perfume myself if I like it. If I like it, I'll buy it myself. It's just perfume, and it's not like I don't have the means. I'll buy it myself if I like it. It's just a perfume. Damn. You're a monster, aren't you? Is it really okay to send me this message? Don't you want to pick me up?" She admitted that she was a bit upset now, especially when she thought that the $30,000 or so that she was supposed to give to herself would soon be rewarded to the anchor woman. How could she not be depressed? "I want to curse." Yang Fan felt a little funny, "Thought you really don't see this money. What's wrong?" "It's nothing, I'm going to take a shower." Gongjing realized that he did not know how to say, since he had already chosen to brush the good feeling is not good to come back, right? But as long as the grasp of this tycoon, later to obtain will be more. After figuring out the joints, her depression was swept away, knowing the essence of appetizing her, she happily took a bath. Who knows until she washed out, found that the other party did not return the message at all, much less care whether she was angry. Big straight man. She also does not continue to take care of, anyway, come day long. Yang Fan's side was watching the beaver dance and heard the movement and realized that it was Fawn who came over. Not broadcasting? The girl smiled and nodded her head. I don't know. I'm not afraid that you'll be bored, so I'm here to keep you company. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do that. How can you stay with me during your special time? I am ready to go. Fawn sniffed with a puzzled face. I'm going to go. Where are you going? Yang Fan returned as a matter of course. What do you care where I'm going? It's hard when you can't touch the beauty sleeping next to you. I'll come back tomorrow. The girl heard him say this but quit and climbed on the bed directly to pull him down. Not allowed to go. I can be like before. She had just received a large number of rewards from Yang Fan, and was thinking about the good life in the future, so it was not good to really let her gold master leave. Yang Fan looked at the other party's seductive little appearance as well as the cute cherry mouth, and felt that this seemed to be good. Bad smile said. That depends on your performance. Humph. Bad man. Look at me. Fawn sniffed and looked up at him in confusion, her face full of questions. The next day, Yang Fan woke up and found that the deer next to him had also woken up and was lying next to him playing with his cell phone. Seeing him awake, he spat out a sentence. Big lazy bum, if you don't wake up I'm going to starve to death. Originally in the morning, certain aspects of Yang Fan is more spiritual to see the other side of the pouting look of the heart a swing. Not bad, good intentions said. Hungry? If you are hungry, eat. After saying that, he went to hug Fawn's body, causing the other party to struggle. Yeah. I don't eat this, I don't eat. Coo. Half an hour later. He took the Fawn, who was looking disgruntled and playing a little temper, to go out and eat a big meal, and only barely got the other side's forgiveness. Then went to the ancient town to play a circle, during which he ate a lot of specialties, but also wore ethnic minority clothing to take some pictures. Have been playing until the evening. Back to the hotel, the girl quietly told him. Easy brother, my special period over. Oh. Yang Fan heard the words are not surprised at all. Your damn pressure is not to the special period, spread a panic with several panicked around. However, he thus enjoys other treatments in advance, it is also considered crooked. He did not know that the reason why the sister would make a good decision was also because she did not want to suffer anymore. Just as he was about to make a move, the sister laughed and ran away. Now Kanato, I want to live. First be good, first play by yourself and wait for me. Goddamn play by yourself? Subsequently, Yang Fan can only helplessly brush up the bean sound. After several rounds of big brush again in the deer live room, the night is also considered to be as desired to eat meat. The girl opened the concert at night. The singing and dancing that lasted for almost an hour before stopping exhausted her. Lu Xiaolu affinity +5. She leaned on Yang Fan and asked gently. Brother easy. Am I considered your girlfriend now? Yang Fan sniffed and froze, looked at this girl's intimacy as only 46, even 60 have not reached. You put aside this with me to play what deep love it? Don't think of beautiful things, my heart has been broken into many pieces. Good, we don't talk about feelings, you behave well, may be able to get a small piece. I can't help it. The law doesn't care how many women you have, but it says you can only get a license for one. He guessed that with the great injustice seed system, it was impossible to marry anyone. Lu Xiaolu affinity +2. Ha! Before he could react to why the intimacy increased, he heard Little Deer say. I understand, a person like you must be looking for a family match, otherwise you won't be able to pass the family hurdle. This is fantasizing him as a rich young man from a luxurious family. Chapter 33, Meeting Phone Muting again. Yang Fan said indifferently. I have no intention of getting married. Fawn was a bit puzzled, then laughed out. Only looking for a lover and not a wife? Yang Fan shook his head. It can also be said that he is only looking for a wife but not a license. Ugh! Scummy man! Fawn laughed and cursed before moving her head on him, but did not reduce the intimacy. As for what was going on in his heart, he didn't know. Perhaps because of these words, he then took his sister out to taste a lot of specialties and hit a few not-so-famous attractions. After playing for a day, the other party's enthusiasm for him did not diminish, but the intimacy could not rise. I wanted to quickly rise to 60 to take the second-level cashback card. Looking at this appearance now seems to be not simple. He pondered for a long time without thinking, and felt that the problem should be in that conversation in the morning. Learned a lesson, secretly thought, in the future, when the girl's intimacy is not high enough, it is better not to easily break the other party's fantasy of marrying himself. As for the deer, can only give her some time to let her think about it, can think through all happy, cannot think of two people also have no loss. At night live, deer saw him as always to their own brush of 100,000, more or less distracted look. On the one hand, I think it is quite good to be a lover to the other party, and my life and my family's life can be upgraded by several grades. On the one hand, I feel that I look so beautiful, but I can only be a lover, very unhappy. Let's take a step and see what happens, just in case we meet someone who is better and loves us more than the other party. But her thoughts will not let Yang Fan know, and even her behavior towards Yang Fan after she got off the air was a lot more enthusiastic and proactive than yesterday. Xiaodir played over here for 2 more days before her intimacy rose by 2 points, barely breaking through 50. At this time, Xiaodir was already ready to leave, and had booked a plane ticket yesterday. She hugged Yang Fan, her head buried in the other party's arms, and said, Easy brother, I have to go back. Oh, next time we about to travel to other places, right? Yang Fan touched her soft long hair. Yang Fan stroked her long soft hair. If you want to be my woman, you can't hook up with other little brothers when you go back, or else your fate will be over. Lu Xiaolu density +1. Humph. After a pause and whispered. Little Deer left and played for a total of 4 days, during which the two could be said to be tired of each other at all times. These days night and day, he intends to take a good rest day, after sending Fawn directly from the airport to take a taxi home. The car was traveling on the road, passing the bus stop almost to his house, he saw a familiar figure. Ha! It was the girl he helped at the bus stop before, only to see the other party had just got off the bus and was carrying a small bag on the road. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Master, stop at the intersection ahead. The driver drove out a distance and slowly stopped the car. After he paid to get out of the car and some tangled thought, his own initiative to accost will not be too exposed sense of need? Then he decided to stand at the intersection to create a chance encounter,
so that the other side first recognize themselves will be better. Anyway, look at the direction of the other side to go, here is also a must pass through. So he stood on the side of the road pretending to play with his cell phone, waiting for the girl to slowly come this way. Checking for a valid consumer object, whether to view the message. Yes. He forgot to check it last time and didn't remember until the girl left, it was too late. Name, Phone Yuting. Age, 23. Height, 165. Weight, 50. Comprehensive face value, 90. 99. Status, normal. Density, 25. The number is 1. A face value of 90 points? Such a high score surprised him, and also a little surprised that this girl's intimacy with himself had reached 25. Knowing that he had only done her a small favor, it could be imagined that the other party was definitely scared by that madman at that time, so she had quite a deep impression of herself. Phone Yuting just got off work, today is ready to come to grandma's house to accompany grandma. Walking on the road suddenly saw the front intersection there is a figure feels somewhat familiar. While walking and thinking, until close to suddenly remember who the other party is, but did not see the face she did not dare to confirm. So quickly walked a few steps, came to the other side in front of the surprise said. Little brother, it's really you. Only then did Yang Fan turn his head to carefully survey the other party. First of all, a pretty face with delicate features came into his eyes, wearing light makeup. Her body was well proportioned, combing her pill head just like the other day, wearing a light blue dress with a short skirt, her feet stepping on high-heeled sandals, revealing her long white legs. If that day she wore professional clothes to Yang Fan's first feeling is stunning, competent, then today is pure and beautiful. Although Yang Fan's eyes did not see the other party's comprehensive face value than Gong Jing and Gu Ruijie, two women high in wear, feel that each have 1,000 autumn look. Gong Jing's plus point is the larger size of the grain bag in black silk is very sexy, taller words barely count. Gu Ruijie wins at a glance is very young, very delicate, coupled with the temptation of the JK uniform, that youthful beauty girl's breath Yang Fan is indeed difficult to top. Phone Yuting was dressed in a more ordinary way, relying solely on her face value and figure. Perhaps if she dressed well like the other two, she should be able to see a clear advantage. After all, the system's vision is definitely better than his own. Yang Fan silently thought. Phone Yuting saw the other party looking at herself out of her mind and asked rather amusingly. Didn't think of it? Do you want me to give some hints? Yang Fan revealed a smile. How could it be? My memory is not that bad, hello again. Yes. We meet again, let's formally get acquainted. My name is Phone Yuting, thank you for little brother's help last time. Yang Fan, Mui Yang, ordinary fan. It was just a show of hands last time. It was just a favor to you, but not to me. Let's exchange contact information. I'll buy you dinner someday. There is no reason to refuse, the reason why he got off early to create a chance encounter, for this is not it? After the two successfully added V, the beauty asked. Brother Yang, do you live in this neighborhood? Yes, do you? Well, my grandmother's family lives here, and I occasionally come over to accompany her. The two of them were walking and chatting while walking since they were temporarily on their way. Yang Fan began to premeditatedly inquire about the other party's information. That day I saw you wearing what looked like professional clothes, what kind of work do you do? The beautiful woman also appeared to be generous and said without any concern. I sell cosmetics inside the mall. Boss's wife? No, I don't. We are part-timers. Then we can make it big and become a boss's wife. Which mall? I'll take care of your business when I get a chance. The beauty hesitated for a moment, knowing that the other party had good intentions, and being young, the chances that they would need to buy these were still high. Can be their potential customers, so said. I'm at the Chanel counter in Hunter International, Brother Yang can contact me if you need it, I'll try to give you a discount. No problem. At the request of the big brothers, occasionally at the end of the chapter to give the female characters an arrangement. Just to be clear, this is not hydrology, there is no reduction in the word count of the main text. 1. White silk schoolgirl, Wu Shasha, pure land of ultimate bliss. 2. Airborne anchor, Lu Xiaolu, the first airborne. 3. JK beauty girl, Gu Ruijie, accompanied by the first. 4. Train shake, beaver, unseen. 5. Mall salesperson, Phone Yuting, bus stop encounter. 6. Love brain, Chenxi, play along too. 7. South China Airlines stewardess, Gong Jing, met at the airport. 8. Twins, dull hair sisters, unseen. Chapter 34, Game host Pikachu. The two did not walk for long before they began to go out of their way up. Young Fan can only say goodbye to the beautiful woman. The good thing was that they had already exchanged contact information and inquired about a lot of information. He returned home and took out his cell phone and saw that there were messages from Gong Jing and Gu Ruijie. Gu Ruijie, brother, I miss you, when are you going to be busy? Appointment for you tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Gong Jing, to the capital, back to bring you specialties. Gong Jing's occupation is a flight attendant of China Southern Airlines. This trip to fly to Beijing, it is no wonder that they will meet her at the airport before. A few days ago, when looking at her circle of friends, the recent are some high-end places and exquisite food cart photos and selfies, and did not scroll down. Still, in their occasional chat, know each other's occupation. What are the specialties of the capital city? Bean juice? That stuff I'm not used to drinking. He then opened Douyin, and as soon as he went in, he saw that Big Data had pushed an unfamiliar beauty who was broadcasting live to him. Checking for valid consumer objects. What a coincidence! After playing Douyin for a while, he realized that there were not many beautiful women on it. Even several of the first-tier netroots that looked very beautiful didn't reach 80 points, all relying on beauty filters and leg pulling, and there were just too many fake beauties. That's why he felt too coincidental today when he went in and met a female anchor who got a system tip. This anchor is called Pikachu, sweet-looking, smiling, at this time is chatting with the live broadcast water friends blah blah blah. The last game of today's game all see, right? We take the night card that is the paladin, in addition to the wolf beauty other than the coyote pups simply do not care to stab, not bragging at all. You guys tell me, did I win because I stabbed Wolf Rami? Did I take them flying? It's called the Jedi Flip. Welcome brother Half-World Easy. Yang Fan was surprised as soon as he went in. Good guy, there are actually more than 6,000 visitors in this beautiful live room, which is not a small amount. After listening for a while, he heard that this was a werewolf-killing anchor, who had just finished the offline match not long ago and was reviewing the game with his water friends plus chatting. He didn't play much werewolf killing as he was a bit of a noob, but that didn't stop him from giving gifts to beautiful women in the slightest. Half-World Prosperity sent out Carnival. The pretty girl was blazing her little mouth when she saw the carnival special effects and stopped, saying slightly flatly, "Thank you brother Half-World for the carnival." Afterwards, he put his hands on his head and made a heart, and was about to continue chatting. Half-World Prosperity sends Carnival *2. Thank you brother Half-World for another carnival. Half-World Prosperity sends Carnival *3. Half-World Prosperity sends out Carnival *4. Half-World Prosperity sends out Carnival *5. Fizzle. Thank you brother Half-World for the 5, no, 6, 7, 8. Thank you brother Half-World for so many carnivals. Being thankful, she realized that the carnival didn't break, the other party kept brushing it, with special effects on the screen one after another. After shouting it out, it was even more full of surprise, directly covering her mouth with her hand and staring with wide eyes. Half a lifetime free sends out Carnival *17. Yang Fan kept brushing until 17 before stopping. Not only was the girl excited, even the water friends followed suit. Cowardly. Crap. Too fierce. How many is this? 17 carnivals. Come to the landlord. Big brother Bull. So fierce. Isn't this brother Easy? He's actually here to pamper Lightning today. Lightning, don't hug his thigh yet. What kind of tycoon? Brother Easy is the real deal. As the water friends swiped the screen and shouted Bull, there were quite a few people who obviously knew him, and he was indeed a little famous. Pikachu mostly opened her live stream when she was playing offline matches. She wasn't very clear about Yang Fan, the newest divine hero, but it didn't affect her excitement. At this point, she also realized that she should address Brother Easy instead of Brother Half-World, so she changed it very boldly. Thanks to Easy Brother for throwing food. Easy Brother Bull. Fighting PK to go. As soon as the floating screen of this message appeared, the water friends soon started typing and repeating Easy Brother told you to go fight PK. The anchor of course had to seize this opportunity. Good, I'll go right away, I've long wanted to hammer Brother Cannon. Soon she connected with a male anchor, only to see the man smile and say, "Little Lightning, why are you connecting me?
The beautiful woman Milk Fierce shook her fist and said, "I'm going to hammer you." The male anchor smiled even more broadly. "Hammer me? You haven't lost enough, have you? Cut the crap. If you lose, my previous punishment will be cancelled, and instead you will respectfully call me Sister Lightning when you see me from now on, dare you?" "Oh. Looks like your family is well off, huh? A lot of people here are saying that you have a big brother on your side. Come or not, just a word. What if you lose?" "You said. If you lose, you'll bring me a snack every time you play." "I'm dry." They were both often in offline matches together and were considered resident guests, so the punishment wouldn't be set too heavy. Yang Fan didn't care either, and after the two of them reconnected for a PK, he directly snapped out 17 carnivals, instantly crushing the opposite side's blood bar. The male anchor glanced at the blood bar after a wide-eyed, his mouth constantly yelling something, due to the closed mic Yang Fan cannot hear. But it must be canvassing. Sure enough, the blood bar on the opposite side was filling up and going back, and there were obviously quite a few people upvoting. It is good that Yang Fan's side also has a lot of water friends following on, which is considered a steady advantage. Pikachu shouted. "Brothers, although we have a temporary advantage, don't take it lightly. The opposite side is fierce. I've never beaten the opposite side before. Take advantage of the fact that Brother Easy is here today, and let me win a game. Brothers with votes, give me a hand. Half-World Getaway sends Carnival *2. Half-Worldly gives away Carnival *17. The beauty had just finished shouting when she saw Yang Fan hit 17 more carnivals, swish swish swish, pushing out the opposite side's easily approaching blood bar far away. Instantly, she covered her mouth with both hands in excitement. "Easy brother, you are too fierce. Ha ha ha. Win win win. Thanks to my easy brother. Brothers can feel free, this game we are sure to win, the opposite side of the fierce can still have my free brother fierce. I'm not bragging. We don't even need to guard the tower, I'll lend a few carnivals to the opposite side, they won't be able to catch up." However, she just finished her sentence. Half-World Easy sent out Carnival *2. Half-World Prosperity sends out Carnival *17. Chapter 35, Little Lightning with a Raised Eyebrow. Only to see Yang Fan hit another round of carnival. Crap. Brother Easy is awesome. This is the rhythm of bloodying that Mountain Cannon on the opposite side. Ha ha ha. The beauty was so excited that she didn't even shout at Cannon, she just went straight to Mountain Cannon. The water friends are also very lively, all a piece of bull sound and too fierce in the brush screen. Although the PK is not yet over, the opposite ticket has not moved much. At the near end. Looking at the data on the field 178,3964 then 619,857, the male anchor gave up, not even a fraction of others, this steel tower cannot steal. Helplessly, he opened his mic and said, "Little Lightning, you actually have such a fierce big brother on your side, the hand can be really ruthless 1,700,000 votes, can we still play happily? Ha 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 ha. How fierce is our family easy brother, do you still need to say it? What? Still calling me Little Lightning? Don't you know what it means to be willing to gamble? Sister Lightning. Sister Lightning is awesome. Okay? Good boy, you'll have to call me Lightning when you meet her. You want a hand or not? I'll give you a chance for revenge. Forget it, there is no condition in my house today, I'll take revenge some other time, you go find Ching Ching." Then the two hung up. Pikachu asked in the live broadcast. "Easy brother still fight?" Yang Fan returned indifferently. "Fight. Good. I, Sister Lightning, have finally raised my eyebrows for once." She then connected to a female anchor called Ching Ching, who also looked pretty, but didn't get a system prompt. Just as soon as she connected, Ching Ching said, "Little Lightning, did you just finish hammering Brother Gun and want to come hammer me again?" The other party knew what just happened so quickly, this was something Pikachu didn't expect, it should have been revealed by the water friends who ran to the other party's live room after that previous PK ended. Only the smile on her face couldn't be stopped. "What, hammer or not? There is no such thing, just came to find Ching Ching you to play a PK. Oh. You guess I believe it or not? Have Big Brother backing you bottom. Say it. What's the punishment? First say yes, too heavy I will not take You've obviously come prepared. Hi. Hi. Am I that kind of person? The punishment is just like a small cannon. If you lose, you'll call me sis when you see me. If I lose, not only will I call you sis when I see you, but I'll also bring you snacks every time we play. How's that? How's that? Obviously, this beautiful woman has already drifted because she has seen Yang Fan's bravado. Good. I've got it. Reconnect. Xingqing knew that she had a big chance of losing but still wanted to take it. The reason for this was that they often played together, the two of them usually had a good relationship, and knew that Pikachu's family had come to have a big brother with a lot of bravado today. She also hoped that her opponent would be pampered by her big brother a little more and eat a little more. Have to say that the heart is still good. Some plastic flower sisters meet this situation. Probability will be jealousy first occupy the head. PK has just started. Yang Fan has always played 17 Carnival. The beautiful main played up the music, while comparing hearts and shouting excitedly. Long live Brother Easy. Too fierce, too fierce. Love you to death. The opposite side's firepower was clearly lacking, and it was quite a bit worse than that male anchor's house just now. This was normal. That male anchor had a lot of fans because he played werewolf slaying very well, and there were even more people in the live room than these two girls combined. Yang Fan was about to go on the second round when he realized that the other party was late in catching up and hesitated for a while, deciding to hold off on the fire. Bull. I will also follow one. Ha ha ha, the opposite side's bloodstain can't crawl, so I'll follow a rocket too. Brother Easy a shot, we seem to have no need to upvote. I followed a few small hearts to help cheer forget. The free brother is simply fierce a horse, Carnival 1717 brush, this is the family has a mina. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products in the world. Yang Fan stopped, but this side of the water friends were driven by him invisibly, all kinds of gifts constantly floating, resulting in the opposite side simply cannot catch up. So the opposite side directly opened the mic. Xingqing said with a bitter smile. Your big brother gave us an outrageous number as soon as he came, how am I supposed to catch up? Pikachu burst out laughing. You're admitting defeat here? Pikachu laughed. My lightning sister, I admit defeat. Ha 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 ha. Yang Fan heard his opponent admit defeat and casually swiped. Another round. Half-Worldly sent out Carnival *3. Half-World Getaway sends out Carnival *17. The two female anchors froze at the sight. Xingqing then reacted and said pitifully. Looks like it's wise to admit defeat. Your big brother is too fierce, is this considered whipping? Pikachu explained even though he didn't understand either. How can it be? Easy brother is because you concede defeat to fight out, originally stay afraid of you guys to steal the tower. Xingqing was speechless for a while. Your big brother is really looking up to me. Leave 500,000 votes to prevent me from stealing the tower? Easy brother do not fight, cannot steal the tower, really cannot steal the tower. After the two hung up, Pikachu never mentioned the PK thing again. These two games she has had her fill. Look at the free brother's degree of bravado, she absolutely believed that the other side can still be on a lot, but she knows that you cannot be greedy, otherwise it will leave a bad image to the big brother. As long as she maintains her big brother well, she is still afraid that there will not be any chance to have enough food in the future. Gradual progress is the king's way. Yang Fan played in the live room for a while, then turned to the dear live room to see her. Brush the gift, this necessary link must be missing. When Pikachu saw him brush the Carnival's constantly floating screen message, he thought to himself, is he too hasty? Underestimated the pattern of the rich, this person is simply too ho. The dull hair sisters, who were playing with a finger pressure board in the other live room, often found Yang Fan brushing the floating screen of Carnival in their free time, and their hearts were full of envy. Since the last time Yang Fan went to brush for them, he never went again, and the sisters were too embarrassed to take the initiative to contact each other, so as not to leave a bad impression. Although they were tired of broadcasting these days, the small gifts could be said to be a constant flow, and their income was not bad. The only pity is that they have not seen the Carnival. Dole was bouncing around on the shiatsu board while Fluffy was holding her cell phone and responding to messages from her water friends when she suddenly saw. Level 53 Half-World Getaway is here. He shouted in surprise. Yay! Welcome Brother Easy. Then he saw the special effects of the Carnival appear on the screen. Half-World Getaway sends Carnival *2. Half-World Getaway sends out Carnival *17. This is Yang Fan's daily operation, just come in and brush around first.
Dull, who was suffering from pain while bouncing around, couldn't help but stop when he heard his sister's call.
Chapter 36, The Old Bullied Dull. Dull asked in surprise. Mao Mao, is Brother Easy here? Mao Mao, who had just received 17 carnivals, looked happy and nodded with a smile. Aha!
You can come down first, now Easy Brother is controlling the field.
Dull excitedly got off the shiatsu board and said loudly. Welcome Brother Easy. Easy Brother, you saved me. They all bully me.
At this time, the water friends began to frequently aid Yang Fan. At Half-World Getaway Brother Getaway, let Dull continue, she's been bouncing around for a long time, it won't take long for her to go crazy for sure.
At Half-World Fan Easy, let Nerd roll around on the shiatsu board, it's definitely more energizing than bouncing.
At Half-World Prosperity, like last time, let them both dance to the pure land of ultimate bliss until they cry, it'll be something else.
What's going on? You all know this dirtbag? Shiatsu board on the pure land of ultimate bliss?
This one can have it, hey, still the tycoon can play.
Bull. Once you come in, it's 17 carnivals, so much money to go to the clubhouse, little tender model, how fragrant? Easy Brother confused.
At this time Yang Fan also started typing.
How can you bully us again? Put on some nightclub songs. Mao Mao went up to bouncing, let Dull take a break. Dull jumped up happily when he saw him typing. Yay! Long live Brother Easy.
I knew Easy Brother was the best for Dull. Said this, she paused for a moment, then a finger pressure plate. Milk Fierce said, Harry, fast up, I come to play songs for you. I just feel like my own guardian god has come, now she is not afraid of anyone. Mao Mao small face a bitter, the last time the free brother is to protect Dull, this time again yesterday, today I am afraid that I will be miserable. But the thought of harvesting so many carnivals, the heart and some beautiful. Her current mood could be said to be a perfect illustration of what it meant to be in pain and happy. Dull, on the other hand, was high on melon seeds next to her and complained to Yang Fan, only to see her say pitifully.
You don't know, you're not here these days, they are all staring at me alone to bully. Mao Mao also said, I won't let me rest until I'm played to tears.
Said the little girl, directly deflated mouth, melon seeds are not stoned, a look to cry expression, this look cannot say.
Lovely. Half of the world to get away, then how do you not send me a message to let me come to your rescue? Can it?
You can tattle on me and I'll come help you clean up Fluffy if I'm free.
Ha ha ha. Too good. Thanks for the heart.
Okay, I'll give you the power to punish Fluffy as much as you want and stop when you make Fluffy cry. After seeing this and thanking him again, Dull looked at Fluffy, who was bouncing around, with a little devilish smile. First let you get high for 10 minutes, then roll around continuously for 20 minutes, and I'll think about the rest. Mao Mao spun his flowery hands while looking at Dull with fierce eyes and gritted his teeth.
Dull, you have to think clearly, when Brother Easy is here you are so godly, Brother Easy will not come every day.
Dull sniffed and his mouth was deflated again.
Free brother, she threatened me. Tattletale, this kind of thing this little girl will learn very quickly.
Yang Fan is also happy to see her in this pathetic little mold.
Don't worry, I will often come to see you. Mao Mao again dare to bring water friends to bully you, I come when you double back. Dull instantly became happy, looked at Mao Mao with a haughty face and said. You come hurting each other
I'll be afraid of you if Brother Easy is here.
Although Mao Mao's face had a bitter color, in fact, her heart was overjoyed.
The words she just said could be considered a test of Brother Easy's attitude, and as a result, the other party clearly stated that they would come more often in the future.
It can be said that it is a great good thing.
There was no way she wouldn't be happy.
With the other party's level of bravado when rewarding her, even if she would suffer a bit, what was this bit of suffering compared to a large number of carnivals?
Since they chose to broadcast live in this way, they had long been prepared enough in their hearts for such suffering. Although the sisters are not very old, they know that money is hard to earn and shit is hard to eat. Yang Fan played in their live room for a while and left after dumping 17 carnivals again. By this time he had already felt a little tired, probably because he had consumed a little too much in the past few days. So he put down his cell phone and went to bed early.
The next day,
he woke up from his sleep to find a few unread messages on his cell phone, and one of them was operated by a person that brought a smile to his face. That person was the first female anchor he rewarded after obtaining the system, Sasha Maiden Hart. only to see Sasha transfer $61,000 to him at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night yesterday and sent a message saying, "I wish Brother Easy a happy June 1st. People say that a man is a teenager until he dies, and I hope that Brother Easy will have all the best in the festival and be happy every day." This legitimate lowly's operation was quite to his liking. What he likes the most now is not the principle? The other party then sent it to him. In fact, once he thought about it, he knew that the other party was because the last time he transferred money and blessed him at 520, he received an unimaginable return. So it was hard to look forward to another holiday, so of course she had to continue to show her feelings. Because from her point of view, what Young Fan was satisfied with was her attitude and blessing, and it would never occur to her that what the other party was looking at was the small amount of money she transferred. So as long as it was a holiday that could be matched on Young Fan, it was her day to show. Even if it doesn't match, she has to find a way to match it. For this reason, she deliberately came up with a reason for a man to be a teenager until he dies to echo Children's Day, which was kind of heartfelt. What else is there to say about this? So in line with the rules of the system, money fools do not receive. Thoughts received. After receiving the money, his principal has now reached more than 110,000, happy, but also deliberately went to look at the other people's information. Unfortunately, all the other people do not have Sasha this kind of awareness. Among them there are girls who sent him holiday wishes but did not transfer money. Gu Weijia even directly indicated that they wanted to spend Children's Day with him. Perhaps they subconsciously feel that Young Fan will not lack the small amount of money, so they did not make a fool of themselves, right? The main thing is that he can't say it yet, and he doesn't even dare to hint at it, just for fear that the great injustice seed system will dislike him for not acting like an unjust seed, and therefore if he runs away directly, who will he find to reason with? Then he thought about it. Anyway, idle is also idle, might as well go out to stroll and eat a big meal or something. Also need tools, people, so sent a message to Gu Weijia, said, "Eat to go." "Okay brother," I immediately put on makeup. "You wait for me a little bit, very soon." "It's noon and you still don't have makeup?" He. "I do not know brother, you have no time today, so there is no plan to go out." "Then you hurry." Chapter 37, Third Level Cashback Card. Gu Weijia was very happy after receiving the message from Young Fan in the rental house. Rushed to climb up and sit by the dresser, seriously put on makeup. At this time, her best friend and roommate Shan Shan walked to the door and asked curiously, "Ha? You know there's an event today?" Gu Weijia froze at her words. "What activity? So you didn't know? Then why did you suddenly put on makeup?" The girl gave Shan Shan a strange look and said rightfully, "My tycoon brother asked me out to dinner, so of course I had to put on makeup." You're going out? Nonsense. Shan Shan hesitated. "Didn't Yuan pick up a KTV holiday commercial event the other day? Just now she called me to say that she's temporarily short of people and asked the two of us to go. Can you come back this afternoon?" Gu Weijia looked at her speechlessly. "What other events am I taking on right now? I'm not even close to that? In the future, I won't take these activities in offline escort games. Nothing is more important than me accompanying my tycoon brother." Shan Shan sniffed with envy in her heart and rolled her eyes. "Little Rue, you drifted. Then I will help you reject it." She also knew that the other party had fallen in with big money some time ago, easily obtaining a large pile of luxury goods as well as $200,000 to $300,000 of pocket money, and while she was envious and jealous, she could understand the other party's choice. In her place, she also sees not these 3 mil and 2 jujube, and will even boldly said, "This kind of activity, the dog do not take." But she doesn't have the kind of good fortune of others. Go to KTV modeling, once can share several hundred it. She couldn't wait to do it every day. Gu Weijia smiled at her words. Ha. I also feel that I drifted." With that, Shan Shan did not continue to bother her, and went back to her room to start putting on makeup to go as well. On the other side, Yang Fan waited for a while before receiving the news that Gu Weijia was ready to go out. He booked an online car and headed to the 2-Michelin-star Chinese restaurant where he had dinner with Chen Si before. He felt the flavor was good after he ate it last time, so he went for a second brush this time. Gu Weijia lived closer than him, so by the time he arrived the other party was already waiting at the door. After seeing him come, the little beauty trotted over and hugged him in one hand, acting very affectionately. "Brother, people miss you."
Although Yang Fan did not know how much credibility this had, it was very comfortable to listen to. Seeing the little beauty today and deliberately put on a different color JK uniform, long legs also put on white silk, slightly different from the previous style. It should be that this girl found out that she likes her to wear JK, deliberately bought several different colors and styles to change to cater to herself. Have to say is still quite a bit of careful. Snap. With a sound, Yang Fan slapped on the little girl's arse wearing a short skirt. The little girl immediately did not comply. Yeah. Bad brother, you hit people there again. After saying that, she also pinched him twice. He immediately felt a slight pain. He deliberately showed his teeth and said, "Hiss. Pain, pain, pain. Ah." He pretended, scared. The little beauty hurriedly let go of her small hand, changed from pinching to rubbing, and said with some nervousness, "Brother, I heard you? I didn't mean to, I'll rub you." Yang Fan then grabbed the sister's small hand and said with a smile, "I lied to you, go, eat to go." After saying that, he held the other side and walked towards the restaurant door. The few passers-by around who noticed them immediately had black lines on their faces. A fat man in his 20s who had long noticed Gu Weijie and had been peeking for a while directly spat. "Bah! I was quietly enjoying a beautiful woman, and suddenly I was fed a mouthful of dog food. I couldn't catch a break." Not only him, some passers-by were equally black-faced. "I'm just passing by, going to find a place to eat something, and now I feel full from eating dog food. Spreading dog food everywhere, really unqualified. Shit. I know where I lost, it's because people eat Michelin 2 stars for lunch, but I'm eating noodles. I'm so happy. I'm going to work hard to get the money to find the same kind of girl later on." Yang Fan and Gu Weijie, who had already entered the restaurant and started ordering, did not know anything about the fact that they had inadvertently fed a lot of passers-by dog food. Now the little beauty already knows that the tycoon brother is not poor. Ordering food is not as bad as the first time to eat too expensive. Completely is what you want to eat. What, the price does not bring to see. After ordering also deliberately asked a question. "Brother, today is a festival, do we want to order a bottle of red wine to celebrate?" Yang Fan sniffed and was a bit puzzled. "Didn't you say you don't drink?" The girl blushed a little. "Actually, I can drink a little bit, but I don't have a good capacity for alcohol." I said this on my lips, but what I thought in my heart was, the first time I met you, you were a complete stranger to me. What kind of wine do I drink with you? I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink, of course, I just find an excuse that I don't know how to drink. I didn't expect you to have a good memory. Yang Fan doesn't care about such trivial matters. Then order a bottle. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. After the dishes were served, Gu Weijie took out her cell phone and turned on the photo mode, and also smiled and tried. "Brother, I just accidentally photographed you in there. Do you mind? I will delete it if you mind." Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, thinking that this little girl might want to make an official announcement in the circle of friends to show him her attitude. "There is nothing to mind, just don't make an official announcement yourself." "It's all right." The little girl sniffed, instantly happy up. Then I sent the circle of friends. "Oh. Want to send on the hair, I'm not unseen. Gu Weijie density +1. Gu Weijie, rated, favoritism reaches 70, rewarded 3 levels of cashback card, use it to get 3 levels of cashback, 5 times. Crap. Yang Fan did not think that he had simply promised this girl to send a circle of friends, but it made her affinity break through the 70 mark in one fell swoop, thus obtaining the reward of a level 3 cashback card. Name, Gu Weijie. Age, 19. Height, 168. Weight, 50. Comprehensive face value, 87. 97. Status, normal. Intimacy, 70, somewhat dependent on you, high success rate of confession. The labeling of intimacy left him somewhat speechless. Goddamn high success rate of confession? It seems that the system's comments are of the written variety, not based on the actual relationship between me and the other party to give an evaluation. That's not bad, it's quite pertinent. If that's the case, does that mean that if the girls reach a high enough intimacy level, they won't leave me even if they know that I'm in multiple relationships? It should be understandable like that, right? He had just realized that Gu Weijie's purity had dropped a little bit when his heart had thumped.
The good thing is that he suddenly remembered this point as he let people down, almost make a mess. Chapter 38, Gu Weijie's Change of Heart. Yang Fan already know the usage of cashback card, feel that now is not the time, later we'll have to buy a single these, should be counted as a one-time cashback, which is a loss. So decided to keep it for the time being. Gu Weijie at this time has happily sent a circle of friends. Food photos, interior photos of the restaurant, Yang Fan's side photo, and her own beautiful selfie, all synthesized into one friend circle. The text was simple: "Thank you brother for taking me to eat a big meal, then heart then heart then heart." Yang Fan had to admit after seeing this that he had thought wrong, such a simple copy was not considered an official announcement. But he didn't care, lest the little girl wanted him to make an official announcement together after the official announcement, and then he would have to waste a lot of words to reject it, and he might even lower his intimacy. This is also good. The duo ate a meal, pay the bill when spent more than 37,000, which makes the girl some secretly staggering, although early in the heart to prepare, but still more or less a little bit of admiration for their own ability to order food. Actually expensive is the bottle of wine, directly worth more than 20,000. Drinking some wine, sister pretty face slightly red, all the way to the hands clasped one of his arms, more sticky him a lot. Constantly rubbing the arm of the grain bag, the soft touch makes him a bit apathetic. The two of them will walk, feel food digestion almost, this time Yang Fan opened his mouth to ask. Where do you want to go next? The girl then said in a good manner. As long as in brother together, go anywhere can. Hearing the sister say this he smiled. How to say is also a holiday, we go shopping. The sister heard this and instantly became energized. Good ah. This place is not far from Hunter International, why don't we go shopping there? Yang Fan sniffed and froze. Hunter International? When he heard this name, he immediately thought of Feng Yuding, that beautiful-looking girl should be selling cosmetics in this mall now, right? Even in his heart, he suddenly felt the urge to go and take a look at the other party. But he knew that now was not the time, after all, Gu Weijie was still following him. He didn't really want Feng Yuding to see him shopping at the mall with other beauties. So Hunter International was definitely not going to go now. So said. Go to the China World Trade Center. It just so happens that you only have LV bags, go buy a Hermes one for you as a holiday gift. Hiss. Gu Weijie intimacy +1. When the girl heard that Yang Fan wanted to buy her a Hermes bag, her eyes emitted a fine light, her heart was suddenly excited and she exclaimed in shock. Yikes. Brother. I love you too. Death. Said also do not care is still in the street, directly jumped in his arms tightly embraced, light red lips to his mouth printed on it. Then closed his eyes, small mouth slightly open, stretching out the flexible fragrance to facilitate Yang Fan sucking, very active. Sure enough, girls in the mention of shopping, cosmetics, bags, and these are not uninterested, even if they are not lacking. Look at the girl's excited little appearance to know how happy she is. This scene again let a lot of passers-by face hot dog expression. If not mistaken, today is Children's Day, not Valentine's Day, right? Isn't this teaching the children? The older ones are sighing in their hearts, still nowadays young people are open ah. I think years ago I just because held my daughter-in-law's hand, it was my great-uncle brother with people hammered a meal. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. Said more are tears. The two went to the Hermes counter at the China World Trade Center, Gu Weijie pick and choose a good half a day, a moment to look at this, a moment to look at that. The saleswoman is on the side to give her a variety of introductions and recommendations. But she chose to the end, the face of the two styles differ greatly in the bag into a tangled. It can be seen that she can't give up both of them, and she wants both of them, so it's very difficult in her heart. At this time, of course, Yang Fan to help her make a decision. He looked at the price and found that these two bags, one more than 80,000, one more than 70,000, the difference is not very big. So he rubbed the little girl's head and said, "What's there to be torn about? Both buy not on the line?" Little girl heard a warm heart, but shook his head, pointing to more than 70,000 that said, "Brother, I want this one. Buy a good, too many bags cannot carry over ah, hee. How could Yang Fan not see that the girl wanted both? As for what she said about not being able to carry it over, it was complete bullshit. For girls, how can you have too many bags? Even if they don't carry them, putting them at home as decorations and collectibles can make them happy for a long time. This girl was really paying attention to her own persona all the time, and by the way, she was also brushing a wave of goodwill at him. But he didn't say anything about it, but said to the sales clerk, "Open the order, WeChat payment." The sales clerk saw the successful order and smiled very brightly. "Good sir, this way please." When he went to the cashier to pay the money with WeChat and successfully returned the cash, he said softly to the salesman, "More than 80,000 that also want, go to billing." The sales clerk was stunned at the words. Then he was overjoyed, and after sneaking a look at Gu Weijie, who was not far away, he whispered, "Yes sir, I'll be right there." After the second successful transaction, the sales clerk took the 2 bags and handed them to Gu Weijie. The girl was still a little stunned. "Until I heard the salesman said in an envious tone, 'Beauty, your boyfriend is really good for you, in order not to let you get tangled up, he bought both bags.'" At this point, the girl realized the reason, the heart instantly as sweet as eating honey. Gu Weijie intimacy +1. She found that she was always unconsciously touched by some of Yang Fan's behavior. In her heart, she thought, "Brother is really good to me." She didn't know that as her intimacy continued to increase, her true attitude towards Yang Fan within her heart was gradually changing. From only looking at the other party's money in the beginning, it turned into a not-so-low favorability towards the other party's person now. After all, being only a 19-year-old little sister, it would be easier to be touched. At this time Yang Fan came over and put his arm around her and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Gu Weijie smiled sweetly. "I didn't think of anything, thank you brother. You don't have to be so polite with me, let's go. Let's go shopping for the rest of the day." Yang Fan was ready to put his arm around his sister and go, who knew that the sister said, "Brother wait a minute." Then gently struggled away, walked to the sales clerk. Miss Side whispered something, and saw the miss nodded to leave. This made Yang Fan a moment of doubt. Walked over and asked, "Is there anything else you want to buy?" Gu Weijie smiled and nodded. Brother will know in a moment." In a minute or so, the sales clerk came over with a dress and a pair of pants and inquired, "Beauty, is this the set you're talking about?" Gu Weijie answered, "Right." Then she looked at Yang Fan, "Brother, I just saw this set of clothes and thought that you must look very elegant in it. I want to buy it for you as a holiday gift. What's your size? Or do you want to try it on?" She knows that rich people buy clothes usually do not go to try on, mostly just report the size on the line, so there is this question. Chapter 39 Continuous Encounter. Beauty. Yang Fan was happy to hear this girl actually thought of buying clothes for him. It seems that this is some of the transformation of the other party after the increase in intimacy. This is not their own request to buy each other, he is certainly acceptable, or Hermes how also than the current Audi with Nike upscale a lot. Waiting for their own after the transfer of money to this girl on the line. Anyway, the use of the third level of cashback card is also the direct transfer of the most cost-effective. So he rubbed the girl's head affectionately. "No need to try, your vision is still trustworthy." He then reported his size. I thought Gu Weijie would run to pay, however, he guessed wrong, only to see the girl happily go to the men's shoes area and choose another pair of shoes for him. This is satisfied to go to pay, a total of more than 50,000 yuan spent on the girl. Since the money has been paid, then he directly changed, before wearing the Audi with Nike do not want. The sales clerk thought in his heart, this couple even want to send each other expensive gifts on Children's Day, is this the love of the rich? Gu Weijie said with a smile after sizing him up. Brother is so handsome. Yang Fan, on the other hand, breathlessly touched his nose. Although it is said that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles, he is also clear that this sister's sentence of really handsome is definitely watered down. However, this sister is quite generous to herself. Her family property is estimated to be more than $200,000 that she gave last time, and she can spend more than $50,000 to buy clothes for herself without hesitation is already good. Although he also guessed that the girl heart must be very clear that he will not lose, but he hoard a Hermes for nothing is very happy. Then the two of them shopped around, and while he was waiting for the girl to go to the bathroom his cell phone rang. Took out a look, is a friend of his named Chen phone called. Hello? Hey, Master Fan, come to my place to sing at night, I arrange, there are a bunch of girls His friend likes to joke about him, usually call him Master Fan, called a few years into the habit, there is no change. Chen Feng's job is in a KTV as a planner, specializing in marketing programs and activities. So occasionally they will invite them to play for free.
If it was before, Yang Fan heard about singing and drinking or something with a bunch of girls, he would definitely just go over as fast as he could. This is human nature, after all. If you want to get off the hook, you have to know the girls first, right? Although he had sung and drank with some of his friends' female friends in the past, either he couldn't see them or they couldn't see him, but he was still happy to get to know them. Recognized the opportunity only then. But now he is not very interested in this, his own side are still followed by a small beauty. Not too lack of. So refused. Forget it, next time. Chen Feng sniffed and felt a bit incredulous, and asked suspiciously. Are you in person? Shit. Can't you hear my voice? What are you talking to me about? It's been a long time since we've gotten together, let's go out for a drink, see Jia is coming over too, the girls are second to none, you guys are all out of luck for today's girls. What? The other side said that, but Yang Fan became a bit more interested. Why not all of us? Hey. The company does activities, today come our models, I have to arrange a room for them as a temporary restroom, so arrange a luxury package, let you also come over to play, communicate with others, their side does not mind. Do you think this is a favor to yourself? Hey, that's all I have. That's all I've got. What's the point of keeping it? That's it. 8 p.m., it's a deal. Duh. Chen Feng hung up the phone after that. Shit. I haven't agreed yet. Then Yang Fan thought that he and they really haven't seen each other for a long time, plus the other party's so-called models, which should be able to have more than 80 points, right? It's also good to know more tool people, and get some cashback cards to build up your capital. Thinking like this, I was ready to make a trip. As for Gu Ruijie or not to go, which have taken the girl to pick up girls? This very operation, just think about it, all feel outrageous. Then he and Gu Ruijie went to see a movie and left the mall. After dinner he told the girl, I have something to do tonight, you go back first. The younger sister froze for a moment at the words, but did not say anything more, just asked. Can brother be busy today? Why don't I go to the hotel and wait for you? Crap. Isn't this properly tempting me? Looking at Gu Ruijie's dainty little look kind of made him want to compromise. However, today he definitely had to drink a lot of wine, when that time that aspect is definitely not given. Anyway, there's still a long time to go with the girl, so there's no rush. I can't say when it will end, we'll make another appointment tomorrow and the day after. Okay. Then brother, you pay attention to safety. Yang Fan printed on the sister's small mouth and then said. You also pay attention to safety. After sending the girl on the car, he looked at the time has come to the agreed 8 o'clock, so he took a car towards the agreed KTV. When he got off the car, he was already late and was about to go in, but he heard the system voice. Check to the valid consumer object, whether to view the information. Ha! He looked around and realized that there was a girl with a very good figure in the kiosk next to him who was buying something. Although he couldn't see the face, there was no other person in the immediate vicinity, so it must be this girl. View. Name, Lin Shiyuan. Age, 23. Height, 166. Weight, 52. Comprehensive face value, 83. 91. Status, normal. Intimacy, 0. All the numbers are not bad. But the number being 9 is a bit high. At this time this girl came out from the store. Only then did Yang Fan see the other party's appearance clearly, a head of golden yellow flowing shoulder-length hair, a pair of eyes are not very big but better than in the bright. The makeup is relatively thick, a little smoky makeup feeling, the upper body wearing a black navel exposed small undershirt, the lower body is a black skirt, feet step on a pair of high-heeled sandals. At this time, she found Yang Fan staring at herself, some dissatisfaction frowned and turned her head away, picking up her cell phone to make a call. Lin Shiyuan density -5. MMP. Yang Fan had thought about whether to go over to accost her, but then he felt that since he was already late, it was better to forget about it. So he withdrew his gaze and stopped sizing up the other party, then walked into the store to buy a few packs of snacks and prepare to bring them up. When he came out, that girl was standing on the side of the road, as if waiting for someone. Without bothering, he directly entered the building of the KTV and started waiting for the elevator. Not a moment later he received another system alert. Check the valid consumption object, whether to view the information.
There are really a lot of beautiful women here. Actually, another one appeared. View. Name, Su Shan. Age, 19. Height, 171. Weight, 53. Comprehensive face value, 85. 96. Status, normal. Density, 0. This girl is not bad, the synthesis is better than the one just now. Her age is small and she is still tall. Chapter 40 Dollface Beauty, Su Shan. Just after reading the girl's message, he heard the sound of two girls talking. Dead girl, how did you come later than me? That's not a traffic jam, anyway, my makeup is also well in advance, does not affect. Then Yang Fan looked toward the direction of the sound, only to see two girls walking around the corner. Ha! What surprised him was that one of them was the blonde girl he met outside. The other girl had a black single ponytail, was tall but had a very cute baby face. She was dressed in the same style as the blonde, except that her navel-gazing tank top was white, and her lower body was also a short black gauze skirt with high-heeled sandals. Just because of the height reason, her legs are obviously longer than the blonde woman quite a lot, this body, and then with a set of cute doll face will appear to have a kind of conflict beauty. The only pity is that the grain bag is not strong enough. Maybe that's where she subtracts points, otherwise it wouldn't be only 85. The synthesis was indeed better than the blonde woman. Yang Fan's heart had the answer, this must be the second beauty he checked out. It just didn't occur to him that the two of them happened to come here to take the elevator as well. In his heart, he thought, they can't be the models that Chen Feng said came to do activities, right? Don't say it, it was really possible. But he didn't bother to ask if he would know after a while. There weren't many people waiting for the elevator here, so the two beauties obviously also noticed that Yang Fan was looking at them. But they didn't care, they had met this situation too many times. Lin Shiyuan's reaction was to directly treat him as air. After glancing at him, her eyes didn't even look his way. Su Shan, however, was different, appearing to be more generous after meeting his eyes, her eyes not avoiding him, not to mention casually sizing him up. But then she was a bit puzzled. How do I feel that this person is a bit familiar? And Hermes shoes? Real or high fashion? Since the logo of the dress and pants were not obvious, the girl only noticed the shoes. At this time the elevator came, so she withdrew her gaze and entered with Lin Shiyuan. In the elevator she was still pondering why the man just now gave her the feeling of looking familiar, but couldn't remember for a while. After the elevator arrived at the KTV, Yang Fan, who was standing in front, walked out and said to the welcome guest at the door. Trouble. Room number 38. Okay, handsome brother, this side please. The two beauties who followed out froze for a moment, then also followed Yang Fan and the welcome guest in the same direction. Yang Fan didn't pay attention to his back, and when he reached the door of the private room, he thanked the welcome guest and pushed the door in. There were already many people in the room, a total of 4 men and 4 women, but the strange thing was that the 4 girls were sitting on the left side, some were putting on makeup, some were playing with their cell phones, and there was a piece of wine on the table that hadn't even moved. While the 4 boys were on the far right, they opened a lot of wine on that table, also put a few cups filled with wine and dice cups, obviously have been drinking up. Seeing the door open, both men and women turned their heads to look over. The girls continued to do their own thing once they saw it was a stranger, while Chen Feng among the boys raised his hand in greeting while shouting. Master Fan sighed. His other friend Si Jia directly got up and walked towards him, and before he could get there he saw the door to the room open again and 2 high-scoring beauties walked in one after the other. Si Jia was immediately stunned and his eyes looked straight behind Yang Fan. The 2 women, on the other hand, ignored them and took a look at the room situation before smiling and heading over to their little sister's side. Only then did Si Jia withdraw his gaze and smiled. Yang Fan, long time no see, go, drink too. As a result, that doll-faced beauty called Su Shan's footsteps paused when she heard the name Yang Fan, and she turned her head to look with surprise on her face. However, Yang Fan, who had already gone to the far right with his friends to drink, didn't notice. At this time, Si Jia was introducing the other 2 people, are his colleagues on the construction site. For these 2 people Yang Fan is still the first time to see, but this does not affect. In Si Jia's words, these 2 people are the kind of family who have some ability of relationship. One is the subcontracting boss, one is the nephew of the leader. The purpose of him bringing the 2 to drink is self-evident. After this side began to drink, the other side of the rather preoccupied Su Shan is taking out her cell phone to look at a photo in the circle of friends. It was her best friend Gu Ruijia's friend's circle of Michelin restaurant karting that she had posted today, and one of the photos had a man's side face in it. She turned her head again to look at Young Fan, who was drinking, and her eyes lit up. Other than the clothes being different, she was completely sure that the other person was the man in the photo. Such a coincidence? She knew very well in her heart who this man was. It was 100% the tycoon brother that her girlfriends talked about, the kind that bought luxury goods in large quantities and gave pocket money in large quantities. During this time she did not envy her girlfriends. Obviously their own face value is not worse than the other side. Why is not as good as the other side of the life? Their own that in addition to a little handsome outside of nothing but the boyfriend with others than one, that really is the interpretation of what is called people than people have to die, goods than goods have to throw. But she also wants a lot of luxuries, also want a large amount of pocket money. Everyone is a beautiful woman, or a school student, other aspects are similar, but in this piece of luck, how the difference is so big. Her heart is definitely not willing to. But today, she actually met her best friend's tycoon man, or in the case that neither her best friend nor this man knew about it. Is this the will of God? At this time she was in a tangle. She wanted to go to seduce each other, but also felt that it was not good to go to rob her best friend's man. For whether she can seduce to get this kind of thing she pressed not to consider, because she believes that most men are cheating. Do not fishy either, this woman is not fishy enough, temptation is not enough, or have a thief heart not thief gall. There are only a very few of the kind that she would like to praise the other person as a decent man. Hesitation for a while, ultimately she felt that if she missed this village later there may not be this store, as the saying goes, people are not for themselves, heaven and earth. The big deal is that they secretly establish a relationship with this man, do not let their girlfriends know on the line. As for their own boyfriend? Nonsense, that guy is obviously an ex-boyfriend. Thinking like this she figured it out instead. Yang Fan, who was drinking and chatting with his friends, did not know that there was a woman who was caught in an internal conflict for him. Only heard Si Jia whisper. Chen Feng, go call those models to come over and play together. Chen Feng laughed. People, I arranged for you to come in, the rest depends on your ability, I cannot manage so much doha. Si Jia was in a hurry. You. This is obviously want to know these girls, and embarrassed to hit on, and counting on friends to help.